hands. I shook my hands, I got up out of my chair, and I started to look around. Everything around me was on fire.
Louise Rogers, accountant, Resource Services Office, Pentagon. Everything went black. The only noise was the crackling of flames, and it was sheer devastation. I remember the grit from the soot in my teeth. I looked around trying to figure out how to get out. Fortunately, being at the fax machine, I was standing in front of a table, a work table that was in front of the window. Then I tried to figure out if I could get my feet out of the debris. I picked up one foot after the other and walked over to the table. The window had been blown out by the impact, and I climbed out.
Sheila Denise Moody. I was trapped in my cubicle space with nowhere to go and no way to get out. There was another coworker who was seated in the cubicle behind me, and she cried out, "What's going on? What's happening? Is anybody there?" I said, I'm here. She said, "Who is it?" I said, "It's me, Sheila." She said, "My skin is on fire. I feel like I'm burning." I told her, "I know it hurts, baby, but we've got to find a way to get out of here."
Louise Rogers. As I was walking out the window, the very first Pentagon police car came around the building. He saw me, stopped, and walked toward me and told me to sit down in the back of the police car. I told him I saw someone else in the office that couldn't get out. She was alive. I didn't realize that not everyone was alive at that point, but she was having trouble. He came back with some help, some others, to get her out. She went into the intensive care ward, but she was one of the ones that didn't make it.
Sheila Denise Moody. I could see a window to the right of me. It was too far up. I was able to reach it with my hand and try to bang on it, but the glass was too thick. When I hit the window, I left a blood print of my hand on the window. I didn't even realize at the time that I was bleeding. I said, "God, I don't believe you brought me here for me to die like this." No sooner had I spoken those words than there was a voice I could hear through the smoke. "Is there anybody in here?" I called back to him. I said, "Yes, we're here." He said, "I can't see you." I said, "I can't see you either, but we're here. Please keep coming." With those last words, the smoke and the fumes started to take my breath away. I couldn't speak anymore, and I started to cough and choke. Coughing and choking, something ran through my mind and said, "Clap your hands." I started to clap my hands together as hard and as loud as I could, hoping that he could follow the sound. I could hear a fire extinguisher.
Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman. There was a woman on her knees clapping her hands. She couldn't breathe. I reached for her, reached through the clouds.
Sheila Denise Moody. Just for a split second through the smoke, I could see the silhouette of a figure. I stepped over some debris, reached out through the smoke, and there was a hand reaching back, and he pulled me out.
Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman. Her hands were stuck up in this position. Her face was covered full of ash. I was told later on that's a natural fetal position for burn victims. The colonel and I ran her to safety.
Sheila Denise Moody. When Sergeant Brahman came to the smoke calling, "Is there anybody in there?" my voice was still the only voice that called back to him.
Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman. Colonel Anderson and I went into the building at least 4 times. The heat inside was so hot it felt like the sun kissing you.
Sheila Denise Moody. My rescuer is Sergeant Christopher Brahman. In talking to him in the months since then, I found out that he actually came into the area that I was in on his 3rd time into the building, trying to get in to see who he could help and save. Of all the people that he was able to pull out and able to help, I'm the only one who survived.
Lieutenant Colonel Ted Anderson. We were getting ready to make entry again, and the firemen stopped us. Other firemen showed up, and they physically restrained us and pulled us away from the building. I was completely and totally out of my mind at that point, reverting to full combat mode. So did Chris. He had been in the Ranger Regiment. He fought in Mogadishu. As far as I was concerned, this was a combat situation.
Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman. We were so jacked up on adrenaline. Colonel Anderson kept getting into fights with different authority figures, firemen, military, it didn't matter who it was. There was no question that this was another battle zone.
Sheila Denise Moody. It was chaos. People were running in every direction, and they were crying, they were screaming. I went to the line where they had people who were wounded. As I was walking in that direction, I heard someone call my name, "Sheila!" I looked up, and it was Louise. She was sitting in the back of a police car.
Louise Rogers. There were more and more people coming out, and we kept moving farther and farther back out of the way until we were sitting back up against the guardrail at the highway.
Sheila Denise Moody. I think they ended up putting like 3 or 4 of us in the back of the ambulance and taking us to Arlington Hospital.
Louise Rogers. By that time, I wasn't feeling too good. As soon as I got into the ambulance, my hands started to hurt. There was a burning pain. I said to the medic, "Well, this is starting to hurt." Then I passed out. I don't remember much of anything for days after that.
Lieutenant Colonel Ted Anderson. A 3-star general showed up along with a couple other generals, and I explained to them what was going on. This 3-star general basically felt the same way I did, and he went to the on-site fire commander and said, "Look, I will take full responsibility. We need to make an attempt to go in and get our people out." He was overruled by the fire captain. I have since come to know that the fire captain was correct to do so. I am now certain that they saved my life, and I'm certain they saved Chris's life as well. My whole outlook on the American firefighter changed that day. Those guys were the real heroes of the day for me. I've talked to firemen who later went into that area, and there was no way out. That last burn guy we brought out was the last person to come out of the building alive, on the exterior side of the Pentagon.
Sheila Denise Moody. We lost 34 co-workers that day between the accounting division, which was the office that I was in, and the budget office, which was right across the hall. That area sustained pretty much a direct hit from the airplane.
Dennis Smith. I had turnout gear, fire department self-contained breathing apparatus. I had air for an hour. I was sweeping every room to see if anyone was still alive. As I made my way through the smoke and flames, there was water all over the floor, 9 or 10 inches on the floor because the pipes had broken. Stairwells were like waterfalls. There were body parts floating around. I saw a foot, a torso, a lady hanging upside down from a chair, someone's head sitting on a file cabinet, totally burned. I found people sitting at a conference table, totally charred. I found a man standing with his arms up in defense, leaning against the wall. Apparently he saw it coming. He was totally burned. I went floor to floor on the collapsed 4th corridor side and yelled to see if anybody was still alive. I didn't find anyone.
Captain Robert Gray, Technical Rescue, Station 4, Arlington County Fire Department. Jet fuel was in everything. It was laying on the film on the surface of the water that we were walking through, so it made the gear smell.
Lieutenant Commander David Tarantino, physician, United States Navy. The flames and the smoke were too intense by that time, and even the rescue crews couldn't really penetrate into the buildings. Not too many people were brought out after that.
Captain Robert Gray. It was really remarkable because you'd be on the 2nd or 3rd floor and you'd find a room that was absolutely pristine. It's surrounded by complete destruction. The ductwork down on the floors, the file cabinets completely ripped apart. And then one room just like this, where there's not even but a light layer of smoke on the wall. The flags, magazines sitting on the desk. It was how the gas mixed with the air and vented through the buildings under pressure, and then blew certain areas up and preserved others.
Captain Charles Gibbs. The military had their core people with stretchers and all that, but there were no people.
In the minutes after the Pentagon attack, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld found himself torn between his official role, which called for him to lead the nation's response, and his human desire to examine the crash scene and help the injured men and women under his command.
Aubrey Davis, Officer, Protective Service Unit, Defense Protective Service, Pentagon. The Secretary was walking fast, and we were walking fast with him. As we proceeded down that hallway, a colonel ran up with a cut on his forehead and said, "Sir, it's dangerous. Don't go down there."
Gilbert Aldock, Officer, Protective Service Unit, Defensive Protective Service, Pentagon. We were in smoke and finally saw that light. The doors were open and the sun was coming in. You could see the light.
Donald Rumsfeld. I saw the field out there sprayed with pieces of metal.
Aubrey Davis. I remember the Secretary reaching down and picking up a piece of the plane with the name of the aircraft or something on it. He said, "This is American Airlines."
Donald Rumsfeld. Oh, my Lord, the whole place was burning. People were being pulled out and stretchers were being carried to ambulances.
Aubrey Davis. The communications center kept asking where the Secretary was, and I kept saying we had him. They couldn't hear.
Victoria Tori Clark, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs. Several times in the next half hour or so, people would ask where the secretary was. The answer was, out of the building. We took that to mean that he had been taken to a secure location. But he had gone out to the site.
Mary Matlin. There was a real concern in getting information about the casualties at the Defense Department. At first, we thought Secretary Rumsfeld had been hit. Then we heard he was pulling bodies out of the rubble. We couldn't quite get a location on the Secretary of Defense.
Joe Wassel. There were people to our left sitting on the grass. They were starting to set some triage when we heard someone say, "Hey, I need some help."
Aubrey Davis. I recalled that Secretary Rumsfeld had been in the Navy. He was like the captain going down with the ship. He was going to make sure everything was okay before he went back.
Donald Rumsfeld. I tried to get some folks to help out and helped out a bit myself. I talked to some people about what had taken place.
Aubrey Davis. At one point, someone ran up to the secretary asking for help. The secretary asked him what he needed, and Rumsfeld motioned to his communications guy, Joe Wassel. He said, "Tell them what you need." He said we need helicopters and such. We were still trying to get the secretary off the site of impact. We heard that the Park Police helicopter, Eagle 1, was going to land to take him out of there. He said no. If they land, they will use it to transport the injured.
Donald Rumsfeld. I decided I had done what I could. There were enough people there, and went inside.
Victoria Tori Clark. The next thing we knew, he had come into the command center, dirty, sweaty, with his jacket over his shoulder.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. About 10:30, Secretary Rumsfeld joined us. He immediately asked for an update, especially on the rules of engagement. We explained the policy we had agreed with General Ralph Eberhard. We were going to try to persuade a potentially hijacked plane to land, but if it was headed to a large city, take it down. Everybody was calm and cool. Rumsfeld then confirmed with Vice President Cheney what the ROE was. It was around 10:30 that we received a report that there was an unknown aircraft about 5 miles out. It was a blip on the radar screen that had disappeared. We thought this was it. The plane was minutes, maybe even seconds away from hitting us.
This may have been more garbled communication about Flight 93, which government officials in Washington still didn't know had crashed in Pennsylvania. The spooky music was playing. In between collapses. The 29 minutes between the collapse of the South Tower and the collapse of the North Tower were filled with tension for those inside the remaining building, as well as for loved ones waiting for word on whether their family members could or would escape. Due to faulty communications, not all of the firefighters inside the North Tower received the order to evacuate. So even in the final minutes of the North Tower's life, some FDNY firefighters trudged upward toward the crash zone. Others, though, heard the warnings and simply refused to leave.
Thomas Von Essen, Commissioner, FDNY. To understand all this, it is important to understand what it means to be a firefighter. Firefighters do not run away. They do not leave if they think they can stay.
Captain J. Jonas. The period of time between the two collapses was the scariest. The unknown was about to come up and get you. It was like watching the old Frankenstein movies when you were a kid and you had the spooky music playing in the background. Well, the spooky music was playing because that monster was about to come up and get you. That was the most anxiety I had the whole day.
Joe Graziano, firefighter, ladder 13 FDMY, North Tower stairs. They told us to evacuate Tower 1. We ran into a fireman, Billy Casey, from Engine 21. He was carrying a gentleman who was having heart problems, a big guy, and Billy was having trouble. I turned to my captain, Walter Hines, and said, "Cap, I'm going to help this guy down."
Captain J. Jonas. Over the radio, I did hear Chief Pete Hayden calling for an evacuation for guys to get out. In particular, he engaged Patty Brown. He called him by name. "Captain Patty Brown, command post to ladder 3. Captain Patty Brown, evacuate the building." Patty got on the radio and he said, "I refuse the order. I'm on the 44th floor. I got too many burned people here. I'm not leaving them." Even in that high anxiety situation, I thought, Wow, that's unbelievable. That was an incredible act of bravery.
David Norman. We started to move quickly down the stairs. We would inform everybody on the way down, other fire department units that were on these floors. Listen, we've been told to evacuate. We're leaving. We ran into some Port Authority personnel who were in disbelief. They seemed to think that if they're 20, 30 stories below the affected fire floor, they're safe. They said, I don't know why you guys are leaving. It's not that bad.
Joe Graziano. Billy and I coaxed the gentleman down. We said, look, we're not going to leave you. We'll get you out. We didn't think there was any urgency at all. The man's name was Ralph. That's all I remember about him. Ralph was a trooper. I remember passing other firemen in the stairwell. I passed all the guys from Two Truck and Captain Freddie Ill, who I knew. The strap on my mask was falling down, and I said, Freddie, do me a favor and fix my strap. He tugged it, and I kept on walking.
Bill Spade. A police officer, John DeLaura, came over to me and we start talking. I certainly was never aware that the fire department was evacuating the buildings. People were filing by, walking through the blocks strewn with debris. Then there was only a trickle of people coming by. Officer DeLaura said, maybe we should go back to the doorway and see how many are in that stairway. I said, yeah, I guess we should. We went back to the staircase and his boss was there, Sergeant Sean Curtin. As soon as we got to the staircase, he said, I think we should leave now. It was only the 8 of us in the staircase at this time. I said, we go together, we stay together.
David Norman. When we got down to the bottom, I realized the magnitude of everything. I thought, there's no building. There was literally no building left. I said to the rest of the team, and I think they saw the urgency in my face, I said, listen, we gotta go, and we gotta go now. There's nothing left of that building. When you're told that, and when you see it, are two different things.
Captain J. Jonas. We were heading down the stairs, and right around the 20th floor, we ran into Josephine Harris. She was standing in the doorway, she was crying, she was 1 or 2 weeks shy of her 60th birthday. She'd made it down from the 73rd floor, she was a bookkeeper for the Port Authority, with the help of somebody from her office. She told them to go ahead. She probably physically couldn't make another step.
Billy Butler, firefighter, ladder 6, FDNY. When we came upon Josephine, somebody said to me, help with this woman.
Captain J. Jonas. Tommy Falco looked at me and said, hey, Cap, what do you want to do with her? I looked at her, and it seemed like an easy decision to make. Of course, we're going to help her. Every fiber in my being was screaming at me to get out of this building. That spooky music was playing. Looking back on it now, yeah, it was an easy decision to make, but it really wasn't because not only was I endangering myself, I was responsible for 5 firemen and their families. That's not an easy decision to make. I looked at her, and I couldn't say no. I said, all right, bring her with us. And we did.
Billy Butler. I started down with Josephine.
Captain J. Jonas. Now we're going very slow. What was once a normal gait going down the stairs, now it's only one step at a time. We were creating a logjam of people behind us. On a couple of occasions, we had to step aside to allow that logjam to clear, and then we would continue.
Billy Butler. Everybody was trying to push us along, and it was a very slow process.
Following the 2 attacks and the first building's collapse, worried family members across the region began to hunt for their loved ones, some heading straight to the World Trade Center, even as the survivors fanned out into a city still unsure of what had transpired.
Dan Potter. My focus was to try to get to my wife, but as I was trying, there were a lot of firefighter duties I had to do also. When somebody said, check that escalator, I went and checked the escalator real quick. But there was always that ring in the back of my head. I have to find out what she's doing. Still, there were victims in the Deutsche Bank that I helped out. You had to do your job as a firefighter. You are dressed to represent New York City as a firefighter. Yes, I've got to take care of my wife, but I still have to be a firefighter.
John Napolitano, father of FDNY firefighter John Napolitano. When the South Tower came down, I tried to get into the city from our house in the outer boroughs, but I couldn't. I said, my son's very good at what he does. He's probably somewhere safe or has people somewhere. I didn't want to think the worst. Obviously, I went to my daughter-in-law's house.
Dan Potter. I crossed Greenwich Street and went right into the Deutsche Building. I walked into that building, and there was a woman shuddering. I said, okay, go to the back of the building, you'll be okay. 5 or 6 people came around the building, all bloody, all different faces, hands, and all covered in gray. They were walking like zombies. I said, just go to the back.
Janine Ali. We walked up to the seaport. There was a pizzeria Uno. This is actually a very funny story, on the second floor of the seaport. There were chairs and stuff outside. We put our stuff down on the chairs, and we went to go inside this pizzeria Uno. It was locked. The bartender was leaning against the bar watching the television with his back to us, cleaning a glass. We were pounding on the door, like, let us in, let us in. He turned around and said, we don't open till 11:30. I said, look at the TV. Let us in. He kept saying, we're not open yet. We don't open until 11:30.
Dan Potter. I saw a children's nursery, so I ran in there real quick to see if there were any kids in there. There was too much debris. I had to go back to Greenwich Street. I thought, I'll go around, try to get to the command post, get to the North Tower, save my wife.
John Napolitano. My daughter-in-law was at work when it happened. She worked for Computer Associates, and a lot of colleagues knew that her husband was a firefighter. They said, you better take your kids and go home. When I got to the house, a lot of their friends were already there, and Anne was sitting there, and their 2 little girls were playing. Elizabeth was going on 6, and Emma was going on 3.
Dan Potter. I came out of the Deutsche Building, and I ran into an old friend of mine who I hadn't seen in probably 17 years, a fire marshal, Mel Hazel. He didn't recognize me because I was covered in everything. What he did recognize was the 31 on my helmet, because he had worked there as a fireman. He said, hey, 31, you all right? I realized who he was, and I said, Mel Hazel. Mel, it's me, it's Dan. He said, oh my God, I couldn't recognize you. Need a hand? I've got to find Jean. Jean's on the roof for the first tower. I'm convinced she's up there. Can you help me with that? Captain J. Jonas. On the way down, I ran into Lieutenant Mike Warcola from Ladder 5, and this was to be his last day in the fire department. He was going to retire on September 12th. I knew Mike. We were firemen together. He and 2 of his firemen were working on a man in the stairway having chest pains. I looked at him. I said, Mike, let's go. It's time to go. He said, that's okay, Jay. You have your civilian. We have ours. We'll be behind you. We kept going and made it to the 4th floor, and Josephine Harris fell to the floor. She was yelling at us to leave her alone. We weren't going to leave her.
Billy Butler. The whole building started to rock.
Captain J. Jonas. The floor started having little wave-like ripples in it.
Billy Butler. Then everything went black.
It was like a mushroom cloud. The second collapse. At 10:29 a.m., 102 minutes after it had been hit by American Airlines Flight 11, the North Tower collapsed, its level-by-level pancaking almost exactly the same as the South Towers. Hundreds were caught inside the building, including many people trapped in or above the impact zone. Thousands more who had just evacuated or were watching the events unfold were caught in the vicinity around the World Trade Center.
Richard Eichen, consultant, Pass Consulting Group, North Tower, 90th floor. There was a ring of EMTs by the door. They started to come for me, and I said, no, take her, because Lucy was now on my back again. I handed her off to an EMT. We were 4 steps on the sidewalk when someone behind me said, watch out! I remember turning like, what the heck do you want now? I saw he was looking up. I looked up. That was the building starting to collapse.
Joe Graziano. Billy and I finally got Ralph to the lobby. As we got outside, Tower 1 came down. I could see the building come right at me. I still had no idea that the South Tower had already come down.
Bill Spade. There was an overhang, I believe, at 6 World Trade Center, so we were trying to get through that courtyard area. Things were still coming down from above. NYPD officer John DeLara said, I'll go first. We all followed him.
David Norman. We went almost like you'd see in the war movies in groups of 2. Someone would run and get to a point safely. Then that person would look and cover for you while you moved.
Bill Spade. We weren't out of the Trade Center 30 seconds, and I heard that noise again.
Pasquale Bazzelli. I was probably on the 22nd floor when, all of a sudden, the building started to shake violently. There was a huge sound from above, this loud noise. I must have dove down about 5 or 6 stairs and pushed myself right into the corner. I basically curled up in a fetal position, and I covered my head with my hands.
Janelle Guzman. The dust, the building, the walls just opened up.
Lieutenant Greg Hansen. It was a complete whiteout in the courtyard. It reminded me of being in a blizzard. All of a sudden, there was this thunderous roar. My first thought was that it was another plane coming in. That's how loud it was. It felt like it was right on top of us. Then it went completely dark. To this day, I don't know how it's possible we survived. The police officers behind us were killed in that collapse. I know Bill Spade and 2 of the police officers had taken the rear.
Stephen Blahar. I heard this sick cracking noise. I looked up and Tower 1 was curling over my head like a wave.
Dan Nigro. The same sound, the same dust cloud. My brain and my body couldn't deal with it this time. I knew we lost hundreds of firefighters.
Wanalomi. We ran to the corner. By the time we got to the subway steps, there were so many people trying to walk in there that we ended up being pushed all the way down. Everybody fell. It was like a ball of people falling on the steps.
James Luongo, Inspector, NYPD. I was running and running and running. I came up to a fireman who was also running, a tall, skinny guy. I looked over and I saw that it said chaplain on the helmet. It was Fire Department Chaplain John Delendick from St. Michael's Church in Brooklyn. I was running with him and I said to him, "Are you a priest?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Are you a Catholic priest?" He said, "Yeah." "How about absolution?" Monsignor John Delendick, Chaplain FDNY. This police officer came up next to me, running with me, and said, "Father, can you hear my confession?" I told him this is an act of war, so I'm going to give everyone general absolution, which I did. General absolution in the Catholic Church is forgiving all at one time. James Luongo. As you're running, you're looking over your shoulder. You could feel some of the shrapnel flying by. I saw a cop in front of me fall. I figured he got hit with a piece of shrapnel. I reached down and picked him up by his gun belt because he was going to get trampled. I said to him, "You all right? Where did you get hit?" He said, "No, I dropped my pen." It goes to show you how people's minds go. Here he is, running for his life, and he bent down to pick up a pen that he dropped.
Bill Spade. I remember getting picked up and blown into the wall. I hit my face so hard, I thought I lost my eye. I said, "I'm not dying here." I found a window and rolled into it. Inside was an office. I put my head under the desk. Everything was coming down. I said goodbye to my wife and kids.
David Norman. I found a fire truck and I jumped underneath the rear axle. I was the only one initially underneath the fire truck. And then every inch of that fire truck was occupied by somebody doing the same thing. Debris started hitting the fire truck. I thought to myself, man, I'm going to get crushed by this fire truck. I ducked under here for cover and now I'm going to get crushed by it.
Pasquale Bazzelli. I heard people screaming. It was loud, like boulders, safes, whatever, a freight train type of noise. In that next split second, I felt the wall that I was laying next to give way and crack open.
Louise Bazzelli. The phone rang, and it was one of Pasquale's aunts. As I was on the phone with her, I started to see his building change. Something was changing about it. The smoke started to get blacker and bellow out more. I started to see the antenna move, and then I knew, that's it. His building is now going.
Pasquale Bazzelli. I found myself free-falling. I felt this wind, abrasive wind. I stayed tucked into a fetal position. I saw flashes of light from impacts hitting my head, 5 or 6. I was seeing those stars you see when you get hit in the head.
Louise Bazzelli. I spoke with him maybe 25 minutes before that, so I knew that there was no way that he made it down from the 64th floor with a whole crowd of people. I kept screaming, "No, no, 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 no!" Every ounce of energy in my body drained out of me. I collapsed on the floor, screaming uncontrollably, watching it come down and thinking, our baby will never get to know her father. She'll never get to meet him. I couldn't watch anymore. I went outside. I don't know what was worse, being outside in the beautiful sunshine on a gorgeous day where there were September flowers and peacefulness and birds chirping, or being inside with the horror, watching that. I couldn't fathom how I was in my garden, and my husband, I watched him die, along with thousands of other people.
Lieutenant Colonel Tim Duffy, F-15 pilot, Otis Air Force Base, Cape Cod, Massachusetts. We went over by Kennedy and turned a plane away that was over there. I was going to check out the North Tower and see how it was doing. I flew by. I was looking straight at it. I realized it was exploding right before my eyes. It was the sickest feeling I've ever had.
Frank Lombardi. I saw the antenna of Tower 1 slowly starting to fall, as if a missile was going back into its silo.
Dan Potter. A police officer came running down the street and said, "North Tower's coming down now. Any second now, any second." Just as he passed, we heard the same crumbling.
Jane Potter. I was in Chinatown when I heard the North Tower collapse.
Dan Potter. It sounded like a freight train, like rumbling thunder. We laid in front of Deutsche Bank because we figured you couldn't outrun this field of stuff coming down. If it clocks you, you're out. You're done.
Andrew Kurtzman. There was this massive boom and a huge plume of smoke. As the building fell like a pancake, that smoke and soot and fire, it went north. It started to chase us, and we went running for our lives.
Lieutenant Terry Tobin, NYPD. People are screaming. The second one's coming down. Get out of here. The best thing was to run toward the water, so I started to run. I took a hard hit to my back, and it knocked me from my feet right down to my knees. I turned around and saw the black cloud coming, approaching very quickly.
Rudy Giuliani. I feel somebody grab me and start running me like you'd run an animal or a horse, like, "Let's go!" And we must have run about a third of a block. I didn't even know what was going on.
Andrew Kurtzman. Giuliani's bodyguard threw his arm around Giuliani and started running. We all bolted, and we were being followed by this mushroom cloud.
Rudy Giuliani. He's running me, and I said, "Stop!" We turned around, and I could see this tremendous cloud coming up through the canyon. It really looked like a nuclear attack.
Tracy Donahue. All of a sudden, this black smoke came flying around the corner like a monster you would see in a movie. It whipped around and came up Broadway.
Richard Eichen. I was running up Fulton Street, and the guy in front of me was walking, and I pushed him to the side. Another guy ran in front of me, and I swept him away. He stumbled, and I hope I didn't seal his fate doing that. I jumped over the hood of a car, which is hilarious if you know me, and continued. Joe Esposito, Chief of Department, NYPD. We were pushing people into any open doorway, any building they could get into. You watched it roll toward you like a tidal wave. Richard Eichen. The whole morning seemed like one calamity. Biblical-level calamity after another. An hour before, I was eating a bagel, reading the newspaper, and worrying about my country club food. And now I'm in the middle of some biblical devastation.
Charles Christoph, attorney, Broadway. We're totally covered with dust. It's unbelievable, like you're in a movie, in science fiction. It's not reality. You don't know what's going on. I didn't have anything with me except my cell phone. I was trying to reach my wife, Kirsten, all the time.
Ian Oldiger. We got to South Street Seaport pretty quickly. We went to a bar, which was full. We got some juice and water. As we were watching it on CNN, we could actually see the towers through this glass window. The TV was right in front of us, and we could see the towers to our left. We could see the second one starting to fall. You saw the whole bar turn their heads to look through the window. As the second tower fell past the point where you couldn't see it anymore, everyone turned back to the TV and watched it fall all the way.
Monica O'Leary, former employee, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower. I was in my neighbor's apartment when our building fell. I remember falling to the ground and screaming. They didn't have enough time. They didn't have enough time to get out. I laid on the ground screaming. I knew they were gone.
Robert De Niro, actor, New York City. I lived about 9 blocks north of the World Trade Center. I had my big screen television to my left, and I had the big picture window in front of me. When I saw the North Tower start to go down, I had to look at my television to confirm what I was seeing with my own eyes. It was unreal.
Roger Perino, Lieutenant Commander of Detectives, NYPD. I have no memory of any noise. I didn't hear anything landing near me. I could see shit landing near me, but I couldn't believe I wasn't being hit. I saw stuff hit. I saw a car flip. All of a sudden, I felt like I was covered in blankets. That's the only way to describe it. It was really super soft and basically very comfortable. I felt like it was 20 blankets. Then, in one split second, I began to suffocate.
David Norman. That's when also the wave of concrete dust, it was so thick, overwhelmed us. I couldn't breathe. It's almost as if you took the blown-in insulation, that powdery insulation, and you started trying to breathe through it and you couldn't.
Dan Potter. I remember swallowing the smoke, and it was like those gray woolen socks. I felt like I could almost eat it.
Stanley Trojanowski, firefighter, engine 238, FDNY. You're choking, trying to breathe. Your eyes are full of debris. You can't see anything.
Richard Eichen. I realize my mouth is packed with this debris, the dust. I dug my mouth out with 2 fingers, putting them in and digging my mouth out. Then I realized I still couldn't breathe, so I stuck my fingers down my throat, and I was able to open a breathing passage.
Dan Potter. We don't know where we are. I scratched the street, and I could see the blacktop, and I said, "We're on the street, we're on the street."
Gary Smiley, paramedic, FDNY. Every time I'd breathe in, it was as if my head was stuck in sand.
Bill Spade. I had to reach in my mouth to take clumps of stuff out. When I breathed, it hurt. It seemed like I was inhaling glass. I looked around. There were only 4 of us left, me and 3 other firemen. We lost the police officer and all those in that alleyway.
Sharon Miller, officer, PAPD. I got separated from my partner somehow. I stopped and looked to see where everybody else was. The captain, the chief, everybody. I couldn't find anybody. I don't know how far I ran. I ran until I saw Inspector Lawrence Fields and a police officer. They were standing around the corner. I ran over to them and told them who I couldn't find. They were looking at me like I was crazy. They said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I went in the building with Chief James Ramito, Captain Kathy Mazza, Lieutenant Robert Siri, Richie Rodriguez, Jimmy Nelson, Jimmy Parham, Steve Hushko." I said, "I got separated from them." I never saw them again. They never found them. They were all killed.
I thought I was dead until I started to cough. Trapped in the ruins. By the time the second tower collapsed, more than 2,600 people would be dead in the rubble around the World Trade Center, including 343 New York City firefighters, 37 members of the PAPD, 23 members of the NYPD, and a dozen other government agents and first responders, as well as former FBI agent John O'Neill. A lucky few would survive the collapse, either inside the Marriott Hotel or buried amid the wreckage of the North and South Towers.
Jeff Johnson. When we got into the banquet room, we were trying to find our way around and get our bearings. That's when the second collapse happened.
Frank Lozano. Jeff obviously knew what it was because he said, "Hit the ground." We got buried under more rubble.
Jeff Johnson. Same thing. Complete black, couldn't breathe, stifling. You couldn't breathe. You couldn't open your eyes.
Frank Lozano. I remember saying to myself, this can't be happening to me twice in one day. This is impossible. I'm thinking to myself, you can't be lucky enough to survive it twice. I started to pray.
Jeff Johnson. I was so mad. I said, "Don't let me go." I was praying. I didn't think I was going to make it.
Frank Lozano. Every breath you took, you breathed in soot and ash. It was like drowning.
Jeff Johnson. I yelled, "Is everybody okay?" I heard, "I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay." But I didn't hear the fourth, "I'm okay." I go, "Who's okay?" They yelled out their names, but none of them was Pat. I started screaming for Pat Carey now.
Frank Lozano. Jeff started to look for a way out. He was frantically looking around to figure out
how we were going to get out of here and found a very small opening in a wall on the West Street side of the building. He said, "This is a way out. We are going to climb down."
Jeff Johnson. We took the drapes and we put it out of the hole so that we could back out. I went last. The civilians went first. They put their butts and their legs out first and crawled out. The first guy went out, then the next guy went, and then Frank went, and then I backed out.
Frank Rosano. I saw the banquet manager of the hotel. He went down the drapes and he made it. I figured if he could do it, I could do it.
Jeff Johnson. They just left. I didn't know who Frank was until a year later. I still don't know the names of the other two. Those three guys disappeared, basically walked into the rubble.
Frank Rosano. I can't call it a street because it wasn't a street. There was nothing recognizable as a street. It was a debris field. The first thing I remember seeing as I looked up was that grill work from the World Trade Center stuck in the debris.
William Jimeno. Again, we had no idea that Building 2 had come down at that point. We heard another explosion. Boom! Same as the first one. I remember Dominic Pizzulo backing up a little bit, and I said to him, "This is it. It's over." It sounded like a humongous locomotive coming at us. All I could think was, I'm gonna die. One of the things I've always done with my girls, Allison and Bianca, was I would make the sign language sign for I love you. I made the I love you sign, and I crossed them over my chest. I figured if I was going to die and they found me, they would at least tell my wife that I was crossed like that, so she would know I was thinking of her. I could hear Sergeant McLaughlin yelling. Dominic gets sat down like a rag doll with a piece of concrete that came through this little void. I was getting hit more. I was yelling. Just like the first collapse, it seemed to take forever, but it happened quick.
The collapse also caught the firefighters coming down Stairwell B with their injured civilian, Josephine Harris, and a PAPD officer evacuating with them, David Lim.
Captain J. Jonas. All the air that was in the building was being compressed, creating tornado-like winds in the stairway. We kept getting battered by debris. It was like 30 people were punching you at the same time. It's industrial-strength dust. We covered up and waited for what we thought was going to be our demise. But for us, it didn't come.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. It was a tremendous roar. Then the wind, very, very fierce wind. It started lifting me up off the ground.
Captain J. Jonas. That scary feeling, that anxiety that I had between the two collapses, once the collapse started, it went away. I felt very much at peace. Whatever was going to happen it's on its way.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. I crouched down and got to the corner of the staircase by the railing, and I got as small as I could possibly get. I guess the best way to describe it is that I tried to crawl into my fire helmet.
Captain J. Jonas. Then, just before it got to us, it stopped.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. Debris was hitting me and it went dark. The next thing was total silence. Nothing. No wind, no noise, no light. Nothing.
Joe Esposito, Chief of Department, NYPD. I said to my sergeant, we just lost a lot of people. I remember saying, if we lost under 100, it'll be a miracle. It was a miracle. We lost 23, which is still an outrageous number. But that's a miracle.
William Jimeno. When everything was settled, I looked over to my right and I could see Dominic. The concrete had crushed him. He said, "Willie, I'm dying." Sergeant McLaughlin was yelling in a lot of pain. I was also in a lot of pain, but I was fighting, trying to talk to Dominic. I said, "Hold on, Dominic, hold on." Those last couple of minutes, Dominic said to Sergeant McLaughlin, "Can I have a 3-8?" Which is a break for a Port Authority police officer. In the midst of pain, he was finding humor. Sergeant McLaughlin, even though he was yelling, said, "Yeah, you can take 3-8. Dominic said, "Willie, don't forget I died trying to save you guys." His last minutes, he struggled to take his firearm out of his holster. He pointed it up toward that hole in the rubble far over our heads. We had been yelling, "PAPD, officers down," hoping someone would hear us. He pointed his firearm up in the air to that hole, and fired his gun as a last-ditch effort for someone to hear us. Then he slumped over and died. I was really, really lost mentally. We had not only lost our first two officers, Christopher Amoroso and Antonio Rodriguez, but now I watched Dominic pass. It was very, very tough. I said, Sarge, Dominic's gone. Sarge said, hold on, I know. This went on for a while, trying to talk to each other back and forth. I said, Sarge, what do we do? What training do we have? He said, Will, this is beyond any training anybody has ever had.
Sergeant John McLaughlin. Nobody trained for this.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. I was encapsulated in the debris. I couldn't move much, and I realized I didn't feel like I was injured. I got my wits about me. I said, okay, let me see what I have, what equipment I have. I was feeling around. I still had a light. All the other equipment I was carrying was gone.
Billy Butler. Immediately, you look at yourself to make sure all the fingers are there, the toes are there, and you wiggle them to make sure that nothing's broken. I was beat up, but I was okay. I was trying to extricate myself and pick these large pieces of drywall off myself when Josephine suddenly comes up out of the dust, like the blob coming out of the swamp. She scared the shit out of me.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. I couldn't see clearly and I thought I was blinded. I'm thinking, oh Jesus, I'm trapped in the World Trade Center and now I'm blind? Is this going to get any worse? I was feeling my eyes and I felt this crust. It was like a 1/4 inch of dirt encrusted like concrete. I tried peeling it off and it wasn't going. I was able to take my glove off and I stuck my pinky in my mouth. I was trying to wet my finger and peel this crust off my eyes. Eventually, I got most of it off, and I opened my eyes and I was able to at least see this little tiny area I was in. I wasn't blind. I had my eyesight.
Captain J. Jonas. My first thoughts were, who do I still have? Who's still alive? I gave out a roll call, and all my people answered. I didn't know Josephine's name yet. I called her the woman and said, do we still have the woman with us? They said, yeah, she's still here.
Josephine Harris, bookkeeper, Port Authority, North Tower, 73rd floor. Somebody was watching over us that day. We had no broken bones. We have no scars.
Captain J. Jonas. In my mind, okay, things are looking good. All right, let's dust ourselves off and get out of here. It didn't quite happen that fast.
Janelle Guzman. When it finally stopped, there was total dead silence. I thought I was dreaming. I shut my eyes, hoping that when I opened them, it would be all a bad dream. I realized it was not. I couldn't move. I tried to get up. I was pinned. I was laying sideways, feet crisscrossed. I couldn't move. I couldn't see anything. The dust, everything was in my mouth. It was complete dark. I realized that this was actually happening.
Pasquale Bazzelli. I had some bumps in my head when I woke up. I was numb. I looked up, and I could see clear sky. A blue sky. For that one instant, I thought I was dead because I felt no pain. I thought I was dead until I started to cough. Then I started to feel pain in my leg, and that's when I realized, oh my God, I can't believe I actually survived this. I'm alive.
Such calm and peace. After the collapse. The collapse of both towers carpeted lower Manhattan with debris and dust. As survivors emerged from the clouds, they found a city tragically transformed and a once familiar urban landscape rendered almost unrecognizable. Scores of first responders and civilians were buried in the debris and trapped in nearby buildings where they had sought refuge from the collapse.
James Longo, Inspector, NYPD. It was like that hush afterwards. I don't know what the explanation for it was, but there's that hush that comes over the city with a major snowfall.
David Norman. When you walk outside in a snowstorm, and it's such calm and peace. That's what was moments later.
Sharon Miller. It was very quiet. Almost like cotton was all over the place. Like marshmallows or something.
Richard Eichen. The street. It was like being on a beach. Your feet would sink into it, and every time you took a step, there was like more puffs of smoke. People, we were all the same color.
David Norman, we were literally caked. We were all gray. Although we had navy blue uniforms on, we were all white ash gray with debris.
Al Kim. We were like zombies for a few minutes or hours. I couldn't tell you.
Detective David Brink, Emergency Service Unit Truck 3 NYPD. There were some vehicles that were on fire and the tires were exploding from the fire. I was like, where the hell's the fire department? Why aren't they putting these fires out? Then I looked over. I saw one of the fire trucks on fire, and it sent me back to reality. Oh yeah, now I know why.
Bill Spade. This room seemed to be filled up right to the top with debris. We couldn't get out. I looked around. One of the firemen asked, "What are we going to do now?" One was a lieutenant there, and he said, "We breathe the air off the floor. We clear away the stuff, and we stay low and try to breathe the oxygen low." I said, "I ain't staying in here." One of the guys said, "We can call for help." I said, "Nobody's coming here and getting us."
Gary Smiley. I started crawling my way out of there, digging through the rocks and the debris. Just as I got out, a fireman who had also been launched in the debris had gotten himself out. Both of us staggered around. I don't know how long we walked for.
Bill Spade. I tried banging the walls to make a hole in the wall, but we weren't getting anywhere with that. We were very tired and spent and beat up. We were in this room, I figured, around an hour. One of the younger firemen said, "I think I found a way out." At the end of the office building, top window left, there seems to be an opening. We walked along the wall. We had to feel our way around. It was a little dark, making our way over stuff. And sure enough, there was a spot up there with a little light. We made our way up on top of the debris to get up in there and made it wider. We went to the edge of where we were, up about 35 feet in the air. I remember looking out. Everything was on fire.
Gary Smiley. People started calling out, "Is anybody out there?" We went toward their voices. It was a deli owner and his wife. They pulled us into their deli. About 6 or 7 cops and some firemen were already in there, all variously injured and having a hard time breathing. They'd taken a hose out of the kitchen to clean everybody off.
Jeff Johnson. I finally got out. I could see a couple of flashing lights, what we call Mars lights, the revolving lights on top of a fire truck or a police truck. I saw the yellow bumblebee stripes of a couple of coats because they reflect instantly off any light. There was no street anymore.
Alan Reese. It's quiet, except for one thing. The pass alarm.
Detective David Brink. The pass alarm. It's a really shrill sound, and that means that a firefighter is down and in trouble and he's motionless. All you heard were these pass alarms going off over and over again. You couldn't tell where they were coming from.
Al Kim. It was everywhere. That's all you heard. Beep, 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 beep sounds everywhere.
Alan Reese. All you heard was a lot of them going off.
Jeff Johnson. I made my way toward a fire truck. It so happened that there was a chief there and a fireman from rescue, Paul Hashhagen, who I happen to know. Paul was saying, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, you all right? What's going on?" He said, "The towers collapsed." I turned around and I looked and I saw the towers were actually gone. I couldn't believe it. I immediately went to the chief and I started trying to get his attention. It was frustrating to me because he wasn't listening to what I was saying. I was looking at him, man to man, looking right into his eyes and saying, "Chief, I'm missing Ruben. I'm missing this guy. We don't know where that guy is. We're up on the 22nd floor." I'm giving him all the information I can think of popping out of my head. My friend Paul said, "Jeff." I said, "What?" He said, "Jeff, turn around." I turned around and I realized there was no 22. The Marriott was gone. The chief said to us, "Head for the water."
All available boats at the waterfront. For those at the tip of Lower Manhattan, the only viable evacuation route turned out to be the water. A makeshift, unorganized armada of more than 130 ferries, pleasure yachts, sightseeing vessels, Coast Guard and police vessels, fireboats, and tugboats gathered many without being asked, at Battery Park and nearby piers. By the end of the day, they had collectively evacuated somewhere between 300,000 and 500,000 people from Manhattan, a maritime rescue larger than the World War II evacuation from Dunkirk.
Lieutenant Joseph Torillo, Director of Fire Education Safety, FDNY. 2 of the ambulance crews, they were digging, and they found me. They got me out from underneath the rubble. They put me on this long, stiff piece of plastic called a spine board and strapped my hands to my chest. They taped my neck onto the spine board. They thought I had a broken neck. And they ran with me to the marina in the back of the World Financial Center, and they put me on the deck of a boat. With that, there was a loud rumble and a roar, and the people on the boat started screaming, "Oh my God, here comes the other building!" Everybody jumped off the boat. I was left all alone and was getting hit with the glass from the North Tower. Frantic, I bent my finger and the release belt opened, and my hands were free, and I ripped the tape off of my neck. I rolled off the stretcher, and I jumped into the doorway, not knowing I ended up diving headfirst into the engine room of the boat. The North Tower was hitting the deck of the boat. The boat was rocking. I thought I was going to go under.
Peter Moog, Officer NYPD. I heard a lady yell, "Help, Taru!" She had read the shirt I had on, which said Taru, Technical Assistance Response Unit, on the back. She was a lieutenant I knew, Terry Tobin, and she had a huge piece of concrete embedded in her head, and 2 very large, jagged pieces of glass in her back, both left and right of her spine. She was lying on the ground.
Lieutenant Terry Tobin. He was a real cutie. He said, "I think I should carry you down to the water." I responded, "Peter, that's okay. I saw EMS. They wrapped my head." He said, "No, through your blouse, between your shoulder blades. There's a shard of glass sticking out of your back."
Peter Moog. I carried her down to the water. Another officer and I got her down on a boat by the North Cove Marina.
Lieutenant Terry Tobin. An NYPD harbor boat pulled up, and the captain, who I knew, hopped out and saw me. He said, "You need to go to a hospital." But I couldn't get on board with a shard of glass in my back because they were afraid that if the boat rocked, it would cause more damage. He called over 2 EMS workers, and as I held on to a railing, they put their feet up against the railing and ripped this glass out of my back.
Peter Moog. There were 1 or 2 fire boats and some civilian boats that people were being loaded onto. One of our harbor boats pulled in, and I knew a guy on it, Keith Duvall. He said, "Grab a sledgehammer, we'll break into one of these yachts and take it." There were about 1,000 people there, all waiting to get the hell off the island. Keith and I broke into a boat. I said, "Rich people always leave the keys in the boat." We ended up finding the keys, and Keith got the boat started. I think he made about 10 trips back and forth to Jersey, taking about 100 people a trip.
Jeff Johnson. I was heading toward the water, and I ended up coming out at the south end of the marina. There was a hose from the marina, and that was the first time I was able to flush my eyes. I ran into somebody else I knew, Detective Keith Duvall, who was on a boat. He was shuttling people back and forth to Jersey. All we basically said was, "Keith, are you okay?" "Yeah, Jeff, you all right?" "Okay. Just friends, just checking."
Lieutenant Joseph Torillo. Maybe about a half hour later, as I was losing consciousness, I heard banging on the deck of the boat, and I heard voices. And I heard somebody say, "Start the engines, start the engines." Somebody came down that long, steep flight of stairs to start the engines, and in the darkness, he stepped on my chest. I let out this loud scream. I scared the daylights out of him.
James Luongo. We were down by the Hudson, and New York waterways had pulled up, and there was a line of people to evacuate. It was surreal because the people on the boat were saying, "Women and children, women and children, women and children."
Rick Thornton, Ferry Captain Henry Hudson, New York Waterways. It was like being the last lifeboat on the Titanic.
Tom Sullivan, firefighter, Marine 1 FDNY. Mothers and nannies with infants in their arms were dropping their children down to us. At one point, we had 4 or 5 of them wrapped in little blankets, and we put them in bunks down in the crew quarters. I put 4 babies in one bunk, like little peanuts lined up in a row.
Lieutenant Michael Day. There was a small boat that was at the lower tip of Manhattan. I thought the boat was going to flip over because so many people were trying to get on.
Jack Ackerman, Sandy Hook harbor pilot. At any given time, Battery Park was ringed by 10 or 12 boats waiting for people.
Herb Jones, engineer, Mary Galletley. We went back and forth all day long, carrying as many as our boat would hold. It was a lot of people. A lot of people.
Jackie Gibbs, Vice President, J.P. Morgan Chase. When we arrived at the pier, thousands of people were waiting in line. Thousands. Yet you could hear a pin drop. That was the scariest part of it. We walked blocks and blocks trying to find the end of the line. The wait lasted 3 hours.
Rick Schoenlank. They started hanging sheets over the bows of these tugs that said New Jersey or Brooklyn. People were getting on. They were in bad shape, these people, and they needed to get off the island.
Lieutenant Michael Day. We decided to make the call on the radio. All available boats, this is the United States Coast Guard aboard the pilot boat New York. Anyone available to help with the evacuation of Lower Manhattan, report to Governor's Island. About 15-20 minutes later, there were boats all across the horizon.
Rick Schoenlank. All these commercial boats, tugs, ferries, fishing boats, launches, dinner boats, everybody converging on the lower part of Manhattan to conduct the evacuation.
Captain James Parisi, Staten Island Ferry. Tugboats. I've never seen so many tugboats all at once.
Keturah Bostic. My classmates, Shantae, Luis, and I met up in a men's bathroom at the ferry. We stayed there until we saw Mr. Sparnroft and some other students going on the Staten Island Ferry. Heather Ordover. All I wanted to do was get off that island. I joked with a teacher I had never wanted to go to Staten Island so badly. Keturah Bostic. From a payphone close by, I called my mother, crying, saying, "Mommy, I'm all right. Don't worry about me. Some students are going to Staten Island. I'll call when I get there." Heather Ordover. I looked at the water and saw another ferry boat. In my book, Jersey was currently a hell of a lot safer than crossing any bridge to Brooklyn. We rounded up whoever wanted to go with us and muscled over to the boat. All we had to do was yell, "We've got students!" and the adults parted like the Red Sea.
Tim Cito, student, HSLPS. There were thousands and thousands of people on this little ferry. Everyone was standing, trying to make room for as many people as possible.
Keturah Bostic. As we rolled by the Statue of Liberty, I wondered if the statue was going to blow up. Was all of Manhattan going up in flames, and if so, was my family okay? Heather Ordover. We were underway, wearing life vests that the ferryman kept saying we didn't need. That may have been the funniest thing I heard all day. Try telling someone who is fleeing a crumbling building that they don't need a life vest. What, like we're having a good luck day?
Bert Shostak, equity broker, 100 Wall Street. A blue New York Waterway ferry boat was there, about half full, and we got on, not caring where it would take us. There were 3 passengers aboard of Arab descent who had backpacks, and people, average people, not police officers, demanded to know what was in them. The guys looked scared and opened their backpacks. Inside, just books.
Captain James Parisi. There was dust all over the boat. People were crying, people were covered with dust, and some people had no shoes. We had at least 6,000 people on the boat.
Lieutenant Michael Day. We had hundreds of people waiting to get over here, and we had a captain. He said, "I don't have a crew." The ferry had 350 people on it. He said, "I need some help." There were some New Jersey state troopers, and I said, "Hey, would you mind helping this guy?" They said, "No problem, whatever we can do." I was like, I hope nothing happens to this ferry. I broke more rules that day than probably I've enforced in my whole Coast Guard career.
Paul Amico, dock builder, Amico Ironworks. If we had injured people on board, mostly firemen, we immediately released the ladder and sent that boat back to Jersey.
Lieutenant Joseph Torillo. The boat skipped across the Hudson River, and I could hear a lot of commotion, people yelling on the deck to people on the shore of Jersey City. There were ambulances waiting there.
Joseph Lott, scheduled to attend the Risk Waters conference, had escaped the building after going to change his shirt to wear his new tie. He evacuated south toward Battery Park, where he ended up on one of the escaping boats.
Joseph Lott, sales representative, Compact Computers. We sat on the ferry for maybe 4 or 5 minutes, and then all of a sudden, the ferry took off. Within 2 minutes, we were in bright sunshine. Beautiful day. Statue of Liberty was in front of us. The water was lapping against the ferry. I looked around. The ferry was completely packed. There were some injured people. Most of us were covered in soot and ash and dust. We were all sitting there, and all I could think about was how much burnt asbestos was in my mouth at that point. It was very gritty. I said, I've got to have something to drink. I went up to the little snack bar on the ferry, and there was nobody there. Inside were all these beers sitting on ice. I grabbed a handful of beers, and I walked back to my colleagues, and I said, look what I found. Does anybody have an opener? And so somebody produced an opener and said, I'll open if you give me one of those. We all sat down, and we drank this beer. And I can't remember a beer that ever tasted that good.
Frank Rosano. As we were going across the river, I was looking back at the city expecting to see the World Trade Center, expecting to see a tower with the top off. They weren't there. I said to the guy driving the boat, well, where's the World Trade Center? He said, buddy, they're gone. I said, look, I was there when the tops of the buildings came down, but where's the rest of the building? He said, buddy, it wasn't the tops of the buildings. They collapsed down to the foundations.
Michelle Goldman, labor attorney, 1 Battery Park Plaza. As we got off the boat in Jersey City, rescue workers formed a pathway for us. They helped people who had trouble walking. They gave us bottled water, food, and towels. It almost felt like reaching a finish line.
Across New York City, everyone seemed dazed in the wake of the collapses. Officials struggled to discover who had survived. Those who had been injured sought treatment amid the chaos.
Dan Nigro. As you got back to the scene and saw what was left of it, it looked like war.
Monsignor John Delendick. Dan Nigro came walking down Chambers Street. He said, who's in charge? Do we know who's in charge? I said, Chief, I don't know. I think you are.
Dan Nigro. I was told the command center was now at Barclay and Broadway at the tip of City Hall Park, and Deputy Chief Tom Herring from Division 6 was in charge. I felt that if that was the case, that meant everyone else had been killed. Every other ranking member of the department.
Monsignor John Delendick. A lot of stuff at that moment was a blur. People started combing through the stuff, trying to find people.
Dan Nigro. I wanted to get back to the fire command post and see if the people I left at West Street survived. On the way there, I ran into someone I knew, and he said, Dan, Pete's gone. Pete's gone.
Sharon Miller. My husband had started driving home to New York from Florida. His daughter somehow got through to him and said, Dad, I saw Sharon. She's out of the building. She's all right. She's with 2 other officers. While we were running up West Street, she had seen me on TV. He didn't really believe her. Then another of his friends called him. Ray, Sharon's fine. I saw her on TV. Ray, I have a 50-inch TV. I saw her. He was at a rest area. He sat down and he lit a cigar. Then he drove the rest of the way home.
Al Kim. I started to see clean shirts. That was a big deal. The cavalry had arrived, if you will. I remember seeing people I knew with no dust, no burns. They were normal. It was a welcoming sight.
Richard Grasso, Chairman and CEO, New York Stock Exchange. My colleague Howard turned to me with the phone in his hand and said, It's the mayor. I took the phone and he said to me, How you doing? I was numb. My only thought was to repeat his question, and I said, How you doing? It sounded like the Budweiser commercial. No, how you doing? I finally said, How am I doing? You're supposed to be dead. He said, I'm not dead. I'm fine.
Detective David Brink. We were walking up and we saw a church, St. Paul's. One of the doors was open, so we all piled up inside, the 5 of us. I hid in the front by the altar and started praying. I fell to my knees and said, Thank you, God, for letting me survive this. And I said, Please give me the strength to go on and help other people that are there. I said, I know we lost a lot of guys in there. God, please watch over them. My eyes were crusted through with pieces of glass and dust and debris. I couldn't see. I found the holy water there. I was looking for any water, so I scooped my hands into the holy water. I was washing off my eyes, and my face was wet. I needed something to wipe my face off with. My uniform was covered from head to toe in the dust. I went in by where the altar is, and they had the vestments and the other little cloths that were used for the rituals and ceremonies of the Catholic Church. I found the little one. It was a little white cloth that they would put over the chalice when they were doing the wine ceremony, and it had a little red cross stitched into it. I dipped that in the holy water and started wiping my eyes off. I looked up, and the priest had come out. I said, "Ah, boy, I'm in trouble now." He says, "No, my son. That's what they're supposed to be used for. It's okay." I said, "Thank you, Father." And I dipped it again in the holy water. Then I put it around my neck and tied it there because the cool water felt good on the back of my neck.
Richard Eichen. I managed in a meandering way to get into Beekman Downtown Hospital. They had a ramp and stairs, and I said, "I'm taking the ramp. I had it with stairs for today, thank you." They put me in an elevator downstairs to what must have been a cafeteria they set up as a triage center. A woman in scrubs came over and set me up. She opened up some water and poured it over me, over my front, trying to figure out how badly I was hurt. They led me to a seat in front of a doctor, a young woman, and she did maybe 3 or 4 big X stitches on my forehead to close it up. I heard what happened for the first time in the nurse's station. They were playing the television. I was still not really comprehending it. I remember thinking, holy crap, I don't know who did this, but they knocked down our building. We're all in the street. This is a time to do something anti-personnel, biological. What do I know about this stuff? I put my shoes back on, no socks, put my pants back on. They were gray at this point. My shirt was in a bag. It was a hospital bag. And I was wearing the gown, and I walked out.
Can you get air support? Mid-morning at the Pentagon. By late morning, officials realized few survivors would still be found inside the Pentagon. They labored to grasp the extent of the damage to the massive building, contain the still-spreading fires, and gather evidence of the attack. Meanwhile, evacuated Pentagon workers spread out across Arlington, beginning an anguished journey home as the initial shock of the attacks wore off. The morning's collective nervous anxiety that more attacks might be afoot wouldn't lift until the military arrived at the scene overhead.
Chris Combs, Special Agent FBI at the Pentagon. I grabbed a DPS guy, their SWAT team was there, and said I wanted the SWAT team. We had learned from studying with the Israelis that oftentimes after an attack the terrorists knew there would be a command post, and they would run a suicide bomber into the middle of it.
Stephen Hall, Deputy Chief, Arlington County Police Department. We put up a couple of our counter-snipers on the Drug Enforcement Administration building on the other side of Interstate 395. That way they could overlook the entire south parking lot, where a lot of the relief efforts were set up.
Chris Combs. The other thing I requested right away was for the FBI to send our surveillance teams. If there was a truck bomb sitting somewhere else in Arlington, or if there were 4 guys in a minivan with automatic weapons, we needed to find that before they hit us. We took our surveillance teams and had them drive around the Pentagon on the outskirts, looking for any other type of attack. Scott Coker, contractor, SAIC Pentagon. This woman pulled up her car, turned on the radio. The announcer mentioned one of the trade centers had collapsed. Nobody could make much sense of that because it seemed impossible. It wasn't until later that we fully understood what that had meant.
Stephen Hall. One of the detectives brought a small television set to the command post, set it up on the back of one of the SUV tailgates. I looked occasionally, but I couldn't watch it. What we had at the Pentagon was mind-numbing enough. I couldn't even imagine what was happening in New York City.
Mike Walter, Senior Correspondent, USA Today Live. There was a guy from the Wall Street Journal. I remember him coming up to me later in the day, and he said, "Both the towers have collapsed." I was like, "What?" He's like, "There's nothing left." He pointed to the Pentagon and said, "Look at that. This is the biggest story we'll ever cover in our lives." He said, I'm not even sure it's going to end up on the front page tomorrow." That was pretty amazing. Obviously, the Pentagon did end up on the front page, but I think it's always been a secondary story to what happened in New York.
Thomas O'Connor, Special Agent FBI at the Pentagon. We really didn't know that the other buildings in New York fell until late that first night. We were so engulfed in what we were doing.
James Schwartz. I did not know of the collapse of the World Trade Center until after 10 o'clock that night.
Chris Combs. We were really working frantically to collect as much evidence on the outside of that building that we could.
Thomas O'Connor. The FBI evidence recovery was based out of the back of my bureau car for several hours until we got more people down there.
Jean O'Connor, Special Agent, FBI. We started doing line searches outside. You put individuals side by side and you walk in one direction and you are looking for evidence on the ground.
Chris Combs. We're trying to find any piece of an airplane, any personal effects. We're very conscious of any remains. There were pieces of aircraft in every direction hundreds of yards away. In fact, they found pieces of the airplane in Arlington Cemetery, which was across a 4-lane highway and another 200 yards of grass.
Jean O'Connor. The plane had actually hit one of the tall light poles as it was coming in, shearing the light part of the pole off, and it went through a cab's windshield and landed right next to the driver's leg. The cab driver, we called him one of the luckiest men that day. Had he been 6 inches in the other direction, he wouldn't have fared so well. Tom actually handed the guy his cell phone and said, "Call your family and let them know that you're okay."
Chris Combs. Very early I knew we didn't have enough people on the scene. We had people in D.C. and more people in Northern Virginia and Tyson's Corner who were sent to Dulles Airport because the hijacked plane left from Dulles. We had to have people there to grab evidence. I had 2 major sites in Virginia operating at the same time.
Jean O'Connor. Tom was talking to one of the other FBI team leaders who had gone to our equipment warehouse. He said, "What do I need to bring?" Tom said, "Bring everything."
Lieutenant Jim Daly, Arlington County Police Department. I was at the command post. We were on the ramp from 395 down to Washington Boulevard, and I looked over to South George Street. If there was ever an image of Armageddon, that was it. All I saw were hundreds and hundreds of people walking with nowhere to go. These were civilians, they were military, but there was no one telling them where to go. A block of humanity going down George Street.
David Alba, Technical Services, Pentagon Library. We walked up Army-Navy Drive, walked past the Navy Annex on Columbia Pike down under the overpass for Fort Myer, talked a little bit, trying to figure out what was happening.
Bruce Powers, Director of Readiness Analysis, U.S. Navy, Pentagon. I knew there was a shopping center about a half-mile away. I knew there were public telephones that I could use. I arrived at the phone banks, and each one had 25 people standing behind it. I knew a phone in the garage, got there, phone was available, rang up my wife, busy, because people were calling her to say, "Is Bruce okay?" I called our daughter and asked her to let her mom know as quickly as possible that I was okay, and that I was starting to walk home.
Scott Coker, contractor, SAIC, Pentagon. We decided we were going to go home. Our first stop as we were going on Columbia Pike was a hotel. We walked in and there was a long line for all the phones. We walked for a ways down Columbia Pike.
Bruce Powers. I walked and walked and walked, and after 7 miles, I finally got home.
Lieutenant Colonel Ted Anderson. Along with a buddy of mine, we were trying to figure out how we were going to get home. Everything was inside, including my car keys. We started strolling off, 2 well-dressed guys who looked like they had fallen off the turnip truck and dragged through an onion field. We were caked in soot and blood. It was nasty looking. We got on a metro train headed towards Springfield, Virginia, and people looked at us in disbelief. Nobody spoke on the train. It was total silence. Everybody was in shock.
Robert Hunter, contractor, Radian Inc., Pentagon. I felt guilty about it later, but you almost have a feeling of elation. You're not supposed to be happy. You realize the gravity of the situation. You realize that this is really bad, but there's a survivor's, "Hey, I walked away from it" euphoria that hits you. Wow, I'm still here. I survived. My colleague and I both felt that way. I ended up staying with that coworker for the rest of the day. We ended up walking all the way back to Falls Church, about 7.5 miles. They shut down the metro. They shut down Route 66. They shut down all the bridges into Washington, D.C.
Jennifer Myers, dispatcher, Arlington County Emergency Communications Center. All of us who worked that day can recall moments that will stay with us for the rest of our lives. Mine was a phone call from a man who spoke with extreme calmness. I believe he might have been in shock. He told me he knew his wife had been on the plane that went into the Pentagon, and he knew she was no longer alive. What he was requesting was for me to assist him in finding out who was sitting next to her. He wanted to know what her last words had been. He wanted to speak to the survivors. My heart sank. His voice is ingrained on me forever. What I was not allowed to release to the public yet was that they were almost certain there were no survivors on the plane.
Major James Phillips. My wife was on my mind. She works in the building for the Army. During the course of the day, I continued to try to contact her. From what I saw from the outside, I'll be honest with you, I thought she was gone. I didn't say anything to anybody until about 4 or 5 hours had passed. Around 2:45, I got a call from home. I thought it must be her, but it was my daughter, who was a freshman. She asked, "Did you hear from Mom?" I said, "No, baby, I haven't." About an hour later, I received a call, and it was her. You don't know how that made me feel.
Robert Hunter. I saw one of my coworkers' wives. She was very pregnant, and she had an ashen look on her face. I didn't realize it at the time, but her husband was still missing. Out of the 4 people from my team who were missing, they managed to locate 2 that day, but her husband was never located. No remains were ever found.
Representative Martin Frost, Chair, House Democratic Caucus. At the time, my wife was the Adjutant General of the Army. She was a 1-star general, and she'd been scheduled to be at a meeting with her boss in the Pentagon that morning. She was not able to go. She sent 2 of her staff. The point of impact of the plane at the Pentagon was her boss's office, a 3-star general. He was killed, and my wife's 2 staff who were attending the meeting were killed. Had my wife gone to that meeting, she would have been killed. If events had gone slightly differently, I might have been killed, and my wife might have been killed on that day.
Chris Combs. A gentleman came up to me and said, "I have to get into the Pentagon." I said, "Sir, nobody is going in the Pentagon. It's a crime scene. We still have the fire throughout the building. Nobody's getting in." Then I noticed that there was somebody standing behind the guy who was talking to me, and he kept tapping his shoulder, his own shoulder, trying to tell me something. I looked at the guy that I was talking to, and he had 4 stars on his uniform. I quickly realized this was a 4-star general from the Army. He said, "I'm in charge of the National Command Center. I have to get in that building." I realized, yes, you do. We had to grab a group of Pentagon police and FBI agents to escort the men.
Lieutenant Jim Daly. A young lady came up to me looking very distraught. She had left the office about 4 or 5 minutes prior to the plane hitting to deliver mail to another portion of the Pentagon. As she was walking down the corridor, she felt the heat of the explosion. Everyone in her office had been killed.
Captain Randall Harper, Defense Protective Service, Pentagon. I was looking at an officer I'd worked with for a couple of years, and all of a sudden he breaks out crying. The sergeant said to me that he had seen some pretty traumatic things. I had to collect myself. You had a chaotic situation going on, but you still had to be concerned about people. It was that kind of day. In combat, you expect it. You never expect anything like that in America.
John Milton Brady, Jr., Safety Technician Investigator, Department of Defense. A general who was in charge of the Army personnel was trying to enter the building to save his people. He kept saying it was his staff in there and he wanted to get to them. He broke down and cried. He was a 2-star.
James Schwartz. We transported 94 people to the hospital that morning. Only one of the 94 that we transported that morning subsequently succumbed to her injuries, meaning that if you got out of the Pentagon that morning either with assistance or on your own, you lived.
Continuing confusion and alerts about incoming planes that might be hijacked left Pentagon rescuers and first responders off balance, unsure of whether they themselves were still a target and wishing for more security.
Captain David Herbstreet, Arlington County Police Department. We were called away from the Pentagon proper 2 or 3 times because of incoming airplanes.
Captain Charles Gibbs, Arlington County Fire Department. There was another everybody out of the pool evacuation, unknown incoming plane. Everybody drops everything and pulls back. You watch. That was another 15 to 20 minute delay.
Thomas O'Connor. I got on the radio, and I know you're not supposed to swear on the radio, and called back to the desk and said, "Tell somebody to get some effing air support up here." Like, who the heck am I to be calling for air support? It was literally 30 seconds later that a fighter jet flew over the Pentagon. Had nothing to do with any of us FBI guys. It hit the sound barrier, went over, and there was a big boom when it went by. All the guys we're standing there with are like, "That's a pretty powerful guy." I'm like, "Yeah."
Major Dean Ekman, F-16 pilot, Langley Air Force Base. Needs wanted to know the extent of the damage to the Pentagon. I flew by the Washington Monument, turned back, and flew low over the Pentagon. I told them the 2 outer rings have been damaged. Nobody indicated to me anything about an airplane hitting the Pentagon, and they asked me if I knew what had happened. I told them I guessed it was a big fuel tanker bomb because of the amount of the smoke and the flames coming up.
Dennis Smith. I saw that F-16 up there fully loaded, and I was like, yes, it's all cool now.
Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman. I saw an American jet fighter. Guys, I'm here. Guys, I'm here. It's the prettiest thing I've ever seen.
No one communicated. Mid-morning at the Capitol. In and around Capitol Hill, aides, journalists, staff, and members of Congress wondered what would come next, and where they should go.
Representative Mike Ferguson. I was walking past the Supreme Court. All of a sudden, there was a very loud boom. Looking back, it was a sonic boom from one of the military aircraft that had been scrambled over Washington. When that happened, I and everyone around me stopped, winced, and paused for about 2 or 3 seconds. Then everyone started to run.
Eve Butler G., Chief Journal Clerk, U.S. House of Representatives. We went about 3/4 of the way down the mall and didn't know what to do. We were told we needed to be prepared to take cover. My colleague, Gigi, and I were standing there looking at each other thinking, this is the mall. There are no trees. Take cover? We tend to make jokes when we're nervous, and we looked at this little reflecting pool that was part of the decoration of the mall. It was about 5 feet by 4 feet in diameter, and we said, well, if worst comes to worst, we'll dive in here.
Brian Gaston, Policy Director for House Majority Leader Richard Armey. No one knew what to do.
Brian Gunderson. Communications on September 11th were a real problem. Back then, communications were somewhat primitive by today's standards. We had BlackBerries. We had moved out of the Capitol so quickly that a lot of people were stuck. Women were stuck without their purses, men didn't have their suit jackets, and a lot of people didn't have their cell phones and their BlackBerries.
Tish Schwartz, Chief Clerk, House Judiciary Committee. BlackBerries were working. Cell phones weren't.
Senator Tom Daschle, Senate Majority Leader. The members were taken to the top floor of the Capitol Police Building, which is very near the Capitol campus. They pulled the shades down, which I always thought was an odd thing to do. Our most immediate concern was to try to connect with our families. The cell phones weren't working, so we all stood in this rather lengthy line, House and Senate, Republican and Democratic. I recall feeling almost like a refugee, standing in line waiting to get my turn to use the landline to call my wife.
Representative Martin Frost. I went back to my townhouse. I turned on the television and watched the news.
Senator Tom Daschle. There was discussion of going to the secret location. Some suggested going to Andrews Air Force Base. Some suggested that maybe we shouldn't concentrate all the leadership in one location. There was a great difference of opinion. Ultimately, we decided to disperse. I went to the office of one of our consultants and stayed there for a while, watching developments on the TV screen.
There's no way we're leaving the Pentagon. With the Secretary of Defense. Once Donald Rumsfeld returned from the crash site to the Pentagon's National Military Command Center, NMCC, inside, the nation's military leaders, who still didn't know whether the attacks were over or whether a second wave might be in the offing, tried to understand what had transpired already, formulate a response, and take the action necessary to secure the country, even as the rescue and firefighting efforts continued outside their command post. Those inside the military's operations hub found themselves stymied by poor communication systems and, as the morning unfolded, fearing the smoke from the still-spreading fires inside the damaged portion of the building.
William Haynes, General Counsel, Department of Defense. There were very poor communications. We didn't have secure video teleconference capability in MCC that we had upstairs. The secretary was on a regular handset with the vice president.
Victoria Torrey Clark, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs. Donald Rumsfeld was making phone calls to the White House. Condi Rice and the vice president were there, and he was on the phone to CIA Director George Tenet pretty quickly.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. At 10:40 a.m., we had a conference call with Vice President Cheney. The vice president said, "I understand we've taken a plane down." I'm sure he was referring to Flight 93. I remember Secretary Rumsfeld looking at General Myers. Everybody was puzzled. Secretary Rumsfeld said, "We can't confirm that."
Joe Wassel. The White House initiated a phone call with Secretary Rumsfeld from Air Force One. I said, "This is a really bad connection, but this is a strange day. Normally, I wouldn't put the secretary on such a bad connection, but obviously that day, we were going to do any comms we could get." Admiral Edmund Giambastiani. We lost air conditioning in the building soon afterward.
Donald Rumsfeld. The building was burning and filling up with smoke. It was hard to see, your eyes were smarting, and it was hard on your throat.
William Haynes. There was a lot of smoke starting to infiltrate the NMCC.
Stephen Carter. We got calls from both the Secretary's office and the Joint Staff offices, and we're constantly on the phone with the NMCC about conditions. Were we going to be able to hold? Or would it get worse? Was the fire going toward them, and were we looking toward evacuation of the entire Pentagon?
Victoria Torrey Clark. Different people. Larry DeRita, the Deputy Defense Secretary, Steve, the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, said at different times they wanted to get the Secretary out of the building. To my recollection, he never said no, but he kept working. He was constantly writing down notes on his yellow pieces of paper.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz had asked Secretary Rumsfeld, "Where do you want me to go? I could go to the PIOC, the Presidential Emergency Operations Center in the White House, or I could go to Site R. Site R is the top-secret deep underground bunker, nuclear-proof, outside the Beltway, but within helicopter range. Secretary Rumsfeld told him to go to Site R and set up our headquarters there."
Donald Rumsfeld. I made the decision to stay here as long as I could.
Victoria Torrey Clark. The Secretary would not leave, but the people who truly understand the procedures and the need for a functioning leadership said the deputy had to go off-site. One of the main reasons the Secretary wanted to stay where he was at the Pentagon was he knew the communications were the single most important thing, with the White House, the CIA, FAA, the President, and they were working well. He felt a great deal of confidence with that.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. Helicopters started arriving at the Pentagon. They picked up Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz and Mary Turner and our staff sergeant in charge of General Myers' office, and they all went out to Site R.
Dan Creedon, Departure Controller, TRACON, Reagan National Airport, Washington, D.C. These doomsday and continuity of government plans, different elements of the military and FAA practice every day to move the decision makers of Washington to a safe, undisclosed location. That all happened that day. It had been developed for years and modified as things went on. Now, here were all of these helicopters and various other things coming into the area to pick people up and fly them to safe locations. Meanwhile, the fighters were airborne and armed. We did not trust anybody. How we didn't accidentally shoot down one of the evacuation aircraft is a testament to the D.C. Air National Guard guys, the F-16 pilots, and the air traffic controllers who were calling the shots.
Lawrence DeRita, Special Assistant to Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld. I went to Site R with the deputy. We started to make plans to be able to continue our operations somewhere else. I'm not sure that even then that I knew that a plane had hit our building. I knew that something had happened.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. There were only 6 of us in the room. Secretary Rumsfeld, General Myers, the legal counsel Bill Haynes, the press spokeswoman for the Secretary Torrey Clark, and Vice Admiral Ed Giambastiani, and then myself. I was in the corner taking notes. I had a terrible headache and couldn't focus. I really thought I was going to pass out. Vice Admiral Giambastiani kept talking to me. Talking, and all I could think of was, would he please shut up and leave me alone? I don't feel well.
Admiral Edmund Giambastiani. I'm a submariner, so I'm used to living in an enclosed environment. We measure the atmospheres all the time.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. Finally, the Admiral started to shake me, and he said, Colonel, you don't understand. I'm a submariner. I know what's going on. He said, there's no oxygen in this room. It's filling up with carbon dioxide. I said, well, we could move. I've been trying to get hold of the Navy Operations Center. I can't raise him, but the Army Operations Center is up and going. I didn't know at that time the Navy Operations Center was taken out. All hands dead. He said, I want you to go find an air monitor and see how bad the air quality is. To my surprise, around the corner comes Captain Donahue with an Arlington County fire captain and their air quality specialist. The air quality specialist said, okay, here's the story. In some of the corridors in the Pentagon, the air is filled with about 88% carbon dioxide. That's lethal. He said, in the outer office here in the NMCC, you're at 33% oxygen. In the SCIF, for the video conference, you're at 16% oxygen, and you cannot survive at 13%. You need to leave. I remember interrupting Secretary Rumsfeld and General Myers, passing this information to them, and a dramatic discussion took place about whether to evacuate the Pentagon.
Victoria Torrey Clark. Rumsfeld looked up and realized that there were about 75 people in the immediate vicinity, and he said something to the effect that they could leave if they wanted to. Myers said, Sir, they will not leave unless you do. They will go down with you. I remember writing notes, and in the margin I wrote, uh-oh, this could be pretty serious. He went right back to his work.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. General Myers expressed concern about all the troops that were still operating in the Pentagon and their health. He was thinking like a soldier. Secretary Rumsfeld was thinking more strategically. He said, there's no way we're leaving the Pentagon. He said, this is the symbol of America's military power. We can't leave.
We are at war. At Barksdale Air Force Base. At around 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time, Air Force One landed at Barksdale Air Force Base outside Shreveport, Louisiana, where only hours earlier the military had been practicing a Cold War exercise codenamed Vigilant Guardian, aimed at responding to the threat of a Russian attack by nuclear bombers. Barksdale's own fleet of B-52 bombers had been armed that morning with nuclear weapons, ready to fight an imaginary war. Instead, Air Force One brought with it a new kind of conflict.
Colonel Mark Tillman, Presidential Pilot, Air Force One. Going into Barksdale, there's this plane that appears. The fighter jets were with us. I still remember the F-16 rolling in on this guy, bearing, range, altitude, distance. You see the F-16 roll off. I ask, hey, who has shoot-down authority? They say, you do. That was a big moment. Turned out to be a civilian flyer who didn't get the word.
Gordon Jandro. You cannot hide a blue and white 747 that says United States of America across the top. You can't move it secretly through the daylight. Where does local TV go when there's a national emergency? They go out to their local military base. We're watching ourselves land on local television. The announcer is saying, it appears Air Force One is landing. The pool is looking at me like, we can't report this?
Staff Sergeant William Buzz Bazinski, Security, Air Force One. Barksdale was going through a nuclear surety inspection. They already had these cops in flak jackets and M16s. They were all locked and loaded. As soon as we landed, they surrounded the aircraft.
Brian Montgomery, Director of Advance, White House. As soon as we landed, Mark Rosenker, Director of the White House Military Office, and I went off the back stairs. There's this guy who looks like General Buck Turgidson from Dr. Strangelove. Big guy all decked out in a bomber jacket. He was straight out of Central Casting. We said, what do you need? He said, see those planes? Every one is loaded with nukes. Tell me where you want them. We looked over, and there were rows of B-52s, wingtip to wingtip. I joked, gosh, don't tell the president.
Captain Cindy Wright, Presidential Nurse, White House Medical Unit. I remember how different it was, landing at Barksdale. We'd gotten off the plane, and we were at war.
Dave Wilkinson. My biggest concern was the Humvees. Would they be there? When I saw the 4 or 5 Humvees pull up, I had a real sense of relief. One of the other agents raised the concern that the Air Force wanted to drive the president. The Secret Service are normally the only people who drive the president. I said, that's the least of our concerns.
Colonel Mark Tillman. We let the president out through the bottom stairs because we wanted the low vantage point in case there was a sniper.
Ari Fleischer. Normally there's a whole infrastructure that flies ahead of the president. All that was waiting for him in Barksdale was this up-armored Humvee with room for a standing gunner. The Air Force driver was nervous and driving as fast as could be.
Andy Card, Chief of Staff, White House. The guy was driving really fast. And in a Humvee, the center of gravity isn't as low as you think. The president said, "Slow down, son. There are no terrorists on this base. You don't have to kill me now."
Colonel Mark Tillman. I went down to the tarmac to see about having the plane refueled. The plane could carry 14 hours of fuel. I wanted a full tank. It turned out we'd happened to park over a hot refueling tank they used for the bombers. This civilian is arguing with our crew. He says the fuel pits are only authorized for use in time of war. An Air Force Master Sergeant, God bless him, overhears this and roars, "We are at war." He whips out his knife and starts cutting open the cover.
Lieutenant General Tom Keck. The president had landed already, and I was on my way to meet him. He was on his way to the conference center. I gave a sharp salute, and his first words to me were, "I guess I put you on the map." He told me he needed a secure phone to call Governor George Pataki of New York, so I took him to my office. As he started making calls, he stopped me for a second. "Tell me where I am?" I said, "You're on the east side of the Red River in Bossier City, Barksdale Air Force Base near Shreveport, Louisiana."
Brian Montgomery. Andy Card came out and said this was an opportunity to call loved ones, but don't tell them where we are.
Representative Adam Putnam. When we got to Barksdale, keep in mind that we haven't really had good TV images. We were all overwhelmed with emotion because we were all catching up to where everyone else had had a couple hours to process. I called my wife and said, "I'm safe. I can't tell you where I am." She said, "Oh, I thought you were in Barksdale. That's what I saw on TV."
Lieutenant General Tom Keck. Andy Card and Karl Rove came into my office with him.
Karl Rove. This was the first point where he gets fully briefed. All 3 strikes were over, so we knew the extent of the damage. His first instinct was to bring together the leaders of government, but everyone had dispersed. It's amazing how technology has changed. At the time, the only way to get everyone together was to go to Offutt Air Force Base outside Omaha, Nebraska, the nearest facility that had multiple site video teleconferencing. Now, the president travels with a black Halliburton case that has a screen that can do it through any broadband outlet. It's amazing.
Colonel Mark Tillman. I went into the base situation room. I told them I needed a place to get the president underground. Where were all the places that I could do that? Offutt was the best choice.
Lieutenant General Tom Keck. People forget how much confusion there was that day about what was actually going on. Intel officers were coming in all the time. One said that there was a high-speed object moving toward the president's Texas ranch. I saw him start thinking about who was at the ranch. It turned out to be a false report.
Major Scott Hooter Krog. I was thinking, I've done these combat air patrols over southern Iraq for hundreds of hours, enforcing the no-fly zone, and now I'm doing it over the United States. It was really strange. No one else was airborne.
Ellen Eckert, stenographer, White House. To wait for the president, they took us to the officers' club. I was basically the only person on the trip who smoked cigarettes, or so I thought. While we were standing there, all of a sudden, everyone's asking for a cigarette. Wait, you don't smoke? Everyone was so whipped up.
Lieutenant General Tom Keck. Everyone was busy doing their own thing. The president was looking over the remarks he wanted to give the country. He asked the room, "I use the word resolve twice in here. Do I want to do that?" No one was answering him, so I said, "I think Americans probably want to hear that."
Brian Montgomery. We got with someone from the base and found this rec room or something like that with a bunch of memorabilia on the walls. Gordon and I started rearranging everything, got some flags, found a podium. We knew this was important. Everyone wanted to see the president.
Gordon Jandro. Barksdale was a blur. It was really chaotic. No one really remembers the president's statement there. It was bad lighting, bad setting, but it was important to have him say something to the nation.
Sonia Ross. I dictated a brief report to my colleague Sandra Soberai back in Washington, and then I left my phone on so she could hear the president's brief statement. He said, "Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status. We have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government." He reiterated that it was a terrorist attack and urged people to be calm.
Ellen Eckert. I'd never seen the president look so stern. I was lying on the ground at the president's feet. We didn't know if the TV news feed was working. It was so iffy, so I was there lying down with my mic above my head in case no one else was recording his remarks.
Andy Card. We didn't want attention to where we were until we left. We videotaped the statement so that it went out as we left.
Lieutenant General Tom Keck. After the press conference, he came back to my office. He was sitting on my couch and watched the towers fall on TV. He turned to me, because I was there, and said, "I don't know who this is, but we're going to find out, and we're going to go after them. We're not going to slap them on the wrist." I said, "We're with you." I knew he meant every word.
Ari Fleischer. Andy Card made the decision to chop down the number of passengers. We didn't know where we were going. Anybody non-essential had to be left behind, and that included all the congressmen, which they weren't pleased with. Several White House staffers had to get off. Andy asked if we could take the press down to 3. I thought 5 was the absolute minimum. Representative Adam Putnam. As we were waiting on board, supply trucks came up and started unloading food, tray after tray of meat, loaf after loaf of bread, hundreds of gallons of water. We realized they were equipping that plane to be in the air for days. It was really unnerving.
Gordon Jondro. It was difficult telling half the press pool that they weren't coming with us. Their reaction was half professional. We're missing the story of our lifetimes. And then their personal reaction. You're leaving us in Louisiana and the airspace is shut down?
Sonia Ross. They herded us out to a blue school bus. Gordon came on the bus. He read off who was going to come with them. AP reporter, AP photographer, TV camera, TV sound, and radio. Everyone else, he said, was going to be left behind. At that point, Judy Keene, the newspaper reporter from USA Today, and Jay Carney, the magazine pooler, they raised a stink. I scooped up my stuff and ran.
Karl Rove. As we're driving back out, the president said to me something like, "I know this is a dodge. They're trying to keep me away from Washington, but I'm going to let them have this one and go to Offutt, and then we're going home."
Lieutenant General Tom Keck. As the president headed up the stairs, I said to him, "These troops are trained, ready, and they'll do whatever you want them to." He said to me, "I know." We traded salutes. He was on the ground an hour and 53 minutes.
Ellen Eckert. Ari told me I was off the plane. The press were not happy, but I was fine. I was thinking, I'm safe here in Louisiana. The plane fired up. It was loud. We were all standing nearby, and Gordon came to the back stairs and yelled, "Ellen, Ari says get on the plane. He's changed his mind." That's not what I want to do. Then I thought, I should be ashamed of myself. Everyone else is getting on that plane. I was the last one on board.
Sonia Ross. As we left, they didn't know how long we'd be gone. They told us that they'd arrange accommodations if we had to be gone a day or 2. I told my bureau chief, I don't know where we're going, and I don't know how long I'll be gone.
Have you heard from my dad? Midday in New York City. Families and friends across the country tried to find out if their loved ones were among the day's victims. Tens of thousands in New York were imagined missing, maybe presumed dead. Amid the morning's tragedy, 3 sisters tried to discover whether their dad, who worked at Windows on the World, was among those lost.
Joanne Gomez, 8th grade, junior high school, 56. We were in class and we heard this big explosion. Our whole school shook.
Melissa Gomez, 4th grade, New York City. My principal had mentioned in the announcements the Twin Towers, that a plane hit.
Joanne Gomez. My father, Jose Bienvenido Gomez, and my uncle, Enrique Gomez, were born in the Dominican Republic, Santiago. They came to the U.S. in the early 1980s and started working in the World Trade Center in 2000. Joanna Gomez. Our dad was very excited to work at the World Trade Center. I remember when he told us, from our apartment, you were able to see the Twin Towers. So he would show us from our window, like, look, that's where I'm going to work. He was a prep cook, so he was the one in charge of cutting the vegetables and the shrimps and so on. It was actually 4 brothers who worked there. 2 of my other uncles also worked there. One was injured on 9/11, and the other one was in the Dominican Republic, so he wasn't there that day. Joanna Gomez. I was only 13, so I only thought of the World Trade Center as the Twin Towers, not the World Trade Center. I asked my classmate if the World Trade Center is where the Twin Towers are. He was like, yeah, that's where it is. I started crying. Then they asked everyone to go to their homeroom class, and I met with my sister in the hallway.
Melissa Gomez. Then parents started coming.
Joanna Gomez. We were sent to the office, and we called our house, and they said that my cousin was going to pick us up from school. From school, we see the South Tower fall. I remember my cousin told me, "Don't worry. The tower where your father works is the one that has the big antenna, and it's still up. There's still a chance. They'll get him through a helicopter or something."
Melissa Gomez. I was 9 or 10 years old. I got home and I see everybody's crying, but I was confused. I don't know what's happened because I don't know my father worked in the Twin Towers. I knew he used to work somewhere, but I didn't know it was there specifically. I was still innocent.
Joanna Gomez. We were making calls and we were making pictures with signs, the age, the name. My mom didn't speak any English, so me and my sister had to go to the hospitals, talk to FBI agents. We had to do everything.
In Lower Manhattan, some of those caught in the collapse made their way out of the destruction, emerging from the clouds as dust-covered ghosts, fleeing across the Brooklyn Bridge on foot or making their way uptown into a New York City reeling from the disaster. Everyone was in a state of shock, desperate to tell their waiting families that they were alive. Strangers stepped up to aid the refugees as best they could.
David Cravett, bond broker, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower, 105th floor. I was walking and I said, "I need to borrow a phone." I used this guy's phone. I talked to my wife a couple of seconds and I lost the connection. The guy saw I was upset. He gives me a hug, a stranger. It's funny. The stranger gives me a hug and goes, "You'll be okay," and walks on. That was it.
Richard Eichen. I walked out of the hospital. I met this woman, Pansy, who was walking out as well. We shared a Snapple. There was a guy at the hospital entrance, a security guard, saying, "Don't go out." I said, "No, I want to leave." He said, "All right, if you're going, then here." And he gave me a surgical mask. We walked across the Brooklyn Bridge, Pansy and I. She lived in Brooklyn, and my parents live in Queens. As I was walking across the bridge, I could feel the sun on my face. I remember taking the mask off, and it felt good to have the sun on my face. It's like, all right, it's over.
Somi Roy, resident, Lower Manhattan. It was like the scene from the Ten Commandments, with Charlton Heston leading people across the Sinai Desert. There was a stream of people walking across the Brooklyn Bridge. Endless. Downstairs was another stream of people, all covered in dust, all with briefcases half open, women with no shoes. They had to shut the FDR drive, so it was eerily empty. The sound was different. Usually we have this constant roar in the background, of traffic.
Howard Lutnick, CEO, Cantor Fitzgerald's North Tower. We kept walking and wiping our faces and cleaning our mouths and our eyes. In the middle of the street, there were no cars. It was so strange, like the end of the world.
Betsy Gottbaum, candidate for New York City Public Advocate. People in our building were in shock. Total shock. People didn't know what to do. We invited the elevator men in to come and watch because they didn't have a television.
David Cravett. I walked uptown to Howard Lutnick's apartment and we started meeting there. The few survivors. Howard Lutnick came up. He was covered in soot because he was down there when it collapsed. We started calling some of the spouses, and none of them had heard from their husbands or wives.
Jillian Volk, preschool teacher, Lower Manhattan. I thought my fiancé Kevin was out of the Trade Center. I truly thought he was going to walk into the school and get me. I waited at the school until maybe 10:30 or so. Most of the kids had gone by then, so I started walking north. I didn't know where to go.
Richard Eichen. This guy Gary was picking up his niece from Brooklyn Law School. He said, "Do you want to ride to your parents? Where do they live?" I said, "The Rockaways." I said, "I'm filthy." He goes, "Don't worry about it." He gave me a ride. We stopped off at his house to give me a drink of water, and they asked me, "Do you want to take a shower?" I said, "No, I really want to go to my parents' house." Then he drove me to Rockaway. My father had put out a flag in front of the house. I went inside, and my sister said, "You want to take a shower?" I said, "Yeah."
Betsy Gottbaum. At one point, I went outside. It was a beautiful day, and I was terribly upset. We live right next to the park. It was completely silent. You couldn't hear anything. It was so eerie. I've never experienced anything like that in New York City in my entire life. The silence.
Even as people fled Lower Manhattan, thousands more firefighters, police, EMTs, paramedics, and first responders flooded in to what would become known as Ground Zero, both in hopes of rescuing survivors and also to take stock of the massive losses their own departments and colleagues had suffered in the collapses. Given the tight-knit, multi-generation traditions of the NYPD and FDNY, many of those responding had brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, fathers, mothers, or other relatives who had perished. They all confronted an apocalyptic landscape full of fire, debris, and death.
Joe Finley, firefighter, Ladder 7 FDNY. I got in the car and drove in. The police had every entrance and exit closed. The only way you could get on the expressway was with your badge and your ID. There were hundreds of cars filled with cops and firemen streaming into the city.
Captain Joe Downey, Squad Company 18, FDNY. I couldn't believe that the tower had fallen. I thought they were making a mistake. Until I got to the scene, I still couldn't understand that they all came down. I went to my dad's firehouse, Special Operations, on Roosevelt Island. We started regrouping there, and when a bunch of us got together, we came into Manhattan.
Paul McFadden, Firefighter Rescue 2, FDNY. They were saying tens of thousands of people were dead. It sounded like the whole New York City Fire Department had been killed.
Captain Joe Downey. When I got to the firehouse, obviously my first question was, "Have you heard from my dad?" That was the first bad feeling I got. Nobody had talked to him.
Joe Finley. At a rally point in Cunningham Park, Queens, hundreds of firemen waited for city buses to come in and pick them up. Nobody was saying anything to each other. We all looked out the window at the skyline of New York City and the huge plume of smoke going miles up in the air.
Paul McFadden. There were cops on every corner, and you had to show your badge and then they waved you through. When I was in Rescue 2 earlier, Ray Downey had been the captain, and now on 9/11 he was the chief of all special operations, so I knew he'd be at the towers. On our way there that day, I was saying, listen, when we get there, we'll go right to the command post. We'll check in with Ray. He's going to be happy to see us and give us a job or an area or what have you to search.
Lieutenant Chuck Downey, FDNY. It was white all over the place. Dust almost looked like some type of snowstorm.
Jeff Johnson. The streets were 6 inches to a foot thick of this white-gray talcum powder type of dust, and any time a fire truck or anything went by, it became impossible to breathe.
Joe Finley. We couldn't even hear our own footsteps. Nobody was talking. There was no sound, no cars. Downtown Manhattan in the middle of the day, and it was absolutely silent.
Captain Joe Downey. I walked down West Street, and the first gentleman I ran into was Chief Frank Carruthers. He was my dad's boss. I asked him, "Have you seen my father?" He put his head down and walked away. That's when I knew that he probably was gone.
Paul McFadden. When we got down to the World Trade Center site, the first 2 people I saw were Ray's 2 sons, Joe and Chuck. I went right up to them because I thought this was a real good thing, and I said, "Joey, Chucky, where's the command post? Where's your dad?" Joey looked at me and said, "We're on our way home to my mother. My father's under the rubble." That was like getting kicked in the head by a horse. It was the last thing I expected to hear, that Ray was dead. That set the stage for the night.
Jeff Johnson. At the time, Building 7 was fully involved with fire. There was nobody trying to put that fire out. We were busy doing other things, obviously. It was pretty surreal to see that building on fire.
James Luongo, Inspector, NYPD. At one point, there had to be 200 construction workers walking down West Street. I said, "Who's in charge?" They said, "Nobody's in charge. We're here to help." I'll never forget those men, big, burly guys coming down. So much of that day was just New Yorkers. People who can help people. A lot of credit goes to the fire department. A lot of credit goes to the police department and emergency response people. But that's what we get paid for. The amount of New Yorkers, just everyday New Yorkers, who stepped up to the plate that day was incredible.
Both Dan and Jean Potter emerged safely from the collapse of the World Trade Center, but with no sense of how to reunite with each other. Jean didn't know her firefighter husband was searching frantically for her.
Dan Potter. There was fire in all the buildings around the Trade Center. All the paper that had come out of the towers had carpeted nearby fire escapes. That paper and the fire escapes were all in flames, all the way down Greenwich. Fire all around us. Cars on fire on the street. It's like a movie set. I said, I've got to go find my wife.
Jean Potter, Bank of America, North Tower. This lovely gentleman asked me if I needed help. I said, "Do you have water and a phone?" I was in such a state. He invited me into his house. They had a brownstone in Chinatown, and I was in this fearful state. I said, "No, can I stay outside, please?" He brought a chair out and gave me a phone.
Dan Potter. I don't recall seeing any civilians. I do remember all the ambulances turned over. Ladder 113 burning. I walked past them quickly. I was focused on trying to find her. But there was nobody.
Jean Potter. All the while, I was thinking Dan was studying in school, studying for the lieutenant's test. I was thinking, he's in Staten Island. He's not home. He's not working. He's away, thank God.
Dan Potter. My first plan is, okay, she'll be home. Then we'll worry about the next step. You try to put off the inevitable thought. I walked home, and I remember getting a bottle of water out of one of the juice places. The door was open, no one was in there. I still owe the guy $1.
Jean Potter. In an emergency, Dan had always told me, go to a firehouse. I said, I need to get to a firehouse. The guy helping me took me to the Chinatown firehouse.
Dan Potter. I walked to the apartment on Rector Place. The doorman, Arturo, was there. He said, "Can I help you, sir?" I said, "It's me, Dan." He didn't even recognize me at first. He said, "Are we safe here, fireman?" I said, "It's me, Dan. I live here. I'm looking for Jean. Did Jean come home?" He goes, "No, I haven't seen her." I said, "Okay." There were people in the lobby of our building. They thought I was a fireman coming to help them. Then they realized who I was. They were used to seeing me in slacks and penny loafers, never in gear covered in gray matter.
Jean Potter. This couple passed by the firehouse. She said, "My phone will work." I managed to call my mom. My mom heard my voice and she started to cry. I said, "I'm okay." I said, "Dan's at school, so Dan's okay. So call June, my mother-in-law, and tell her that he's okay." I told her that because in my head, I still think he's in Staten Island taking the practice test.
Dan Potter. I went across the street, and that's when I sat on the bench. I had to collect my thoughts. What am I going to do now? I was sitting on the bench, getting a little upset. The guy clicked a picture. I told him, it's not the time.
Matt Moyer, photographer. As I neared the marina, I saw a solitary firefighter sitting on a bench. It was a quiet scene amid a very chaotic situation. His body language spoke of a deep loss. When he finally heard the click of my shutter, he lifted his head, looked toward me, raised his hand, and slowly shook his head, indicating, "No more photos." I took my camera from my eye, and before I could speak, he said, "I just lost my wife." His voice was full of heartache. All I could muster was, "I'm so sorry." He lowered his head and continued sitting on the bench.
Jean Potter. I felt I had to make myself useful, so I started answering the phone. Can you imagine? This woman, covered in dust. I was in a state of shock. I said, "Give me the phone, I'll answer." Calls were starting to come in. "I'm so-and-so's dad. I'm so-and-so's wife." Then a few guys came in and told me, "Okay, let's go in the back. We need to go back and relax."
Dan Potter. I went back inside the lobby. I said, "All my stuff is back in Ladder 10's compartment. I don't have keys to my apartment." I started to force my door to get inside the apartment. The door finally opened up and the phone was ringing. The first call was one of Jean's aunts. I said, "Listen, I can't talk. I gotta go look for Jean." I hung up, and the next call was my dad. He's crying. He's very upset. I said, "Dad, I'm okay, but I can't find Jean." He goes, "I know where she is." I'm like, where is she? He answered, she's at the Chinatown firehouse. I said, oh my God, thank you. I hang up the phone. I don't remember hitting any of the steps going down 9 floors. I went back to the street and down and out. My truck is all covered in gray dust. I drove up through South Street and up to the Chinatown firehouse on Canal Street.
Jean Potter. I was sitting in the house, watching it on television.
Dan Potter. I walked into the firehouse and said, you got a redhead in here somewhere? Another firefighter, a real kid in the company, said, yeah, she's in the back room. I walked in, and that's when she saw me.
Jean Potter. He was in this bunker gear and coat. His eyes were blood red from the debris and the dust. I never thought he was down there. I expected him to pick me up in street clothes. Here he is, picking me up totally covered, with blood red eyes.
Dan Potter. We hugged. She's all covered in gray dust. We hugged and kissed. I said, okay, let's get you out of here. Where do you want to go? She was very upset, shaking, and she said, let's go to my mom's house. It's an hour ride into Pennsylvania.
Jean Potter. Our life was like scrambled eggs. We were so grateful our lives were spared, but everything we knew that day changed. We were spared, but everything changed.
Herb Ueda, World Trade Centers Association, North Tower, and father of Todd Ueda, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower, 105th floor. I remember being on the street on Broadway and people saying, there's no more World Trade Center. I said, what does that mean? They said, the buildings are gone. I absolutely could not believe it. When I got to my daughter's apartment, I saw on the TV that the buildings had in fact collapsed like pancakes. I kept thinking, Todd was on the 105th. What stays with me and what will be with me until I die is the question, what was it like for Todd? Did he know it was the end? Was he awake?
Adrian Pierce, Wachovia Bank, North Tower. I went in the ladies' room of a nearby building. Everything was stuck to me. I rinsed my hair off, I rinsed my blouse off, and as I was coming out of the bathroom, there were 2 plastic bags. I wrapped one around my foot, and I wrapped one around my head. Outside, 2 white guys were sitting on a bench. They had a traveling case, and I asked them, do you have a shirt I can put on? One gave me the shirt off his back. I took my shirt off, and I put his shirt on, and I wrapped my shirt around my foot. I was walking, and I was crying. I found myself walking over the bridge.
Ian Oldiker. It was time to walk home. We started walking with this mass of humanity up the ramp to the Brooklyn Bridge. The scariest moment for me was seeing people screaming randomly. It would be quiet, quiet, quiet. Then someone would scream because they'd realized that they had lost a friend. One guy was standing next to me, walking, and he asked me where he was. I was like, we're on the Brooklyn Bridge, man. He's in a suit. He asked me what happened. I said, the World Trade Center collapsed. We got across the Brooklyn Bridge into Cadman Plaza. We saw this line of buses. The bus driver was hollering at us, I'm going south down Flatbush. We got on that bus, and it was so quiet. Everyone was so entranced.
Adrian Pierce. When we got over the bridge, I sat on the curb. I said, I can't go no more, I can't go no more. An ambulance stopped to pick me up, and the driver said, Miss, you need to come with me. I was crying. I said, I don't want to go with you. I want to go home. I want to let my mother and my husband and my son know I'm okay.
Joe Massian, technology consultant, Port Authority, North Tower. I kept walking. It was shocking. Everybody was stopped on the sidewalks. People would look at me, put their hand to their mouth, and stand there crying. After a while, I'm like, okay, what's going on? What don't I know about myself? I passed a building that had a reflective glass, and I realized I was covered in material.
Jared Coates, Risk Waters Group. Finally, at about 11 a.m., I guess, maybe 11:30 or so, I'm not sure what time it was, I realized I hadn't eaten, and I realized my decision to forego breakfast and run back to the office was another reason I had survived. If I had stayed there for breakfast, I wouldn't be alive. I was hungry, so I headed down to the street in search of a muffin or something to eat. I walked to the corner on Avenue A, and people were evacuating southern Manhattan, coming from the World Trade Center area. Right at Tompkins Square Park, I saw a young man. He looked like he was in a state of shock. He was covered in dust from head to toe. The back of his knapsack, I remember, was the weirdest thing I could imagine. There must have been 2 or 3 inches of dust on top of his knapsack, this thick layer of dust. And he was also covered head to foot in a gray dust. I can't understand why I didn't stop to try to help the guy. I was in a daze of my own.
Robert Snyder, professor, Rutgers University, and collapse survivor. As I got further up into the East 50s, it was a strange scene. There were throngs of people headed north in the streets like me who looked like refugees out of movies about wars and catastrophes. Yet there was a lunchtime crowd watching us too. I saw this restaurant, and all these people who worked in the restaurant are sitting in the window looking at us walk by.
Constance Labetti, accountant, Aon Corporation, South Tower. We walked and walked and walked. We walked through pretty bad neighborhoods in Brooklyn, and people were out there with their hoses. Do you want a sip of water from our hose?
Vanessa Lawrence. It was strange walking past shops where people gathered around where there were TV screens or radios, and I'd be like, no, I can't. I was looking forward, going straight ahead.
Bruno Dellinger, Principal, Quintamassus North America, North Tower. I kept walking on Broadway. There were groups of people, cars stopped, people watching. I kept redialing. It went through to my parents. When I spoke to my mom, I collapsed. It was too much. I couldn't articulate a word. I was crying, a big guy like me. Joe Massian. I ended up getting to a stoplight where there was a box truck and a bunch of people sitting in the back. They were giving rides to people who wanted to head up north. The guy said, "Jump in and jump out when you want." I jumped in right around 14th Street, jumped out around 53rd, and headed over to Cushman and Wakefield, where my fiancée worked. When I got off the elevator and opened up the door, I remember the entire organization stood up in their cubicles and they started crying. I grabbed my fiancée. I said, "How did you know that I was okay?" She's like, "Your picture was on the internet. It was on MSNBC.com. It was also on the cover of Yahoo. It was on Reuters. It was on a bunch of different websites. I've learned a lot of people knew that I was out of the building."
Vanessa Lawrence. I managed to get a hold of my friend Amelia, and she was like, "Come here now." I think she was near 28th Street. Amelia said when she saw me that I looked like a sculpture walking toward her. She said it was a really strange thing. I was completely covered. I showered, and then I kept getting really itchy and sore. It took me 3 showers to really stop the prickly feeling I had on me and in my hair and everything.
John Napolitano. I was in a car heading downtown with my brother-in-law. His cell phone rang, and he got very excited on the phone. He said, yes, all right. And he said, "Turn around and go home." I looked at him and saw he had a lot of concern on his face. I said, "What's the matter?" He said, "Turn around and go home. You have to go home. Something happened. You have to go home." I did a quick U-turn.
Terry Langone, wife of FDNY firefighter Peter Langone. I went to get the girls at school. I definitely knew he was there. When I saw the building come down, I knew in my heart he was gone. I knew without a doubt. He was in the second tower to fall, Tower 1. I found out about Peter's brother, Thomas Langone, later on that afternoon. He was a police officer with ESU Truck 10. He was in the other tower.
Michael McAvoy, Associate Director, Bear Stearns, Brooklyn. I decided to go to my brother's firehouse on 13th Street. From a few blocks away, I saw a ton of firemen plus a ton of fire trucks. I had a little hope. The firemen were from firehouses all over the city. It was total pandemonium. I saw a fireman I know. He was covered in soot. I look him in the eye. I say, "Was my brother down there?" He says, "Yes." I say, "Any chance for survivors? You can tell me." He says, "Mike, I wish I had better news, but no. The place is the worst any of us have ever seen."
John Napolitano. I got to my house. I went upstairs, and my wife was on the floor, kneeling, being held by her sister. She was saying, my baby, over and over and over. My baby, my baby. I looked at my sister-in-law, and she says, We got a call. John's missing.
Paul McFadden, firefighter, Rescue 2, FDNY. I remember speaking to one fireman. It was probably by O'Hara's on Cedar Street. And he was telling me how his daughter worked on the 109th floor, and he was saying, "You don't think she made it, do you, Paul?" What do you say to a guy like that? I said, "We don't know. Let's keep our hopes up."
John Cartier. We pulled up to my parents' house, and we were completely covered in the silky soot from head to toe, both of us. My parents came out and they were hugging my sister. Then I remember my mother asking about James. I looked at my father and said, I couldn't get to him. I couldn't do it.
New York City's leadership found themselves refugees in their own city, unable to communicate, and tried to find a space to regroup and coordinate the rescue and response efforts.
Andrew Kurtzman. We kept walking, and Giuliani kept turning to me to say, "You've got to tell the public to stay out of here so our emergency vehicles can get through." He's like, "Please, everyone south has got to get out of here. Go north. No one should come south." I said, "Well, I've got my little StarTAC flip phone. Would you go on live with New York One and tell the city yourself?" I called New York One like 10 times, finally got through, and the control room was crazy busy. I said, "I've got Giuliani on the phone." They were overwhelmed. I waited and waited. I don't know whether it was 30 seconds or 3 minutes. Suddenly the phone went dead. I was never able to get through to them. We were on our own.
Rudy Giuliani. A few police officers ran ahead and picked a hotel we could use as a command post.
Andrew Kurtzman. We were walking up Church Street. Giuliani's team decided at first to try the Tribeca Grand Hotel. The news had not hit them yet, and there were all these tourists. Tribeca Grand was this ridiculously trendy Soho hotel, and there was this dissonance between this nomadic tribe covered with dust walking in and all these trendy people wearing black going about their day.
Rudy Giuliani. As we walked in, I looked at the fire commissioner and the police commissioner. They looked at me, and we walked right straight through and out. It was a totally glass building. We figured a glass building is not a good place to be.
Andrew Kurtzman. We kept walking up Church Street. There were crowds on the streets, on the sidewalks, and as they saw Giuliani, they started cheering. One person was like, "Go Giuliani!" We went a little further, and there was this young policewoman. She was trying to control this pandemonium as thousands of people were walking back and forth, and she made eye contact with us and Giuliani. She was scared to death. Giuliani rubbed her cheek as he walked by. It was fatherly. He tried to calm her down. Now we're at the south end of Greenwich Village, and they decide to locate into a firehouse. There's a firehouse on the west side of 6th Avenue. It was deserted because all firemen were at the Trade Center, and it was locked. The leadership of the city was gathered outside this firehouse door that we couldn't get into.
Bernie Carrick. We had to break in.
Rudy Giuliani. NYPD Detective John Uvain had to knock open the door of the firehouse. He used a fire extinguisher to do it, and we got in. That was the first time I was able to get on a hard line. The first thing I did was call Governor Pataki because he had been trying to reach me. The governor said, "How are you? We were very worried about you. There were reports that you were missing." Then he said, "I've alerted the National Guard. Do you want them?" In part, I had not wanted the National Guard because I think the police department is so big and has expertise in an urban environment that the National Guard doesn't have. I always resisted the National Guard. Immediately, I said, "Yes, I want the National Guard." I knew from the moment I saw the man jump that we were in over our heads. This was beyond the resources of the largest city in America. I needed all the help I could get. I said, "George, I need them."
Andrew Kurtzman. Giuliani, once he walked into the fire command office, he called New York One and gave them his message. New York One is a sister station of CNN, so they gave that to CNN and broadcast it to the world. I have to say, Giuliani was a flawed man, but he was the calmest one in the bunch. He never exhibited panic or fear. Someone once said that Giuliani was most hysterical when things were calm, and most calm when things were hysterical. This was the perfect example. The city, the world, was desperate for leadership. Bush was out of communication for hours. All they had was Giuliani, and he rose to the occasion.
Sonny Mindell. I saw my colleague, Beth Petrone. Her husband, Terry Hatton, was captain of Rescue 1. I asked her where Terry was, and she looked at me and said, "He's dead." I looked at her. I got angry with her, and I said, "No, Beth, you don't know that." Beth is possibly the most even-keeled person I know. She got agitated with me, and she said, "He's dead. I know he's dead. I know he was in there, and he's dead."
Andrew Kurtzman. It started then to sink in. I ran out of the firehouse. I was completely dehydrated, and I went into a deli across the street and got all the Gatorade I could. I asked that man whether I could use his phone. I called my parents. Suddenly it all hit me. It struck me how many people were losing their lives.
Detective Hector Santiago, NYPD. The boss, NYPD Commissioner Bernard Currick, makes a command decision. Okay, we're going to establish a command center. We're not going to let anybody know. I don't want it over the radio. We don't know what's happening. We confiscated a bunch of cars and motorcaded all the way up to the police academy where we regrouped.
George Pataki, governor of New York. That afternoon, my team and Mayor Giuliani and the city's team sat down together to discuss what had happened and what we were going to do. There was enormous uncertainty as to whether there would be additional attacks. I made the decision that we could only have one response center. We couldn't have a city command center, a state command center, a FEMA national command center. We had to all be together.
Sonny Mindell. There was a facility at the police academy we converted into a press filing area, and we had to do a formal press conference that would be carried live. It suddenly occurred to me while we were in this facility. The city was still at risk. If we used the stage of the auditorium, our exact location would be very apparent to anybody watching TV. I looked at this room and said, "Everybody turn around. Sorry, we're going to do this backwards."
George Pataki. I'll never forget one obviously homeless gentleman coming up and giving me a hug, and me telling him, "We'll get through this," and him saying, "Thank you. I'm sure we will."
I love you, and I'm staying. Midday in Washington. Underneath the White House, inside the bunker complex of the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, the Vice President and aides struggled to comprehend what had transpired and to make sense of the casualty toll.
Commander Anthony Barnes, Deputy Director, Presidential Contingency Programs, White House. Things began to settle down noonish, 1 p.m. We knew the last impact had already taken place by then. I knew from reporting that the airplane's impact point at the Pentagon was the Navy Operations Center. Being a Navy guy myself, I can remember vividly imagining. I've definitely got friends or shipmates that were in the impact point. I probably lost close friends. As it turns out, I did.
Matthew Waxman. I remember at one point somebody estimating out loud that something like 50,000 people had been killed as the towers collapsed. There was a ton of information coming in, some of it accurate, some of it inaccurate.
Mary Matlin. That was truly emotional. When we learned that Barbara Olson, a friend of all of us, and the wife of the Solicitor General, was on the plane that hit the Pentagon. The horror of seeing buildings collapse and seeing planes go into buildings, that didn't jibe with any experience anybody had had. But to isolate it to a person, terrified obviously, sitting on that plane, brought it home to everybody. That was a moment of real terror and emotion for all of us.
Matthew Waxman. The emphasis shifted from immediate crisis response to more deliberative discussion about what we did next. Basic questions like, do we put the president on TV? And what do we have him say? But also starting to engage in planning for the days that would follow, organizing meetings to make sure the president could be best informed of what was going on, to lay out the necessary response options and things like that. Also, a whole bunch of questions or issues that senior leaders had to deal with or answer, some of them big and some of them that seemed small. There were at least 2 foreign heads of state inside the United States who couldn't get home because air travel was shut down. Australia and Lithuania. There were questions like, hey, a foreign head of state is trying to exit the country. What do we do?
Gary Walters, Chief Usher, White House. I received a call from Mrs. Bush's staff. Her assistant, Sarah Garrison, asked about the whereabouts of their personal maid and the dogs and the cat. She said, "I'm going to come back in with a Secret Service escort and get some clothes for Mrs. Bush. We don't know what's going to happen from here, and we'd like to pick up the dogs and the cat." They went off to an undisclosed location.
As the fires continued to burn on the other side of the building, Pentagon leaders went to work to secure the country. Outside the command center, firefighters and operations personnel continued their efforts to save the Pentagon, while families waited for word of loved ones and the community rallied to help.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. I remember Secretary Rumsfeld, in command voice, said, "Okay, everybody, what else can the enemy do?" He wanted us to think. That's Rumsfeld's way. He was always challenging his staff to think out of the box. Almost immediately, General Myers piped up and said, "NBC," which means nuclear, biological, chemical. That seemed like the most logical thing short of an airplane attack that the terrorist would probably try.
Admiral Edmund Giambastiani. At 11:47 a.m., there were only 200 aircraft still airborne across the United States. It was pretty amazing. At 12:18, there were 50 aircraft in the air.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. The chief of the Pentagon Police Force, Chief John Jester, a civilian, came in to brief us. He said the lower floor fires had not been contained at that time. It was just before 1 o'clock. It was hard to know how many people were really in the building. Some people were in meetings, and they didn't know how many may be missing. General Ralph Eberhardt reported that they were closing the massive doors about 1:30 at the NORAD bunker inside Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado Springs. That evoked this thought of the doomsday scenario. We didn't know what else could happen.
Joe Wassell. The secretary was very concerned about where Mrs. Rumsfeld was during all of this. Occasionally, he would be in the middle of something and would ask, "Have we found Joyce yet?" Security found her at Bowling Air Force Base in a general's home, sitting with the general's wife watching it all unfold on television.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. My wife Edie had been coping in her own way with the situation. Finally, Mary Turner, our secretary, got hold of her and said, "The general and Matt Klimo are okay." She drove to Williamsburg Middle School here in Arlington, Virginia, where our 12-year-old son was attending school. There were parents lined up outside. A teacher went to fetch my son, Daniel, and when Daniel came down the hall and saw his mother, the first words out of his mouth were, "Is Dad still alive?" She said, "Yeah."
Lieutenant Colonel Rob Grunwald. Around noon, I say, "I'm going inside to call my wife because cell phones weren't working." I go in, and it's really eerie because there's nobody in the Pentagon. All the doors were locked. People were so security conscious that they locked all their doors and shut their doors. I could find no place to call my wife. Finally, I found an electrical closet and called my wife. She was all in a panic, and she said, "How are you?" I said, "I'm fine, I made it out." She says, "You sound terrible." At that point, I realized I had a terrible cough.
Staff Sergeant Christopher Brahman. Seconds became minutes. Minutes became hours. It was 1:47 in the afternoon. I shared a cell phone amongst 100 people. We couldn't get a call out. Whoever could get a signal, we used the phone. As it was my turn, I could taste the adrenaline in my mouth as I was shaking, and I could hear the fear in my wife's voice when she answered. I said, "I'm okay. I love you. And I'm staying."
Ileana Mayorga, Management Specialist, Volunteer Arlington. At 1 o'clock, the phone started ringing. People who want to come and help. I put the names of all these people in an Excel sheet and what it is that they wanted to do. They wanted to help dig out the people at the Pentagon. They wanted to secure the area themselves. They wanted to enlist to go and fight. I had a man who called and he said, "I am 80 years old. I still fit in my pilot uniform from World War II. I can still see. I can still hear. I have kept up with my training as a pilot. Tell whoever you can tell that I'm ready to report for duty." That broke my heart. This 80-year-old man saying that.
Chris Combs. By early that afternoon, unsolicited citizens were showing up with food and water. I can very distinctly remember being at the command center and all of a sudden every supermarket showed up with more food. All the vegetables, fruits, all kinds of fruits. I don't know if I was that hungry, but it was the best grapes I ever had.
Ileana Mayorga. We had people from all over the United States calling. We had a company, a trucking business, and they had heard that they needed trucks to remove the debris. I was able to talk to one of the persons at the incident command, and they said, yes, we need trucks, but we need trucks that are new because we need to preserve everything that we remove. Something that is old will be rusted, and so it's not going to help us. I called that lady. I said, I'm sorry, yes, we need trucks, but they have to be new. The lady said, at least I can purchase one. Tell them that I will purchase one that is new so we can come and help.
Kyra Pulliam, dispatcher, Arlington County Police Department. We had one officer who stopped a pickup truck that had volunteer firefighters from Maryland ready to go down and help.
Mike Walter. Later in the day, there was this kid, probably about 18 years old, showed up. He was trying to get past the police line. He had piercings and all this stuff like, geez, who's this guy? He was getting very emotional, and he said to the police, please, I need to go. I need to give blood. I need to help these people.
Ileana Mayorga. It was completely amazing. The feeling of support, of unity. I felt so proud that my community, the Hispanic community, were calling. Suddenly the phones were ringing and saying, this is the country that we chose to come to. Nobody will destroy our country. They would say, I'm not legal in the United States. Do you think they will accept me to do volunteer work?
Lieutenant Michael Nesbitt, Defense Protective Service, Pentagon. We have 2 phone closets. If we lost those phones, the Pentagon would be basically shut down. One individual, Al Tillis, the head of Verizon, had to walk home to Old Town Alexandria, about 5 miles. He rode his bike back here and kept the phone lines up. He didn't leave for 5 days.
I'd bet my children's future. Airborne, somewhere over the plains. Even hours after the attacks were over, the president's team still believed it was not safe for the president to return to Washington. Instead, they headed from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana to Offutt Air Force Base outside Omaha, Nebraska. During the Cold War, Offutt had been the home of the nation's nuclear forces, Strategic Air Command, and it had the military's best communications abilities outside of the Pentagon, as well as a secure underground bunker.
Lieutenant General Tom Keck. As he takes off, 2 F-16s pulled up on his wing. That made me think that we were finally getting our act together. Kurt Bedke, one of the other officers, told me later that as we watched them fly away, I said to him, do you feel like you're in a Tom Clancy novel?
Major Scott Hooter Krog. We started following Air Force One north. At some point, I was expecting them to turn east and head to Washington. The longer we're heading north, the more I realize something's still unsettled. They still don't feel safe returning to Washington. I asked for a tanker to come meet up, and after I hooked up, I asked him for every radio channel between here and Canada.
Ann Compton, reporter, ABC News. In each cabin on board Air Force One, 3 digital clocks stare out from the bulkhead. The LED numerals show the time in Washington, the time at the current location, and the time at the plane's destination. The 3 clocks read 1:36 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, until the destination clock snapped to Central Time, 12:36 p.m. That was our only stunning confirmation that Air Force One was headed west, away from Washington.
Andy Card, Chief of Staff, White House. There were lots of tears. There were lots of quiet moments staring at a TV screen. No conversation. There were prayers. And the fear. It wasn't even a roller coaster because we were just in the pits. Oh my God, that's terrible. And that's worse. And that's even worse. All the time we're being handed notes, taking telephone calls, giving orders.
Major Scott Hooter Krog. It was an eerie silence on the radio. There's no one in the air. We're talking among ourselves, the fighter pilots on our radios. I wonder if we're going to Canada. A lot of, man, this is fucked up. I'm also talking to guys through what happens if we have to shoot someone down. The world's watching. Let's be by the book and let's do everything we can to protect the president. We know this would be a plum target, but we also figure no one would expect Air Force One right now to be flying north over Kansas.
Ari Fleischer. There was no live television. It put us in a very different spot than most Americans that day. People around the world were riveted to their television sets. We had it intermittently on Air Force One, We had it in Barksdale at the base commander's office, but there's no email on Air Force One back then. When you're in the air, you're cut off.
Eric Draper, presidential photographer. Everyone was starving for information. We couldn't hear anything unless the plane was flying over a major city.
Ellen Eckert, stenographer, White House. The plane is like the Twilight Zone. There's no one on board anymore. The staff cabin is empty. The guest cabin is empty. That's when it was really coming apart for me. I saw one of the agents was standing in the hallway, and I went up to him. So this is the safest place to be? This is Air Force One, right? He said, we might as well have a big red X on the bottom of this plane. We're the only plane in the sky. That was scary. I went into the bathroom and used one of those Air Force One notepads to write a letter to my family. 6 siblings and 2 parents. They're never going to see this. It's going to burn up in a fiery inferno. One of the flight attendants opened the door and comforted me and gave me a washcloth to wipe. We've got this. We're all together.
Major Scott Hooter Croc. 15 minutes after we tanked up, we saw Air Force One start to descend. I did the math and figured out they were probably headed to Offutt. Well, now, we had a full tank of gas. You can't land like that on a small plane, so we were doing afterburner 360s at 7,000 feet to burn off enough gas to land.
Mike Morrell, Presidential Briefer, Central Intelligence Agency. On the way from Barksdale to Offutt, the president asked to see me alone. It was just me, him, and Andy Card. He asked me, Michael, who did this? I explained that I didn't have any actual intelligence, so what you're going to get is my best guess. He was really focused and said, I understand, get on with it. I said that there were 2 countries capable of carrying out an attack like this, Iran and Iraq. But I believe both would have everything to lose and nothing to gain from the attack. When all was said and done, the trail would lead to Osama bin Laden. I told him I'd bet my children's future on that.
A large, smoldering hole in the ground. Afternoon in Shanksville. In Shanksville, rescuers quickly realized there was nothing to rescue. In their place, hundreds of state troopers and scores of investigators from the FBI, FAA, National Transportation Safety Board, and other agencies moved in to secure the scene of the attack and begin examining the wreckage. They knew they'd be there for a while.
Andrea Damon, Special Agent, Evidence Response Team, FBI. That first day, it was pretty much looking at the site, seeing what had happened, and trying to figure out what resources we needed to bring in.
Tony James, investigator, FAA. I recognized part of the landing gear and part of the engines. The FBI said, well, what we'd like to do is recover the cockpit. I said, you'll never find the cockpit. You'll never find the people because they vaporize and go away because this airplane hit really hard.
Wells Morrison, Supervisory Special Agent, FBI. We recovered a number of items of significant evidentiary value at our crash site. Unlike the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, we didn't have the tons and tons of debris on top of our aircraft, so we were able to recover things. We recovered items that we believe were used as weapons, small knives and things of that nature, from our crash site.
Sergeant Patrick Madigan, Commander, Somerset Station, Pennsylvania State Police. This site was one of the richest, as far as evidence, of the planes that crashed on September 11th.
Wells Morrison. The first item, this is interesting. With all the utter devastation that occurred, the first significant item of evidentiary value was recovered by a state trooper standing post the evening of 9/11. It was the wallet of one of the hijackers, and it was intact, lying on the top of the ground. We also recovered what basically was a to-do list from one of the hijackers. It was very productive.
Sergeant Denise Miller. We watched for persons that were still trying to get into the area to get souvenirs. It was comical. We saw, as we were sitting in the field, a herd of sheep following something. The sheep were following people walking through the field to get to the site. We turned them back around.
T. Michael Loffer, Trooper, Pennsylvania State Police. We arrested a couple of people that were coming in. Everyone wanted to see what was going on, I guess. They actually had mail from the flight, and they were carrying it out through the woods. We rounded them up. I remember it was a guy and a girl.
Braden Schober, firefighter, Shanksville Volunteer Fire Company. As things progressed, there were remnants of little brush fires, spot fires that would flare up now and then. Because they didn't want all the equipment out and disturbing the scene, one would flare up and they'd have to send a crew of a couple guys in with Indian tanks that you wear on your back and spray water, take a rake, and knock these down.
Rick King, Assistant Chief, Shanksville Volunteer Fire Company. A good 5-6 hours afterwards, I hadn't been off the crash site that whole time anywhere. We started to go out to the road. I saw satellite trucks everywhere.
Lieutenant Robert Weaver, Pennsylvania State Police. That first 8-10 hours went by like minutes. Before you knew it, we had a small city up there and an old mining company, and we had hundreds of people.
Tom Ridge, Governor of Pennsylvania. I was enjoying a long weekend away from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, in my home community of Erie, Pennsylvania. After word of the attacks, I had to immediately get to Shanksville. A couple of us, my staff and members of the state police detail, boarded an old Army Chinook helicopter. As we were flying to Shanksville, there wasn't much conversation. I do remember that it was very silent, very solemn, everyone deep in their own thoughts. As we descended into the area, I expected to see what I had and what Americans had unfortunately seen during the coverage of commercial aviation accidents. A field littered with significant pieces of the airplane, the fuselage, the tail, the engine, the wings. I'll never forget my shock, my amazement, at seeing what was basically a large, smoldering hole in the ground.
Rick King. A big two-wing Chinook helicopter came flying toward us and then came over top the crash site. You could see, plain as day, a guy leaning out the window in a white shirt, and it was Governor Tom Ridge.
Sergeant Patrick Madigan. Governor Ridge flew in and landed at the site. He wanted a briefing, what was going on at that time, and I gave him what information I had, which was really limited at that time. I remember him making the statement that anything we needed to do our job, he'd make sure that was provided for us. I recall him being very, very concerned and very determined.
William Baker, 911 Addressing Specialist and Deputy Director, Emergency Management Agency, Somerset County. I remember Governor Ridge standing right across the table from me, and he said, "Obviously, this is related to the other incidents."
Jerry Longman, reporter, New York Times. They had a staging area in a cornfield where Governor Ridge had a press conference.
Rick Earl, reporter, WPXI-TV, Pittsburgh. Tom Ridge came in there, and he stole a line from Lincoln's Gettysburg Address about people won't remember what we say here, but they'll never forget what these people did here.
Steve Aaron, Deputy Communications Director for Governor Tom Ridge. The thing that most stands out to me that day was the flight home. You get back on the helicopter, and the rear of the helicopter is open, and so the whole way home is this beautiful sunset. It was a gorgeous day. We can't talk to each other because of the helicopter noise, so we're all sitting there with our thoughts.
This is what we have for the nuclear winter. At Mount Weather. The day's attacks activated a system aimed at preserving the continuity of government of the United States. A classified system never before used. Within hours, helicopters from the Air Force's 1st Helicopter Squadron scooped up congressional leaders from the West Lawn of the Capitol and from Andrews Air Force Base, and flew them to a mountain bunker originally built for the Cold War. Over the course of the day, other staff and personnel also flowed out to that undisclosed location, later revealed to be Mount Weather in Berryville, Virginia, 80 minutes west of Washington, while other officials were evacuated to Raven Rock, another massive mountain bunker intended to serve as the backup Pentagon and built in Waynesboro, Pennsylvania, near Camp David.
Representative Dennis Hastert, House Speaker. I was heading out to Andrews Air Force Base. I finally talked to the Vice President. He was still in the White House. He said he brought all the planes down. After having a discussion with the Vice President, he said, "You're going to an undisclosed location." Next thing, I was in a helicopter, flying over the south side of Washington. We flew over Reagan National Airport, and there's nothing moving on the tarmac. I looked out the other side of the helicopter, and there were flames pouring out of the Pentagon building, and blue-black smoke.
Senator Tom Daschle. I was called and told that the decision had been made to evacuate to this undisclosed location. I could bring one staff person, Laura Petru.
Laura Petru, staff director for Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. We were told to report to the west lawn of the Capitol. The helicopter was right there with several armored vehicles around. I was already in the helicopter or about to get in when somebody looked at me and said, "You have clearance, right?" I said, "No." They said, "Well, doesn't matter."
Brian Gunderson. We all piled into this helicopter, and the safety instructions were shouted at us over the helicopter's engine.
Laura Petru. I remember thinking, I have no idea where we're going or how long we're going to be there.
Representative Dennis Hastert. I ended up at an undisclosed location. Senator Lott was there, as was Senator Daschle and Dick Gephardt, the minority leader, other members of the leadership. Brian Gunderson. We went deep in the countryside and then landed at the undisclosed location. We got out, and this gentleman walks up to the helicopter, who I gather was the mayor of this facility. He said something very chipper, something along the lines of, "Welcome to," and the name of this place. I remember being impressed that even though it's this guy's job to be ready for an event like this, he was in fact ready, and very calm about it. This day starts like any other, and next thing you know, he's got all these government officials descending on him in these Huey helicopters.
Laura Petru. There's a web of people within the government who take over. They tell you what to do, and you do what they say.
Brian Gunderson. There were these guys standing in the landing zone wearing their gray urban combat uniforms, holding their M16s.
Laura Petru. They split our group up and put us in the cars. It was pretty odd driving into this underground place.
Senator Tom Daschle. It's a very stark place. Rooms that are very nondescript, white walls, very basic chairs and tables.
Laura Petru. It was very Spartan. It was basically different shades of gray everywhere. We were taken through some tunnels and eventually into a room filled with cubicles, desks.
Steve Elmendorf, Chief of Staff for House Minority Leader Richard Gephardt. There was a group of people there who had been staffing that location who had been waiting since the Cold War for somebody to show up.
John Fury, Press Secretary to Speaker Dennis Hastert. It was a sense of wonderment that, oh boy, so this is what we have for the nuclear winter.
Brian Gunderson. There were obviously preparations for us to stay for a long while if we had to. As we went through it, we crossed through one room that had a set of law books, a set of the U.S. Code, in case we had to do any legislating while we were there.
Senator Tom Daschle. We were put on a speakerphone with the president. I think the president first, then the vice president second, to talk about circumstances. Basically, they recounted their own experiences, where they were, what they knew from intelligence briefings they had been given.
Brian Gunderson. They made some snacks available. I remember that there were a few bags of Cheetos and Doritos and a few sodas that had been cracked open, and we all sat around and looked at the TV screen and watched the tape of the towers coming down. That's where we stayed for several hours.
Steve Elmendorf. While we were at the secure location, the main thing that struck me was our main source of information was CNN, still. We sat in a room, the top leaders of the House and the Senate together, and we watched CNN. Cheney called several times and briefed people, but I don't remember receiving any information that was any different from what I was watching on TV.
John Fury. There was this sense of shock. There was also a sense of confusion. The members felt very nervous. The leadership on both sides, the House and Senate, were isolated from the rest of their members, and that's not where you want to be.
Laura Petru. They didn't feel good about being separated from their colleagues and their families. Almost from the moment they got there, they wanted to go back.
Steve Elmendorf. One of the phone calls with Cheney, Don Nichols, who was the Senate Republican whip at the time, suggested that we ought to leave. He was agitated, asking, "Why are we all here? The situation is clear. We need to go back." Cheney was clearly annoyed by this, and his voice came out of the speakerphone in the middle of the table and said, "Don, we control the helicopters. We'll decide when you leave."
Brian Gunderson. I got calls from other leadership staff that were still at the Capitol Police headquarters with other members of Congress. They basically were calling up saying, well, the mood's actually pretty ugly here.
John Fury. One member of Congress told the speaker that he thought he was a coward for not coming back. it was decided that we were going to have a press conference on the Capitol steps to show the American people that we were not going to let the terrorists win.
Brian Gunderson. At that point, all civilian air traffic had been grounded, so there were no non-military aircraft flying over U.S. airspace. There was a feeling that the security situation had stabilized, that there was some confidence that there weren't going to be follow-on attacks, at least not immediately, and so that it was safe to go back. Eventually, the decision was made that, yes, it's time. We can get back in the helicopters.
John Fury. I called one of my assistants, Paige Ralston, who was back in the Capitol Police building, and she helped organize this press conference on the Capitol steps. Trent Lott wanted it only to be the leadership involved. I made the call that we were going to have all the members there.
Representative Dennis Hastert. We didn't know what was facing us, but we knew that there was a lot of legislative things that we had to do. We got the word that the president was going to come back and land in Washington at 6 o'clock. We figured we'd come in right behind the president.
We're in a survival mode. At ground zero. As some semblance of organization came to the carnage at the World Trade Center, a suddenly hallowed space that in the days ahead would first be called the Pile and then Ground Zero, agony-filled rescuers worked determinedly to find survivors.
William Jimeno. Believe it or not, someone did find us. Probably within an hour after Dominic passing, someone came above the hole and said, "Who's down there?" I yelled, "Jimeno, PAPD." I said, "We've got officers down." The voice left us. It was very, very frustrating, and I was very mad, and I said to Sarge, "How could they leave us?" Sergeant McLaughlin says, "We don't know what's happening up there. This person could be injured, this person could be delusional. You've got to keep focused." I said, "Sarge, I'm in a lot of pain. I'm in an extreme amount of pain." Sergeant McLaughlin said, "You gotta hold on." Detective Steven Stefanakos, Emergency Service Unit, Truck 10, NYPD. They asked all members of the Emergency Service Unit who were there to mobilize, ironically, at the Police Memorial in Battery Park City. There's 10 emergency service squads throughout the city. We lined up in those 10, 1 through 10, right by the memorial. That's when we started to realize who was actually missing.
Sal Casano, Assistant Chief, FDNY. I was taken to the hospital, a few broken ribs and some bumps and bruises, but I was cleared. I called for someone to take me back to headquarters and started to work in the operational center, handling phone calls, trying to put together a list of the people that were missing, the companies that were missing, and see where we were. We were trying to wrap our arms around this.
Dan Nigro. We put out fires in the streets where all the cars were burning. We put out fires in some buildings as the day went on, but we realized we did not have enough water and time to put out Building 7 of the World Trade Center. I said, after what happened, let's make a collapse zone around this building.
Scott Strauss, Officer, Emergency Service Unit, Truck 1, NYPD. We came around the corner from City Hall Park, and we saw one of our emergency service vehicles on fire. It was like a movie. It's like, no, this is Lower Manhattan. This doesn't happen in Lower Manhattan. It happens in the Middle East somewhere.
Lieutenant Michael Michelson, Wilton, Connecticut Fire Department. As they were pulling the trucks out of the wreckage that first day, starting to move things, you're looking at a fire truck, which most people view as incredibly strong and incredibly indestructible. These things were broken like little kids' toys. It was like they were made out of paper mache and then stepped on.
Scott Strauss. We were finding plenty of body parts, but we weren't finding anybody who was rescuable. We kept doing that all day long.
Dan Nigro. At that point, we were trying to find anybody we could rescue.
William Jimeno. We kept going back and forth, trying to keep each other going. I would yell at the sergeant if I heard him fading away. He would yell at me if I was fading away. All I could do was hope and pray, and that's something we did. We prayed together at one point. McLaughlin said, "I don't even know your first name." I said, "Will." He said, "Mine's John."
Still trapped inside the devastated but miraculously intact Stairwell B of the North Tower, a handful of surviving FDNY firefighters hoped their colleagues outside would find them.
Pasquale Bizzelli. The firemen who were in Stairway B also, they were below me. They were like the second or third floor, I believe, and they were in more of a cocoon, part of the building that didn't collapse. I was on the 22nd floor, and I basically fell to what was the height of the rubble, which, if the building was still standing, it would have been the 4th floor. I basically fell 18 floors. I ended up maybe about 75 yards to the north. As it crumbled, the stair didn't stay exactly center. I was on a pile of rubble, a little ledge, with my feet dangling from my knees down. I started calling out for people that I was with to see if anyone was around me. I started calling out for help. I didn't see anyone for a while. An hour went by, and I was still calling out for help.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. I couldn't move too much, so I started pushing. Nothing was giving. I pushed over my head and the debris started to move. I made a little hole for myself. I crawled out. I had a beam over me. I'm sitting on the beam and now I'm thinking, what do I do now? Now I'm in the staircase proper.
Captain J. Jonas. We got about half a landing down, and the word came from downstairs. We can't get out from down here. We're trying to figure out what happened. We're alive, we're coughing, gagging, we have very limited visibility. I can see walls of twisted steel around us. We're in a stairway that's intact, but filled with debris. There are no lights.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. I started hearing noises. I started hearing moaning, and guys were starting to communicate, yell out. These were the guys that I was trapped with. They were calling out, "Who's there? You guys all right?" I realized I wasn't alone. When you find out you're with other people, it makes you feel a lot better.
Captain J. Jonas. I got a Mayday message from Lieutenant Mike Warcola from Ladder 5, who we saw on the 12th floor, that he was trapped on the 12th floor in the B stairway, and he's hurt badly. I was the highest one on the stairway, so I started climbing the stairway, trying to move debris. He transmits a second Mayday, and he's a little more distraught the second time. I'm trying to move the debris around, and I can't move it. It's too heavy. The third Mayday came in, and he was even more distraught than the previous time. I get on the radio and say, "I'm sorry, Mike. I can't help you." That was the last we heard of him. In reality, we found out later that the 12th floor didn't exist, that his Mayday was coming from the rubble.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. I jumped onto the other staircase, then I crawled up a few steps and the other guys were there. Lieutenant Jim McQueen from 39 Engine, Chief Richie Picciotto, a couple of the other fellas. There were about 6 people under the landing.
Captain J. Jonas. We tried to get ourselves out, and we couldn't figure out a way. I finally gave out my own Mayday message. Mayday, 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 this is the officer of Ladder Company 6. We're in the B stairway, and we're trapped. The first man to answer my Mayday was Deputy Chief Tom Herring, a friend. He said, "Okay, I got you recorded. Guys will be coming to get you."
Dan Nigro. When I heard the operation going on for Ladder 6, I thought they made a mistake. I said, "You can't be rescuing anybody in the North Tower. The North Tower is gone." I did not think it at all possible that anyone could be in that building and be alive.
Captain Joe Downey. When they located the guys in the stairwell, it was a mad rush trying to get those people out, to identify where they were.
Captain J. Jonas. We gave them, all these guys who came from all the firehouses in the outer boroughs, we gave them a focal point. This is, wow, the 6 is trapped, go get them. That was the mission. One of the next people that came on the radio was Nick Visconti, a deputy chief. Nick came to my wedding. I said, "Wow, Nick's here. Nick's running my rescue." He would ask me very strategic questions. He asked me about how I got into the building. I said, "We came in off of West Street. We walked through the glass doors. We made a right and a left, and the B stairway is your first left. You can't miss it." I spoke to Nick a few days later, and he said when he asked me that, he was surrounded by about 100 firemen who were ready to go. When I said, "We walked through the glass doors," there was a collective sigh, because there wasn't a piece of glass intact for about 20 blocks.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. We tried to force the door off the stairway. They used the axe and the halligan. It's like a pry bar, and they opened the door. But there was a wall of debris behind it.
Captain J. Jonas. I'm starting to get radio messages. One was from my neighbor, Cliff Stabner. "This is Rescue 3 to Ladder 6, Captain J. Jonas. This is Cliff. I'm coming to get you. Where are you?" I was very good friends with Cliff. He would get me choked up every time I would talk to him on the radio because he would end every radio transmission by saying, I'm coming for you, brother. I'm coming for you.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. Now I figured at least they knew where we were. I didn't realize that everything was gone. It was a big pile of debris.
Captain J. Jonas. Another person that got on the radio was Bill Blanche, a chief over here in the 1st Battalion. I had worked with him. He was the only one that gave me a little glimpse into how bad it was going to be. He says, "This is going to take a real long time. It's really bad out here." I had come to the realization that we might be here for a few days.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. They started searching for us maybe an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. I really lost track of the time.
Captain J. Jonas. We also had a chief that was below us, below the guys from Engine 39, named Richard Prunty. He was beyond the point that there was a huge area of debris. Every time I gave our location, he would get on the radio and say, "Don't forget about Battalion 2. Yes, we have Battalion 2.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. He was about 20 feet below us, and he was trapped up to his chest in debris, and he was losing consciousness. I remember we were talking to him on the radio and telling him to hang in there. The last thing he said was, "Tell my wife and kids I love them." And that was it.
Captain J. Jonas. At one point during our entrapment after the collapse, we had an explosion that shook the area. One of my firemen from Ladder 6, Tommy Falco, looked up at me. He says, "Hey, Cap, what do we do now?" I looked at him and I says, "I don't know. I'm making this up as I go along."
The two sons of Ray Downey, FDNY's head of special operations, both firefighters, searched carefully for their father, reconstructing his movements amid the chaos following the twin collapses.
Lieutenant Chuck Downey. There were so many guys looking to help out, but there was so much to cover. Voids all over the place. Everybody was crawling, whatever you could move to lift up. It's a tremendous amount of square area to cover.
Captain Joe Downey. Right from the start, we were trying to locate our father. Our agenda was to find out where he was and where he could possibly have survived. Right from the beginning, we were asking questions. He survived the first building, and he went back in.
Lieutenant Chuck Downey. There were quite a few people that saw him at the command post, saw him across West Street.
Captain Joe Downey. As it was clearing, before it even cleared, they said he was the first one back out on the radio trying to get everybody out of the North Tower.
Lieutenant Chuck Downey. He turned people away. As he came out, he was, a couple of eyewitness reports said, all white, brushing stuff off his face, radioing people to get out of the North Tower, and directing others to head north on West Street.
Captain Joe Downey. We know where he was when the second building came down. He was helping this gentleman coming out of the Marriott. Two of our firefighters were trapped in the Marriott when the first building came down, in the hotel lobby. They were working their way out. He saw the guys coming out. Him and Chief Stack, Larry Stack, stayed there with a heavyset gentleman that they couldn't move. It was the two chiefs and this civilian. I feel he knew he wasn't going to come out, and he made that conscious decision on doing what he had to do. He probably couldn't have lived with himself, the type of person that he is, if he did go away from the building when his guys were still in the building. He could have easily walked to West Street like everybody else. He couldn't leave that gentleman, and he couldn't leave his companies up in the North Tower.
Lieutenant Chuck Downey. He made a statement to FDNY Captain Alfuentes right when the South Tower came down. There were a lot of good men in that building.
Captain Joe Downey. I think it was almost 100 guys from just his Special Operations Command that died. Special Operations Command includes the 5 rescue companies, 7 squad companies, the hazmat unit. The only one of his companies that didn't get there was Squad 270. Every other company that was there was wiped out.
Pasquale Bazzelli. There were some firemen searching the rubble. They were actually looking for those firemen with Josephine Harris trapped in the stairwell, but they stumbled across me. When I saw the first fireman, I believe it was Mike Morabito, I said, "Hey, help, I'm up here." He said, "What do you need?" I was taken aback. I said, "I'm stuck. I can't get down." He's like, "Oh, all right, we'll get to you in a minute." I'm like, "Okay." He said, "You need a rope or something?" I said, "Whatever you need me to do, just tell me." He looked at me again. He said, "Who are you with?" Because I had a blue shirt on, black pants, he thought I was another fireman searching the rubble that got stuck. I was like, "I was in the building. It collapsed." I said, "I'm stuck here. I can't get down." He said, "Holy shit, guys, we got a survivor." He got on the radio and then he goes, "Hold on, we'll get to you."
Louise Bazzelli. People started coming over to the house, and the phone kept ringing and ringing and ringing. I didn't want to talk to anyone unless it was him on the other end.
Pasquale Bazzelli. I was about 15 feet up on the edge of a cliff. For a while, they were looking up at me like, I don't know how we're going to get him down from there. Jimmy Kiesling, who was part of their special ops and trained for that, luckily he was with them. He carried a bunch of ropes with him. I saw him make his way around me. He climbed around and up this mountain of debris, found his way, climbed down to me, and jumped in right behind me. He goes, "All right, big guy, we're going to get you down."
Louise Bazzelli. By the time Pasquale's mom and my father came, they lived in Jersey City, it was about 1:30 in the afternoon. The worst thing for me was to see her walk through the door and see me with this big belly. She screamed and fell apart. She grabbed onto me and she was saying, "My son." She said, "This baby's gotta have a father. This baby's gotta have a father."
Pasquale Bazzelli. He was tugging on stuff and looking at things. He finally found this pipe. It might have been the standpipe that used to run through the stairs, all mangled. He did a couple of loops with the rope and he goes, "Throw yourself off the ledge and I'll lower you down." I fell a couple of feet, then the rope got taut and it grabbed me. I remember spinning a little bit. Little by little, he lowered me down.
Captain J. Jonas. It was soon after I spoke to Billy Blanche about him saying it's really bad out here, that a ray of light hit the stairway. It was a beam of light, like a pencil coming down. I could see a little sliver of blue sky. I looked down at the guys. "Guys, there used to be 106 floors over our heads, and now I can see sunshine," I says. "This may not be as bad as we thought it was."
Lieutenant Mickey Cross, it was clearly sunlight. It was all dirty and full of debris. It looked like pepper was floating around in it, but it was sunlight. I'm amazed. A 106-story building above us, and I'm looking up at the sun.
Captain J. Jonas. Things started to pick up. We had a little bit better visibility. We could look around. We could see all the areas where we would possibly get out. We thought that we may have been buried under mounds of debris, maybe several stories high. Now we realized we are on the top of the mountain. We found an area where we could breach a wall, and we did. We could see outside.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross, we decided to go one at a time and try to climb out. We climbed up, got to the opening, and we started squeezing our way out.
Captain J. Jonas. We looked out initially, and we could see there's all kinds of buildings on fire. We could see smoke. We could see twisted rubble all around. At this time, firefighter Rich Picciotto wanted out of the stairway. I said, "Wait." Every decision that I was making was on the side of safety. I says, "Look, we've lived to this point. Let's be careful here before we do anything." We waited a little while longer, and then we could see a fireman in the distance. "It's all right. Now we can go." We had our life-saving rope with us. It's a 150-foot-long rope in a bag. We rigged it up so we could lower Rich Picciotto out. He made contact with a fireman we saw in the distance, who was a fireman from Ladder 43. We start sending people out.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross, just at that point, a couple of firefighters from the outside had made it to that opening and they helped us come out. They set up a rope because there was nothing to hold on to. It wasn't like you were coming out on a flat surface. You were coming out on twisted beams, and we were high, maybe about 20 feet in the air.
Captain J. Jonas. I knew we had people below us. I didn't know who they were. It wasn't until they came up that I knew who they were. That's when I saw Mickey Cross. I said, "Oh, I didn't realize it was you." Mickey came out, and Bobby Bacon from Engine 39. The rest of the guys from Engine 39, it took them a bit longer to get out. We still had Josephine Harris with us. I told one of the rescuers about Lieutenant Warcola in Ladder 5. I said, "They're on the 12th floor." He looked at me like this. I said, "Why the look?" He said, "You'll find out." There was no 12th floor.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross, I got to a point where I was looking down the pile and I saw firefighters coming up. I knew they were fresh troops. They weren't covered in dust. I had a bloody nose and I was totally encased in this dust. It must have been some sight. I saw the guys coming up. It turned out to be guys from my firehouse. I saw my captain and he said, "Mickey, you're alive?" They all thought I was dead.
Captain J. Jonas. Going across the rubble field, we crossed between the North Tower and the smaller buildings. The New York office for the Secret Service, they had their ammunition depot inside the World Trade Center. Munitions started going off as we were crossing, and it almost sounded like a war zone. In addition to everything else that was going on, we could hear bullets going off. We're thinking, this is bad.
Scott Strauss. While we were digging into one of these crevices, we heard gunfire. Not all of us had radios, so we weren't sure what was going on. We heard fighter jets flying overhead. Now, everybody had the luxury, and I know it's not the best word to use, but they had the luxury of watching this on TV. We were in it. They had news commentators guessing or trying to explain what's happening. We were in the middle of this, and we were hearing gunfire. We were thinking whoever attacked us is now in a ground fight. They're coming in, and they're going to shoot the place up and kill many more people.
William Jimeno. As the evening progressed, we heard more gunfire, and we didn't know what it was. Now today we know the ammunition was blowing off. I said, Sarge, we must be in an ongoing gun battle with the terrorists.
Captain J. Jonas. They were getting ready to whisk me away to an ambulance, and I says, wait a minute, where's the command post? They said, forget about the command post, we gotta take care of you. I said, no, you don't understand, there had to be hundreds of people looking for us. I said, if somebody gets hurt now, I don't know if I can live with that. The command post was a fire department pumper that was still hooked up to a hydrant. Chief Pete Hayden was on top, along with Chief James DiDomenico. They were standing on top of the pumper so they could look out across the debris field. There had to be a couple hundred firemen surrounding the pumper. It was really quite a sight to see. I finally got Chief Hayden's attention, and I gave him a salute, and I started crying. He looked down, and he started crying too. He said, Jay, it's good to see you. I says, it's good to be here.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. There was a table out there on West Street, and a chief sitting at it, like a picnic table. That was the command post for that area. That's all they had. I walked up to him and he said to me, give me your riding list. Your riding list is what you carry with everybody's name that's working. When you start every tour, you fill it out with a pen and a piece of carbon paper. It's very old-fashioned. You put your name, you put the company name, the date, the tour, battalion, division, officer, and underneath is the chauffeur. That was Ronnie Sifu that day, and who was working. Tim Marmion, Paul Lee, and Pete Faluca. The original is clipped onto the engine, and the carbon goes in your pocket. I gave it to him, and he looked at it. He said, I have your name on the list. They had me listed as missing, presumed dead. I said, no, I'm here. Take my name off that list. They had a list like over 400 names. At this point, I remember looking at my watch, and it was 10 after 2 p.m.
Captain J. Jonas. I had one guy I know, Jimmy Riches, come up to me. He sat next to me at the ambulance. He said, Jay, I was listening to your radio transmissions. That was unbelievable. He said, did you see Engine 4 on your travels? I'm thinking to myself, geez, where's he going with this Engine 4? I said, no, I didn't see Engine 4. He said, oh. He says, my son was working today. It hit me. I understood the question. Then I came to the realization, oh my God, I wonder how many sons are working today.
Pasquale Bazzelli. I stood up and right away I felt this lightning bolt, the shock go through me. I had broken my foot. The firefighter said, we have a ways to go. Can you make it? I'm like, yeah, I want out of here. We started climbing and walking. There was one fireman in front of me, one behind me. They tied a rope off, and they each held one end in case I fell. I made it probably halfway, maybe 3/4 of the way. The pain in my foot from walking on it. I was sweating. I must have turned pale, so I said, guys, I need a breather. I need to sit for a couple minutes. They looked at me and they said, we'll handle it from here. You relax. We got it. They got on the radios and they formed a huge line of firemen over the debris. They brought a plastic gurney over and they strapped me into it and they basically dragged me over the rubble out to the west side where they placed me in an ambulance. When they put me in the ambulance, the paramedic first thing said, all right, so what hurts? I was like, before we get to that, I need a phone. I said, my wife is home. She's 7.5 months pregnant. She knows I didn't get out of the building. I called my house, and my wife actually answered the phone.
Louise Bazzelli. It was about 3:30 that afternoon, and I happened to walk by the phone because at that point everybody else was answering the phone and saying, no, she hasn't heard from him, we haven't heard anything, we'll call if anything happens. I walked by the kitchen, the phone was there, and I picked it up. I heard his voice on the other end.
Pasquale Bazzelli. I said, Louise, it's me, Pasquale. She gasped, oh my God, Pasquale, oh my God, you're okay. I heard this huge uproar in the house.
Louise Bazzelli. He said, I'm in an ambulance right now. He said, I'm borrowing one of the emergency workers' cell phones to call you. I lost my phone and I'm on the way down to St. Vincent's Hospital. They're going to treat me down there. I was like, are you okay? What happened? Are you all right?
Pasquale Bazzelli. I said, I don't know how, but I'm alive. I wanted to tell you.
Louise Bazzelli. I couldn't believe the day that it happened from 8:30 in the morning until 3:30 that afternoon. A total 180. To know that he was alive, that I still had him, and that my daughter and my future children would have a father, it was a blessing. Nothing else really mattered.
As the afternoon hours passed and rescue efforts solidified above ground, Will Jimeno and the other Port Authority officers trapped under the South Tower lost hope that they'd be found, as did Janelle Guzman, buried not far from where her co-worker Pasquale Bazzelli had been rescued.
Janelle Guzman. I heard the Motorola's, the walkie-talkies, going off, and you could hear movements, probably trucks. I could hear noises, but didn't hear anybody's voice. Nobody calling out. I called out a couple of times. I called out for help. I was getting breathless and I was going to shut my eyes and hope not to get up.
William Jimeno. Things were looking very bleak. I wanted to go to sleep and not wake up. I remember being able to take out of my left pocket a card and my pen. My pen wasn't working really good because of the debris, but I was able to etch it into the card, Allison, I love you. I put it back in there, hoping that they would find it if they found my body. Because at this point, I didn't think we were getting out of there.
Janelle Guzman. I was preparing myself to die. I thought about my mom and my family. I said, I'm still breathing, I'm alive, and I need to do something. I need to pray. I said to myself, God, do me a favor. If I have to die under the rubble, let my family find my body so we can have a burial. Then I asked for another favor from the Lord. I said, if I have to die, at least let them get me out of here and see my daughter for one more time. If I make it to the hospital, I'll at least see my daughter for one more time. I shut my eyes again, wake up, and realize I was still stuck in this building. I said, God, do me one more favor. I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to be able to see my daughter and my family. I asked God for a miracle. I asked him to save me. I kept begging the Lord for a second chance. I kept begging him.
Waiting for the injured. At the hospitals. Hospitals across New York City readied themselves for massive casualties within minutes of the first attack, figuring that the large-scale destruction would surely result in thousands or even tens of thousands of injuries. Even farther away, up and down the East Coast, hospitals in cities like Boston prepared to receive overflow injuries and trauma cases. Throughout the day, injured office workers, Manhattan residents, and first responders did seek treatment, but the arriving patients only ever amounted to a trickle, not a flood. Doctors and nurses were left with the sinking realization that no patients meant no survivors.
Michael McAvoy. I spent the rest of the day at the hospitals, at the firehouse, or at my friend's apartment in Greenwich Village. I looked over lists of people who were taken to various hospitals. No John McAvoy, my brother. No James Ladley, my friend who worked for Cantor Fitzgerald. You look at the list and try to will a name onto it.
Tracy Donahue, transit officer, NYPD. I ended up at some point walking from my command to St. Vincent's Hospital because they wanted me to get checked out because I had blood coming out of my ears. I was a mess. When I got to St. Vincent's, it was very creepy because there was no one there. I expected so many people to be there, and I'd be waiting a long time to see a doctor. The doctors were very nonchalant when they saw me. They were waiting for the real bodies to come, the real people. And there was nobody there to come.
Harry Weiser, tax counsel, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower. I remember arriving at the hospital. I remember somebody asking me a few questions, and I asked them to call Karen, my wife, and I gave them her phone number. I remember somebody saying, "We're going to have to intubate you." I said, "Do what you have to do." That's the very last thing I remember. I don't remember anything for about 7 weeks.
Francine Kelly, registered nurse and nurse manager, St. Vincent's Catholic Medical Center. I think we saw 350 to 450 patients within the first 8 hours of 9/11. We saw tremendous volumes of patients. We saw in those first couple hours some people who worked in the World Trade Center. We saw burns, shrapnel wounds, crush injuries, people in hypertensive crisis. Then, as the day continued, then we started to see rescue workers come in who were injured in their line of duty. Mid-afternoon, 3 or 4 o'clock, we were working nonstop. Then what happened, unfortunately, is all of a sudden things slowed down. That was very, very difficult for us because you kept wanting to hear that ambulance siren.
Joe Esposito, Chief of Department, NYPD. They were waiting for the injured, and they never came.
David Norman. I had a scratched cornea. I was bleeding. I had burns on my legs. They brought us to St. Vincent's Hospital. They cut all our clothes off. We're standing there pretty much naked out on 7th Avenue, and then they gave us hospital gowns and brought us inside and triaged us to that point. They flushed my eye and some other stuff, and were able to remove some of the debris that was scratching my cornea. And then I got a patch.
Michael McAvoy. I walked back to St. Vincent's Hospital on 7th Avenue. Maybe I should give blood? At the hospital, there were stretchers and gurneys and tons of nurses and doctors, but no new arriving patients.
John Cahill, Senior Policy Advisor to Governor Pataki. We spent that day marshaling state resources for the response. We lined up so many doctors and blood donations, and the reality was, at the end of the day, very little of that was needed.
Mom, is America going to survive this? The 9/11 generation. As the attacks that Tuesday morning unfolded and news spread across the country, it left the nation's children bewildered and confused, and imprinted on all of them, at all ages, lasting memories. Babies.
Cheryl Meyer, parent, Tulsa, Oklahoma. My son was going to turn 1 month old on the 12th. I had planned to take him out for his first walk in the stroller. It was very hot still in Oklahoma. And I woke up to a voicemail from my brother, who simply said, "Turn on the TV." I sat in shock all morning, and eventually decided to go out on the walk anyway. I remember such a surreal feeling every time a plane would fly over, as many rerouted flights did until air traffic was suspended. I also remember looking at my son and thinking how one day he would know about these horrific events. I wish he didn't have to know such evil exists.
Age 2.
Jenna Green, parent, Maryland. I was running late, driving my 2-year-old son to daycare a block from the White House. We listened to little kids' songs like Wheels on the Bus during the entire drive. I had no idea what was happening, except I heard a lot of sirens. The director of the daycare met us at the front door looking frantic. "Go home," she said. "Turn around right now and go home. It's not safe here." I listened to WTOP radio on the drive back, and my son cried and cried, in part because we weren't listening to Wheels on the Bus, but also because even he could tell something very bad had happened.
Age 3.
Bo Garner, Michigan. My only memory is my mom standing in front of the TV watching the news. I don't remember seeing the towers fall or seeing President Bush address the nation. The only thing I remember is how it affected my mother. The significance of the moment was somehow passed on to me regardless of my lack of comprehension. 9/11 was not just an early memory for me. It's my earliest memory. Just a flash.
Age 5. Kindergarten.
Lachlan Francis, 9/11 is the first memory of my life. I remember a clearly distraught Mrs. Blanchard telling us that we would be going home early for the day. My daycare provider picked me and other students up in her minivan and brought us back to her house. This was the only day of daycare that we were ever allowed to watch television. My daycare provider watched the film of planes crashing into the towers on loop as she frantically tried to call her daughter, who lived in Manhattan. The other students and I, clueless to the seriousness and tragedy of what we were watching, nonetheless sat transfixed in front of the couch, watching the video of planes crashing into the Twin Towers over and over and over again.
Lake Richardson, Connecticut. My mom said as soon as she saw on the news that the first plane crashed, she drove to school to pick up my siblings and me. Later, she explained to me that a plane crashed into the World Trade Center, and I had absolutely no idea what that meant. The next morning, I sat down in a circle on the rug with my kindergarten class, and we all talked about what happened. I remember being confused because my mom said the World Trade Center, and my teacher said the Twin Towers, and I thought they were two separate buildings. I didn't know about the other planes until maybe a year or so later. Now I can't imagine how terrifying that must have been for my teacher, to have to explain something so horrific to a room full of 5-year-olds. Jingchu, Illinois. My mom worked at one of the high-rise buildings closest to the Sears Tower in Chicago. The school got the students home early, but I did not know why at the time. I remember my mom was home earlier than usual, too. She gave me a bath and asked me, "Do you know what happened?" She then told me there was a horrible accident at the World Trade Center in New York City, a place we had visited a few months before. Terrorism and patriotism were not yet ideas that I understood. My mother, along with all the other workers in the tallest buildings in Chicago, were asked to evacuate.
Age 6, first grade.
Kelly Yeo, California. The sky was gray as my babysitter woke me up and told me, "You're not going to school today. There's going to be a war. Bad men have bombed New York City." Ricky Miller, Michigan. I was in Mrs. Smith's first grade class. We had a guest reader in the class reading Nate the Great. Mrs. Smith got a call. Slowly, students were called out of class. By the end of the day, only a few of us were left. My sister, a second grader, and myself among them. When we got home, my mom told us about a terrible attack that took many lives. My mom didn't want us to be scared of school, so she wasn't going to pull us out. Alma M., California. All the adults seemed weird. They were all on edge, and something was wrong. Everything was so quiet.
Age 7, second grade.
Robert Corn, Florida. Kids started leaving school early, picked up by their parents starting around 10 a.m. My mom picked me and my best friend up from our school. My mom was crying. She and my dad had both grown up on Long Island, and they lived in Manhattan together for over a decade before moving to Florida. When we got home, my dad made a couple sandwiches for my friend and me. He was a wreck. One of his friends from high school was a firefighter in New York City. He later found out that his friend died in one of the towers, Thomas Joseph Kavakis. I sat outside my house on the back patio with my friend. We ate our peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and we watched the news. We sat there for at least 3 hours before my mom came back outside and turned the TV to the only network not showing the news, Cartoon Network. I knew that what was happening was not normal.
Tanya Cohen, New York. There were Black Hawk helicopters flying over the house into the city. My grandma went into the kitchen and made a big batch of pancakes.
Hiba Alasser, Louisiana. I was a pretty shy and quiet child, but I had made my first friend on my own. After that day, my friend came over and said, "We can't be friends anymore, Hiba." My mom said until this is over, we can't be friends anymore.
Age 8, third grade.
Denise Shiashi, Pennsylvania. My teacher walked me up the steps with tears in her eyes, clenching my hand as if I were her own child. I wondered how something so bad could happen on such a beautiful, warm, and sunny day.
Alexa Surf, Washington, D.C. I was the new kid in school, so when the teacher said, "You might not know what the Pentagon is, but it's a building that's very important to us," I thought she meant important to our school, that a plane had hit a building on campus. I was too embarrassed to ask which building was the Pentagon, but I tried to look out the window for a plane that had crashed.
Rebecca Portlock, Alabama. That was the first time I realized that truly awful things could happen to people who didn't deserve them.
Jessica Sweeney, New Jersey. Is your mom okay? I stared at my blonde-haired best friend Alex as the rest of our third-grade class gazed at the TV. Alex's big blue eyes looked right past me as she said, I don't know. She had a meeting there this morning. I put my hand on her shoulder. Alex's name stumbled from the loudspeaker, asking her to come to the office. I gave her my package of Dunkaroos, the one my mom had packed me for snack time, before my teacher took Alex downstairs. A few minutes later, Alex ran back into our classroom and hugged me, crying. She told me her meeting in New York got canceled when she was on her way this morning. She turned around before she even crossed the bridge.
Manar Hussein, New Jersey. The banner on the screen appeared with the words and the lines of suspected Al-Qaeda, an Islamic terrorist group, hijackers, as the news anchor tried to explain that we were under attack. The words were foreign to these third graders, but the word Islamic they knew very well. It was the word I had used to introduce myself in these early days of school. A couple students started to look at me, riddling me with hard, questioning stares. I couldn't help but feel ashamed and apologetic for something that had nothing to do with me.
Age 9, 4th grade.
Matthew Jellick, Pennsylvania. Toward the end of the day, the school called in the public address system to inform us about what had happened. We were asked to stand up for a moment of silence as the song God Bless the USA played on the PA radio. I saw the magnitude of what happened when I got home and watched the television. It was a very somber experience, and I was feeling like, why? Why did this happen?
Selena Gomez, Texas. Everyone was distraught.
Age 10, 5th grade.
Karen Joe, California. I was a figure skater and practiced on the 5 a.m. PT session that morning. I don't actually remember what I did during that hour-long session, but I do know that at the end of it, I was happy. I bounded into the cafeteria trying to get my mom's attention, gleefully peppering her with questions about whether or not she saw me practice. I expected her to be all smiles. Instead, her face was a sheet of white, as were all the faces of every other parent that was there.
Elizabeth Estrada, Texas. I didn't know what the Twin Towers were or where they were located. I sat on top of one of the desks and cried. My 4-year-old sister, along with her teacher, was later brought into the classroom to watch the news. I remember deliberately sitting behind her so that she couldn't see me cry. I knew that even if she couldn't fully comprehend what was going on, she would still be scared because of all the chaos. September 11, 2001 was the first time I ever doubted the safety of my country.
Kristen Camille Ches, Florida. I couldn't understand why anyone would want to hurt so many people. They couldn't possibly have known them all. What reason did they have?
Nick Waldo, Alaska. My mom told me that some planes had crashed, and being in rural Alaska, I thought a small plane had gone down because of bad weather. I was confused as to why it was a big deal. I said, "Oh, did we know anyone on them?"
Age 11, 6th grade.
Dana Meredith, Kansas. It was the tradition in my elementary school that the 6th grade class take a 3-day, 2-night trip to an outdoor learning center. My class took that trip from September 10th to 12th, 2001. I spent September 11th, 2001 having fun with my friends, canoeing in the morning, hiking and exploring an old cemetery in the afternoon, playing soccer and watching Apollo 13 in the evening. Very little was out of place, other than the looped contrails of the sky of planes forced to turn around. I still have a photo, taken on a disposable Kodak camera, and our principal canceling plans to join us because of disciplinary problems with a student. A white lie, I realized later. Our teacher sat us down the next day before we left for home to explain what had happened. Although I could not conceive of the magnitude of the previous day's events, nor did I even know what the World Trade Center was.
Age 12, 7th grade.
Jose Godinez, California. The events unfolded well before I got up for the second Tuesday of 7th grade. The teacher turned on the news coverage. I was glued to the screen, fascinated by the new terms I was learning. Terrorism had not entered my lexicon before that day. My understanding of the Middle East, until that day, was limited to ancient Egypt.
Irene C. Garcia, California. When my siblings got ready for school, I usually occupied my time with morning cartoons. I remember flipping through the channels and being annoyed that what seemed like every single station was broadcasting the same program. As a child, I just wanted to watch my cartoons. I kept flipping the channels until I decided to watch what was going on. I remember smoke coming out of a building and the broadcaster stating what a sad and tragic thing occurred in New York.
Michael, Pennsylvania. I was looking up the World Trade Center in the encyclopedia that was in the classroom.
Dan Schumann, Minnesota. Mostly I remember the feeling that went unspoken, or maybe couldn't be put to words even by adults, that something horrible and incomprehensible had happened that had already changed things forever. At home after school, I remember my dad telling me about when JFK was killed when he was 8. He told me that America had gotten through that, and that it would get through this too.
Age 13, 8th grade.
Emily Bauk, Florida. My dad is a commercial airline pilot. He was working. All middle and high schoolers were herded into the gymnasium. I was hysterical on the bleachers. My Bible teacher pulled me out of the crowd and took me to the principal's office. "Do you know where your dad is?" I didn't. My dad was one of the last planes in the sky, having to turn back to Fort Lauderdale mid-route, inbound to a New York area airport. He was able to answer by the time I called. I'm still thankful for those few moments he was able to tell me he was safe, and for the teacher who looked out for me.
Cat Cosgrove, New Hampshire. I didn't really understand the severity of it. A couple of buildings a few states away had been hit by planes. I'm not sure I had ever said the word terrorism before. Once I got home, I turned on the TV to try to figure out what was going on. I remember scrolling through more than 100 channels, seeing the same images of the Twin Towers falling over and over. I counted 31 TV channels all airing live coverage of 9/11. When I saw that MTV and VH1 were also airing it, that's when I realized how big a deal it was and started to get scared. It was suddenly not an adult problem, but something that I was supposed to be paying attention to, too.
Age 14, 9th grade.
Catherine Mestandria, Connecticut. I remember walking into my social studies classroom and my teacher had written, "Religion is outraged when outrage is done in its name. Gandhi." I couldn't process that it was an act of terrorism. I kept thinking that it was a series of terrible mistakes. Some of our teachers kept the news on. Others attempted with the lessons of the day. At lunch, no one talked, and there was a line that stretched down the hallway to the 2 payphones at the front of the school. As a bedroom community to New York, nearly everyone had at least one parent who worked in the city. My dad didn't work in Manhattan, but traveled each week for work. I remember waiting in the line, my stomach in knots, waiting to get in touch with my mom to hear that my dad was okay.
Shambi, Alabama. I was trying something new that year, going for a new look, a new identity. I was learning to skateboard and in a punk rock band. A guy by the name of Steven sat in front of me. He was a 10th grader, but for one reason or another, he's in my 9th grade science class. Steven was the kind of guy I wanted to be, the character I was trying to become. Seconds after the television was turned on, before I have time to fully process what I was watching, I leaned forward and whispered to Steven, "Anarchy." He laughed, and I instantly feel dirty. The guilt only grew as we continued watching the news. One of the greatest tragedies in our country's history, and the first word out of my mouth was a joke.
Age 15, 10th grade.
Lourdes V. Baker, California. It was the first time I completely understood that nothing is simple. Some things never make sense. And sometimes horrible things happen for no reason at all. It was the end of my childhood.
Bill Cushman, New York. Something that stands out to me the most in my own memory of 9/11 was the juxtaposition between the surreal nature of the day and the monotony of the routines that I still followed. After spending the day at school, constantly trying to catch a glimpse of any new bit of information about the terror attacks, I still went to my high school job at my town's public library that evening. I was scheduled to work that day, and I never thought of breaking from that routine. I went to work and numbly made it through the 4-hour shift I was working as a sophomore. I can't remember how I found out that my local newspaper, the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle, had published an afternoon extra edition to cover 9/11, But by the time my dad picked me up from the library, I knew that I wanted a copy. After a weird Burger King dinner, my dad and I drove around, going from gas station to gas station in a futile attempt to find a copy of that extra edition. By this point in the night, the extra editions of the newspaper were long gone, but the quiet quest around town to find one is burned into my 9/11 memories.
Age 16, 11th grade.
John K., California. At around 7 in the morning, the tone on KFI AM 640 changed drastically. Bill Handel read off the news ticker as if aliens had been spotted directly above Wilshire Boulevard. Picking up my carpool, suddenly 16 didn't feel so old.
Talia High, New Jersey. September 11th was also picture day in my high school. If you were lucky enough to have a last name like Anderson or Charles, you probably made it through the gymnasium queue before 9 a.m. Your smile looks genuine. If you were a Daniels or an Elton, you probably picked up on the fact that something had happened. Gossip spreads like wildfire in any high school, but hadn't yet gone back to a classroom with a television. If you're a Gore or a Hine like me, you were screwed. You had to watch the whole terrible thing unfold before your eyes, and then you had to sit to have your picture taken for the yearbook. The command to smile sounded like the worst insult.
Age 17, 12th grade.
Joanne Fischetti, Staten Island. We were told we should leave school and go immediately home. I remember walking to the park with my best friend and talking about whether things will be the same again and whether we'd be able to have a prom, be able to go to college, go to war, or what would happen next for America. It's amazing how easy it was to lose that feeling of safety.
College.
Michael Seja, University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. I tried to focus on rehashing the reading I had done the night before for my ethics and journalism quiz. As I walked in the door and quickly took my seat, I realized the quiz wasn't going to happen. The professor had both TVs in each corner of the classroom tuned to 2 different channels, each reporting on that World Trade Center crash. Just keep watching, our professor said. Today's lesson just changed.
Mallory Cara, New York University. A long line of people waited for an actual payphone while trying to use their cell phones. The internet on all of the NYU library computers was painfully slow. After 10 minutes of pressing refresh, I read a 3-lined AP story to my friend Gia aloud. 2 planes have crashed into World Trade Center. It took me a second to even realize what those words even meant. In this pre-Twitter world, I finally summed up my feelings in my live journal at 9:14 a.m. OMG, I am so scared.
Daphne Lee, Ripon College, Wisconsin. I called my friend Andy over in the freshman boys' dorm. He very sleepily answered. In the calmest voice possible, I told him to turn on the TV and call me back. As we watched, it happened again. A plane flew into the second tower. Almost immediately, my phone rang. It was Andy, calling to tell me he saw it and that he was signing up. I was stunned, at first not even knowing what he meant. He kept talking, telling me that he had to call his mom, and that he'd stay and finish freshman year, but he was signing up because that's what you do. Andy did sign up. He joined the National Guard that year.
Natasha Wright, George Washington University, D.C. I will never forget how surreal it was returning to the dorm and turning the TVs on. Finding out the Pentagon had been hit, watching residents of the Watergate across the street from us be evacuated as we were on lockdown and couldn't leave. The panic began to spread. Students on my floor cried together. Some residents packed bags to walk across the bridge and out of the city. Most of us sat in shock. I cried. A lot. We barely knew one another, and we were instantly bonded.
Daphne Lee. I contacted friends from home via our only means at the time, AOL Instant Messenger, as we were scattered around the country. We all shared the same fears.
Ernie Smith, Michigan State University. It was my first real time living away from home. I had only moved in 2 weeks prior. When those 2 towers were hit, there it was. My first real memory of being on my own.
Michael Seja. That was the first moment since I arrived at college where I felt like I needed my mom and dad, and they weren't there.
Courtney Kirkpatrick, University of Texas. Suddenly, being out in the world felt exhausting.
We didn't know who was friend or foe. at Offutt Air Force Base. At 2:50 p.m. Eastern Time, 1:50 p.m. local time, Air Force One landed at Offutt Air Force Base, outside Omaha, Nebraska.
Admiral Richard Meese, Commander, U.S. Strategic Command, STRATCOM, Offutt Air Force Base. We didn't know that he was coming to Offutt until about 15 minutes before. There wasn't much communication with Air Force One at all. There wasn't going to be any pomp and circumstance. I had my driver and a Secret Service agent, and the three of us went out to the runway to greet Air Force One in my plain Chrysler.
Sergeant Chad Heithoff, Maintenance Unit, Offutt Air Force Base. They announced a ramp freeze, meaning no one could move on the ground, and the next thing I knew, there were security forces everywhere. Full flak jackets, M16s. We could see Air Force One coming in, with 2 fighters escorting it. It was chilling and scary.
Staff Sergeant William Buzz Baczynski. Landing at Offutt was probably the one funny moment of the day. I'm a big guy, 6'4", 270, but Will Chandler's also a huge guy. He's 6'3", 250. We always said he's got hands the size of a TV screen. Well, we were the first 2 off the plane. The rear stairs are always down first. You get off and guide the front stairs in. When we got off, underneath the jet were 5 or 6 maintainers who were trying to plug the plane into ground power. No one told us they'd be there. All we saw were this group of 5 guys. Chandler yelled, "Clear the area!" He just let out this bellow. Well, it was like cat scattering. They dropped radios, dropped the cable. They were panicked. There's this big guy coming at them. It was hysterical. I laughed.
Richard Balfour, Security, Air Force One. We didn't know who was friend or foe, even on the bases. We kept everybody at arm's length, away from the aircraft.
Dave Wilkinson. By the time we got to STRATCOM, there were like 15 to 20 planes still unaccounted for nationwide. People will say it was only 6, but there were a lot more than that. For everything we knew, they were all hijacked. But even as we landed, they started to kick them off quickly.
Admiral Richard Meese. I decided to bring the President down into the command center via the fire escape entrance. That was the most expedient option. I'd never used it before. It was there for emergencies. I had them open it from the inside.
Brian Montgomery, Director of Advance, White House. There were a lot of airmen in battle gear lining the route to the bunker. We pulled up to this 5-story office building, and instead of walking in the front door, the Admiral said, "No, we're going in there." We headed into this concrete building, just a door. We went down and down and down, pretty far underground.
Ellen Eckert. When he went into the bunker, wow. That's still a scene in the movie in my head all these years later. Clearly, the only way to go was down. We stood outside, waiting. We smoked a million cigarettes. All my new chain-smoking friends.
Eric Draper. I finally had a chance to call my wife. I said, "Honey, I'm going to be home a little late tonight." I could hear her laugh through the phone, even as she was crying. She said, "I saw you with the President, so I knew you were okay."
Admiral Richard Meese. We went directly into the command center. That really caught the President's attention. All these soldiers, they're all in battle dress. CNN was prominently displayed, a lot of footage of the 2 towers. We had 4 to 6 TV screens all energized. I sat him down where I normally sit and walked him through what he was seeing, so he had an awareness.
Andy Card, Chief of Staff, White House. It was right out of a TV movie set. All these flat-screen TVs, all these military people, you could hear the fog of war. All these communications from the FAA and the military. But it was tough for the military folks. They all wanted to stand and show respect to the Commander-in-Chief, but you could tell they wanted to sit and do their jobs. Everyone was schizophrenic. Half sitting, half standing. Everyone was moving around. After a few minutes, the President turned to me. "I want to get out of here. I'm making it hard for these people to do their job."
Major Scott Hooter Krog. All the rules that fighter pilots spend their lives living by were now out the window. When we landed at Offutt, we got more gas and picked up maps for the rest of the country. There are always maps and approaches for the country and base operations, but all the maps always said, "Do not remove from base operations." We took all of them and stuffed them in our bag. Colonel Tillman walked into base operations, and we finally started to get some information. The president was actually an alumnus of our unit in Houston, and Colonel Tillman told us he feels comfortable with you guys and wants you to continue with us. We told him we'd sit back about 5 miles. You don't get that close to something that valuable for all sorts of reasons. But if something happened, we can eat up that range real quick.
Admiral Richard Meese. The VTC video teleconference was the three of us, the operator and his military aide. There was no real audience. We listened as everyone reported in. Richard Clark of the National Security Council, Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta, Deputy Secretary of State Richard Armitage, National Security Advisor Condi Rice, CIA Director George Tenet. Most of the initial conversation in the VTC was focused on who did this. There was a lot of speculation. It was too early to make definitive. Then we were talking about how do we restore some sense of normalcy quickly, both for New York and for the country. And then, how does the president get back to Washington?
Colonel Matthew Klimo. At 3:15, there was a teleconference with President Bush. The president was firm and in control, and I felt inspired. I remember very well his exact words as he started the teleconference. He said, "I want everybody who's listening to this SVT, which means Secure Video Teleconference, to know that no faceless thugs are going to hold this country at bay."
Norman Mineta, Secretary of Transportation. He said, "We're going to find out who did this. We're going to seek them out, and we're going to destroy them."
Colonel Matthew Klimo. Someone spoke up, and I don't know who, and they used profanity. President Bush said, "Look, first thing, get the facts straight. Second, clean up your language." And my reaction was just what yours was. Everybody chuckled.
Josh Bolton, Deputy Chief of Staff, White House. The whole tenor of the presidency changed immediately at that moment. Mike Morrell, Presidential Briefer, Central Intelligence Agency. When Tenet explained that he had evidence pointing to Al-Qaeda, the president turned around and looked at me. His look clearly said, "What the fuck happened here? You were supposed to tell me first." I tried to explain with my look that I was sorry. I didn't know how my message had gotten lost. I went to a nearby office and called Tenet's assistant, angry. I felt like I'd let the president down.
Andy Card. We all suspected that it was Al-Qaeda. I'd thought that since the classroom door. It wasn't that dramatic of a moment, actually. Think of what would have happened if he'd told us that it was Russia, China, or another nation-state, or an American splinter group.
Major General Larry Arnold. We had just about everybody on the ground, but we were concerned about one aircraft. It was a U.S. air flight that had taken off from Madrid and was going to JFK. It was the last aircraft that had been called potentially hijacked. The phone rang from Bob Marr, and he said, "We just got word from U.S. Air that airplane turned around." I picked up the phone from my executive officer, and I heard the president again talking to the Secretary of Defense. I interrupted and said, "Mr. President, the last airplane has landed. Everything is down that we can see." He did not question it. It was just, "I'm going back to Washington."
Julie Ziegenhorn, Public Affairs Officer, Offutt Air Force Base. We were working at our desks, and all of a sudden there was the president striding down the hallway. He walked right out the front door, waving to us. He shouted, "Thanks for all you're doing."
Gordon Jondro. We were there with the press pool, and our Secret Service agent said, "Oh my gosh, we've got to go right now, the president's leaving." Ann Compton was on with Peter Jennings. I didn't want to panic her or the nation by making it seem like we were leaving abruptly, but we needed to leave. I mouthed, "We have to go." She was on the radio, and she said, "I'm told we're leaving. I don't know where we're going." Peter Jennings said, "Godspeed, Annie."
Colonel Mark Tillman, Presidential Pilot, Air Force One. We thought he was going to be there for a while. I was sitting in base operations planning for the ride home when someone came in and yelled, "I think the president's headed back to the plane." I told him no, he said he was going to be for a while. They told me no, I just saw him drive by. I started to race back to the plane. He'd already gotten there. He's waiting at the top of the stairs. He did his classic move and tapped me in the chest and said, "Tillman, let's get home."
Major Scott Krog. No one told us that Air Force One was leaving, so we were like, "Oh shit, are they starting up?" We're racing to get our planes in the air, but it takes some time. We met the minimum safety requirements and hit the air. A 747 configured like that, gosh, that's a fast airplane. We didn't want to go supersonic, it'd burn up too much fuel. So we talked to them, and we had to reel them in.
With the president's orders and mindset clear, but the president himself still hours away from Washington, aides back at the White House moved ahead with briefing the press about the state of the nation's response.
Nick Callio. We had a long discussion about what we should be doing, whether we should all be going out and be seen publicly. We decided to do a briefing. There was a discussion, Mary Madeline was there, Scooter Libby, about whether we should go out in force and say, here's the White House staff, we're out, it's safe. Our intent was to send a reassuring message. In the end, we just sent Karen Hughes.
Karen Hughes. The Secret Service thought the White House press room was still not safe, so they took me, surrounded by agents with their weapons drawn, to the nearby FBI headquarters. I remember feeling vulnerable. We didn't know who the enemy was or where they might be lurking. My colleague, Mary Madeline, counselor to Vice President Cheney, came with me. I remember being grateful to have a friend by my side. I read from a prepared statement I had typed myself. The text was faded and barely legible in places. The printer in the emergency center had been low on ink. I'm Karen Hughes, counselor to President Bush, and I'm here to update you on the activities of the federal government in response to this morning's attacks on our country.
Profound quiet. Afternoon in America. As the morning of September 11th passed, a stunned, wounded nation found itself enveloped in quiet. Businesses and schools closed. Traffic thinned. The normal air traffic overhead fell silent. Many Americans, both ordinary civilians and government officials, were glued to the television, soaking in the news, overcome with emotion.
Gabriela Daya Dominguez, resident, Chatham, New Jersey. My husband worked in the South Tower, and I was about 7 months pregnant. I tried to call my husband. I was rather frantic. I tried to call and call. I couldn't reach him. There was no answer. I spent several hours just pacing my floor. He finally did make his way back on the ferry, and our son's classmate's father gave him a ride home. He pulled up in a car I didn't know. I ran out to greet him, and I was amazed because his shirt was white. By this time, clothes were all sooty and stuff because the towers had already collapsed. I remember my first thought was, his shirt is clean. And then I ran into his arms crying. Susanna Harada, resident, Arlington, Virginia. My son was born that day in Arlington Hospital at 1:40 in the afternoon. The first plane hit, and then the second, and then the Pentagon. And then my doctor said I needed a C-section. For the longest time, I wondered if he gave me the C-section because they were expecting so many injured from the Pentagon, and they needed to get my delivery over with. I said, look, the TV has got to go off. You guys have to focus on me. My doctor and my husband are watching TV, so the TV got turned off. It was a hard time to have a baby. You're supposed to be so happy, and you're not. Every mother has to struggle with that, but then the thought, what world is this? We weren't sure what was going to happen next.
Linda Carpenter, kindergarten teacher, Philadelphia. Although the sky was still the same beautiful blue that promised a perfect day on my drive to work, the sky now seemed eerily empty. Quiet, but not peaceful. I kept an eye on the sky on that drive home, fearful of the outdoors.
Wilson Surratt, executive producer, WPIX-TV, New York. A melancholy silence crept in. For the next few hours, we worked in a low hum of conversation and deep breaths. We struggled to hold it together.
Thomas Rogers, attorney, Cambria County, Pennsylvania. I remember looking up in the sky to see if I could see any plane. It seemed like everything was so still and quiet when you did that because there was nothing, no noise. We get used to the noise of the planes going over us. All at once, you notice the silence.
Teresa Flynn. The profound, profound quiet.
Specialist Ben Bell, Sentinel. Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, U.S. Army. The thing I remember was the flight pattern in D.C. It comes over the Potomac from the east and drops into Reagan. It's a loud part of tomb guarding. You always heard the planes coming in. It's the only thing that disrupts the sanctity of the tomb sometimes when you're out there. That silence. There were no people. There was nothing going on. The eerie silence. To hear that during the middle of the day, that was really eerie. Not to have any sound, like the dead of night.
Preston Stone, resident, North Dakota. I lived about 2 miles from the Fargo airport, and the silence from grounded planes was striking and haunting. Nate Jones, freshman, Wheaton College, Illinois. I was 1,500 miles away from all of this, and I didn't feel safe. I remember looking at the sky in the afternoon and seeing no contrails, no jets anywhere. It was blue and empty and silent. I still can't look at blue sky the same way.
Charity C. Tran, student, University of Southern California, Los Angeles. I remember the silence of the sky, the deceptive peace of a clear blue sky, empty of its white specks of flying planes. Anne-Marie Reedy Borenstein, Maryland. The world seemed to have stopped. It was almost as if everyone was holding their breath, waiting for what would happen next.
Teresa Flynn. You don't know how quiet a place can be. There was nothing on 395. There was nothing on George Mason Drive. The one thing that was interesting is that every single house in the whole block, by the time the sun set, the people were home, and there was that blue light coming out of their windows with every single person watching TV.
Dina Burnett, wife of United Flight 93 passenger Tom Burnett. All I wanted to do was go to church. I knew my children were fine. The principal called to let me know the kids were okay, and they did not know about the airplane yet. Several parents were picking up their children from school that day, but I decided to let mine stay. Being there was better than being at home and seeing me fall apart. I needed some time to decide how to handle the emotions. So I went to church.
There's so much luck involved. Searching. Family members, co-workers, colleagues fretted and feared the losses at the World Trade Center as the day's staggering toll mounted. Survivors, for their part, realized how big a role happenstance played in who emerged from the morning's carnage. The search for the missing proceeded desperately, both at hospitals and at the acres of destruction that would come to be known as Ground Zero.
Mika Brzezinski, correspondent, CBS News. There was a worse moment for me. We brought in a security guard from the World Financial Center. As he was waiting to go on air, the guard told me he had seen a WABC TV van crushed in the collapse. My husband, at the time, Jim Hoffer, worked for WABC. I began to get a little panicked that I had possibly lost my husband. I remember being two people. One person doing her story, the other totally numb, wondering, where the hell is my husband? What am I going to do if I lose him? Right after my report, the producer got in my ear and said, "Mika, your husband's fine." I cried. I felt so lucky.
John Napolitano, father of FDNY firefighter John P. Napolitano. I thought, I've got to call my friend Lenny Creasy. I have to tell him what's going on. His brother, John Creasy, a lieutenant in hazmat, was like an uncle to my son. I called Lenny's house, and his wife, Millie, answered the phone. She was crying. I said, "Millie, is John missing?" She said, "Yes." I said, "So's my son." Lenny and I went to a Brooklyn precinct, and they bent every rule in the book to get us over the bridge. We went and parked near Rescue 1 downtown. We saw guys from hazmat. Lenny and I went up to them and asked about John Creasy if they knew anything about Rescue 2 and the guys. They said, "No, nothing.
Susan Baer, General Manager, Newark International Airport. One of the things that someone started doing early on was keeping a list of everyone we'd heard from, which made people feel better, on a blackboard in the conference room. Everybody could see it. So if someone said, "I heard from so-and-so, she didn't go to work today," or "she was out at LaGuardia today," we'd write that name down. That day was fraught with that very raw emotion about who survived and who hadn't. Sonny Mindell. At some point, we announced where the victims' families should go. The Armory. The Armory was turned into the victim focal point, where they should gather. We headed over there as well. There were lines around the block, people clamoring for information. It was a warm day, people were out on the street. They were hot, they were frightened, They were heartbroken.
Kimberly Archie, resident, California. My brother was a pilot for United at the time. He normally flew flights 92 and 93. His wife had surgery on September 10th, so he was not the co-pilot that day. But I will never forget seeing the news and how I froze for what felt like hours in shock, thinking my brother was on that plane. Even when I realized he couldn't be, it was so hard after that to not feel for the families of the victims as if it were us.
Linda Kruner, your survival was such a big degree of luck. There are so many points of luck that make you realize how random life is. People say, oh, you were so smart to leave. Who knows? The way it turned out, I was smart to leave, but I would have been smarter taking the elevator. There's so much luck involved in this, in who lived and who died.
Mark DeMarco, Officer, Emergency Service Unit, Truck 1, NYPD. Why did we get out? In the beginning, I had this guilty feeling. If I had made a right instead of a left, if I had been 5 minutes or 2 minutes slower, if I had gone to a different team. There were so many variables. Everybody who was there says the same thing. It was luck. Nothing more than luck.
Stephen Blyhar. It was a day of lefts and rights.
Norma Hardy, Officer, Path Command, PAPD. As it got later into the night, then you realized that a lot of our guys were still missing or unaccounted for. We started talking amongst ourselves, the Port Authority police. Where did you last see this one? Who went this way? Who went that way? We started to realize that they were in a lot of trouble.
Detective David Brink. Out of the emergency service response from the NYPD that morning, 50% were lost. We lost 14 of the 23 guys.
Bill Spade. My brother-in-law, who was in Rescue 5, called me up and he said, Bill, everybody's missing. I said, what do you mean, everybody? I named every guy I had breakfast with that morning. I kept naming names, Mike and this guy and that guy. He said, no, Bill, they're all missing. Then my wife called me later that evening also. She said, did you get the bad news? I said, yeah, everybody's missing. She said, no, your uncle was on Flight 93. I remember I said, all right. I said, give me all the bad news now you want. This is the worst day of my life.
At 5:20 p.m., the 48-story building known as 7 World Trade Center, which had been burning furiously after being struck by the wreckage and debris from the adjacent Twin Towers, collapsed into itself. Overwhelmed by its losses, the magnitude of the day's tragedy, and the lack of water pressure in lower Manhattan following the Twin Towers' collapse, the New York Fire Department had decided to let the building burn.
Jeff Johnson. My eyes were really in bad shape. I had taken a piece of cardboard and cut a slit in it so I could put it over my eyes to cut down on the amount of light. We got to Stuyvesant High School, and they had a triage center set up inside. They gave me water and flushed out my eyes. I got up to go back out onto West Street, and as I was stepping down the stairs out to exit the high school, people were running again. I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. A huge plume of smoke came up West Street. Building 7 had collapsed.
Detective David Brink. I couldn't believe it. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. How many more buildings are going to fall?
Dan Nigro, Chief of Operations, FDNY. It would have been the largest collapse in the history of firefighting of a high-rise building if it had not been for WTC 1 and 2. We had another 48-story building came down in a matter of seconds, but thankfully not one additional person was injured when that building came down.
William Jimeno. We heard a huge explosion, which sounded like the same thing that happened the first 2 times, but it was further away. We believe this was Building 7 coming down.
Scott Strauss. Building 7 comes down about 5:30, and they take the organized rescue effort off the pile. Hey guys, we're getting off. The buildings are coming down everywhere. Let's get off the pile. Let's regroup. It wasn't a pile until days later. We called it the Trade Center, and then the terminology evolved into the pile, and then it became Ground Zero.
Jeff Johnson. At that point, I lost it. I broke down. A friend of mine, Eddie Callahan, saw me. He said he thought I was dead. There were a couple of these Chevy Suburbans, chief cars. Eddie had one, and he goes, "We're getting you out of here." They put a bunch of guys, as many guys as they could fit, into the rig that had been pretty beaten up. It was funny. We tried putting the air conditioning on to cool us off. It was blowing so much dust we couldn't see to drive. We had to open the windows to let the dust out. He brought me back to my firehouse.
At Ground Zero, an impromptu bucket brigade had begun work, trying to sift through the acres of burning wreckage in hopes of finding survivors and recovering the dead. The fires at Ground Zero would burn for another 99 days until they were finally extinguished for good on December 19th.
Paul McFadden, Firefighter Rescue 2, FDNY. The rubble, the field was so large that you're saying, where could you actually start?
Omar Olayan, Officer, NYPD. Once you got to the top of the rubble pile, there was all this smoke, and the buildings on the side were on fire. At some point, you would get smoke inhalation, and your eyes were burning out of your head, and you couldn't do it anymore. So you would go over to One Liberty, the building. They would nebulize you a little bit, wash your eyes out a little, and then you'd get back on the line and do it again. They had little paper masks, but at some point we took them off because they would get black in about 2 minutes, and it was worthless.
John Napolitano. When we came onto West Street and saw the debris field, I didn't even know that was a street. It was steel all over the place, and smoke rising, and it was chaos. It was a movie set that some deranged director thought of. It was the most horrific thing that I ever saw in my life. Where do we start? Where do we begin? I saw the lines of rescue workers moving debris, a bucket at a time. Lenny went over to the wall and he started to write, "John Creasy, call home," on the ash. I was getting so overwhelmed, saying to myself, I want to believe my son's here. I want to believe he's alive, but it don't look good. I walked over to the wall, and with my finger I wrote a big message in the ash. I wrote, "Rescue 2, John Napolitano. I'm here and I love you. Dad."
Denise McFadden, wife of FDNY firefighter Paul McFadden. Paul called, and he was up on the pile. I didn't understand what he was saying because he was naming name after name that we knew, then saying, "Dead." I said, "Stop it, what are you doing?" I said, "Is this some sick joke?" He couldn't stop. He kept rattling off name and dead. He couldn't say anything else.
Captain J. Jonas. I'm sitting at the ambulance, still with Tommy Falco, and he looks at me and he says, "Hey, Cap." He says, "How many guys do you think we lost here today?" I look out across the field and I says, "Oh, man, I don't know. Maybe a couple hundred." I caught myself when I said it. I said, "What the heck did I say, a couple hundred?" Prior to that day, our biggest life-loss fire we had was 12. And I'm saying a couple hundred. As it turns out, I was off by almost a half. The numbers are staggering.
John Napolitano. At one point, I joined the bucket brigade and I was moving the dirt. They would give me the buckets. I remember somebody saying, "This is a piece of the plane. You've got to give it to a Fed." The guy pointed at me because I was in civilian clothes and I had dress pants on. They gave me this piece of metal, thin metal, and I was holding it. I walked off the mound and I looked at a guy and he does look like a Fed. I went up to him and I said, "Listen, they said, give this to a Fed." I said, They gave it to me, but I'm an ex-cop, not a Fed." I said, "Are you a Fed?" He nodded his head, and he stood there watching everybody and everything, and he took it.
Paul McFadden. When everything settled, I lost 46 friends. They were either my friends or they were sons of my friends.
Captain J. Jonas. From the time we walked into that building till the time we got out late that afternoon, the world changed. By the time I saw sunlight again, the world was completely different. When we were trapped, we couldn't fathom what it looked like outside. It was beyond our wildest imagination how bad it truly was.
how drastically the world had changed. 9/11 at sea. Far from America's shores on September 11th, the aircraft carrier USS Enterprise, CVN-65, was beginning its return voyage from an April deployment to the Persian Gulf. But as TV broadcasts brought word of the attacks at home, the ship changed course.
Captain James Sandy Winnefeld, Jr., Commander, USS Enterprise. There had been a lot of noise on the intelligence nets over the summer. Some terrorist plot going on out there. We didn't know what it was, but we thought it could very easily be targeting our high-profile ship. We took exceptional precautions on our Suez Canal transit from the Mediterranean into the Red Sea because we were just worried. Obviously, nothing happened, so we entered the Persian Gulf and spent 3 months there supporting operations in Iraq. This was enforcing the no-fly zone in Iraq, Operation Southern Watch. We had just finished an extremely successful strike against an Iraqi surface-to-air missile battery, and we were finished with the operational part of our deployment and had exited the Arabian Gulf on our way to a port visit in South Africa on the way home. On the afternoon of 9/11, the morning back on the East Coast, I was in my sea cabin reading and got a phone call from my safety officer to turn on the TV. He said, "There's something going on in New York." It was only a minute or so after I turned the TV on that I watched the airplane hit the second tower. Now, right there, it seemed pretty clear to me that we weren't going home. We weren't going anywhere because there was a good chance this attack originated from somewhere in Afghanistan. We knew all about Al-Qaeda. It was hard to describe the feeling of the Pentagon being hit, wondering if any of my friends were a victim of that attack, wondering exactly how bad the damage was because it was hard to tell from the TV. And then this feeling that they struck right at the center of who the military is, who we are, what we believe, how we try to defend our country. Watching those 2 World Trade Center towers come down, that was probably the most shocking thing I've ever seen. That was like, oh my God, the world has changed. Everybody on board was really angry, really shocked. But we knew we would probably be a part of the answer. Over the course of the afternoon, we had a number of meetings. Ultimately, the decision was mutually made that we would turn north toward Afghanistan. Our goal was to be off the coast by the very next morning, ready to conduct strike operations if we were asked to do so. When I announced the change of course, I told the crew something like, "I know none of you are disappointed our port visit to South Africa has been canceled. We're out here on the front lines, and there's every possibility that sooner rather than later we'll be asked to answer for this heinous act that's been committed against our country." You can imagine how helpless we felt at sea watching this all unfold on TV. Everybody was worried about what the terrorists were going to do next. It was the first time in my life that I felt safer at sea than my family was at home.
Weeks later, the USS Enterprise would launch the first U.S. airstrikes in Afghanistan. Word of the attacks continued to spread throughout that Tuesday, finally reaching the U.S. Navy's fast attack submarine USS Norfolk, SSN 714, at dinner time, when the stealthy submarine came to the surface to collect the day's news.
Matt Dooley, crewman, USS Norfolk. We were at sea the week of September 11th, 2001 for routine operations and training. When we left Norfolk Naval Station in Norfolk, Virginia, there were fishing boats and pleasure craft in the bay, and it seemed like a quiet day to be on the water. We cleared our communications broadcast early that morning and submerged for our daily tasking. When a submarine is underwater, it is out of communication with the outside world, and therefore is required to clear communications broadcasts every 12 hours or so. When we cleared our broadcast the evening of September 11th, we quickly learned how drastically the world had changed in the 12 hours since our morning broadcast. A sailor that worked in our communications room interrupted our captain as he was eating dinner and told him he was needed in the communications room. Moments later, the captain addressed the crew and read the initial reports over the ship's intercom system. I remember his first words, and they still echo in my ears. "The United States has been attacked." We thought this had to be some type of government or military exercise. It all sounded like something from a movie. Since we couldn't see images of the news, we only had the images playing in our heads. We stayed at periscope depth, just below the surface of the water, where our antennas could come up and download communications for the next few days to get information as it became available. None of us knew what we might be asked to do. It was about a week before we were allowed to come home, and we got to see the images of the attacks for the first time. For a week, we only had text on paper, and each of us in the submarine hoped it wasn't real. Finally seeing the footage for the first time is a feeling none of us can forget.
We still continue to fight this war. Afternoon at the Pentagon. By late afternoon, the scene at the Pentagon had settled down. Across Northern Virginia and Washington, injured personnel sought treatment. Rescuers and firefighters settled in for a long siege at the crash site.
Captain Gary Tobias, Arlington County Fire Department. They took a load of us on a bus down to the Pentagon to start relieving the people there who had been there all day.
Chuck Cake, firefighter and EMT, Arlington County Fire Department. Long about 4:30, the call came through that anybody that hadn't been to the Pentagon yet, get on the bus, you're going, it's your turn. I was sent to the interior. We were deployed to the C Ring to look for survivors and to take care of spot fires. There was wreckage everywhere, and little spot fires all over the place, except there were bodies thrown in with it too. There were still many, many victims in the building, most of them uniformed. That particular office must have been Air Force because I saw a lot of Air Force uniforms. A lot of the people were burnt beyond recognition, but somehow or other, the insignias all survived. And on some of the uniforms, you could still see the patchwork and stuff. We went and got body bags and sheets to put over people, even if for no other reason than to make us feel better.
Philip Smith, Branch Chief, U.S. Army, Pentagon. One arm is scarred up to about my shirt sleeve, and all of that turns black. While I was at the hospital, they trimmed all the dead skin off. My face was like one big scab.
Lieutenant Colonel Rob Grunwald. It was getting later in the day, and I was becoming sick. I'm coughing up all kinds of black phlegm and stuff. An Air Force lieutenant colonel comes up and says, "Come on, let me help you. We'll get you over to the medical tent." They asked, "What hospital do you want to go to?" I go into an ambulance. I'm the only one on the highway. The highways were shut down. The siren was going. I was looking out, and I was the only game in town.
Philip Smith. One of my co-workers, a lady by the name of Martha Carden, was also released. We weren't able to reach anybody by cell phone. All of the communications were down. I walk out of the hospital, and Arlington Hospital is a big hospital. The door that I walk out of, I run into one of my neighbors from a prior assignment, a friend who had driven to Arlington Hospital to come and find me. I literally bump into him at the door. It was Major Rex Harrison. I said, "Rex, what are you doing here?" He said, "Well, I came to pick you up." I said, "Well, that's great. Thank you so much. Can we take Martha home?"
Lieutenant Colonel Rob Grunwald. I got a Purple Heart for my injuries, and I got a Soldier's Medal for my actions that day. There were only maybe 11 or 13 people that got both medals. The Soldier's Medal is the highest medal you can get for bravery not in a combat environment. Somebody obviously thought I did something good. Probably Martha.
Louise Rogers. I was at Washington Hospital Center in the intensive care unit. It wasn't until about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon that day that I woke up. I have some vague, nightmarish understanding that something happened. I was so out of it, I don't know what was real and what wasn't real. I remembered hearing my husband's voice for the first time and having the thought, well, I don't have to fight to try to stay awake or be conscious right now. He's here. I can let him take care of everything. And go back to sleep. So that's what I did.
By day's end, the military had rallied an impressive air armada to America's skies. Hundreds of planes flying over most major U.S. cities. Inside the Pentagon, the leaders sorted through the day's toll and what the next day would bring.
Victoria Tory Clark. Senators John Warner and Carl Levin came down to the building in late afternoon. They sat in one of the smaller workstations in the command center, and the secretary took a call from the president and put them on the phone. They were clearly struck by what had happened and came down simply to show their support. They went out with the secretary to tour the site in the late afternoon.
Lawrence Dorita, Special Assistant to Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld. One of the things that stood out in my mind is the regularity that we got back to so quickly. How quickly we were able to snap back into place and get back to work. The secretary was very clear that he wanted people back to work the next day.
Colonel Matthew Klimo. At 17:25 hours, 5:25, Secretary Rumsfeld said, "I want the chain of command to notify everybody that tomorrow, 12 September, is a normal work day at the Pentagon. I want everybody here reporting for work," which was, at the time, a pretty startling announcement.
Donald Rumsfeld. I hadn't talked to anybody when I said that. It was more attitude. My impression was that the smoke and problems had declined, and that there were undoubtedly significant portions of the building that could be occupied safely, and so I decided. I thought it would be a good thing for the Pentagon not to be shut down.
Admiral Edmund Jim Bastiani. We thought of having a press conference here in the building. We wanted to send the right message to the rest of the country and do a press conference in this building that night. At 6 p.m., we did it, even though it was still smoky in the passageways.
Victoria Torrey Clark. The building was still filled with smoke, and quite a few people thought the briefing should be held off-site. I was not the only one, but I was probably the most vocal advocate for briefing here in the building. We had to show that the building was up and operating, and it was important for people to see their Secretary of Defense and the leadership here. We also decided it was a good idea to have Senator Warner and Chairman Levin with them.
Admiral Edmund Jim Bastiani. The Secretary was magnificent. Carl Levin and John Warner came over to show support. They were up on the podium with him. I think that set the tone for America that first evening.
I'd never heard of Al-Qaeda before. Airborne, en route to Andrews Air Force Base. Air Force One left Offutt Air Force Base at 4:36 p.m. Eastern Time, en route to Andrews Air Force Base outside Washington, D.C. The president, finally, was coming home.
Colonel Mark Tillman, Presidential Pilot, Air Force One. I'm doing about .94 Mach. We went as fast as we could across the United States. F-16s were coming out of Washington, D.C. to meet us. Everybody was joining up with us. We had F-15s with us as well.
Mike Morrell. On the flight to Andrews, I finally got this packet full of all the intelligence the CIA had. It included the talking points that George Tenet had used to brief the president, but there was still a lot he hadn't been able to say. I shared all those details with the president. The second half of the packet was a set of intelligence passed to us by a European ally, explaining that it had detected signs that Al-Qaeda was planning a second wave. When I was showing that to the president, I could tell from his reaction it struck him. Gosh, this could happen again. This isn't over.
Eric Draper. I asked Andy Card at one point, who did this? Al-Qaeda. I'd never heard of Al-Qaeda before.
Andy Card, Chief of Staff, White House. By the time we're coming from Stratcom, it was a skeleton crew aboard. The closer we got to Washington, the more the president wandered.
Brian Montgomery, Director of Advance, White House. I found the president at the front of the staff cabin at one point. I said, "We're going to hit him hard, right? When this is all over?" He said, "Yes. Yes, we are." I knew that look in his eyes. He was mad.
Ellen Eckert. The president came back to the press cabin. I asked him if he was doing okay, and he said yes. I asked, "Have you spoken to Mrs. Bush?" He said, "Yes, she's fine." He patted me on the back twice. Then Doug Mills, the AP photographer, said, "Keep your spirits up." The president said, "We won't let a thug bring this country down."
Sonia Ross. I was typing away in the press cabin, working on my notes when the president came in, and I don't think he saw me at first. I started typing that quote down, and he heard me typing and turned to me, "Hey, off the record." He didn't say anything else.
Ellen Eckert. He gave Sonia the stink eye.
Gordon Jandro. He was trying to be a very calm and comforting presence to everyone.
Eric Draper. Everyone was trying to take it all in. I took this picture of Cindy Wright, a White House nurse, rubbing the president's back. At another moment, the president had his arm around Harriet Myers as they walked down the plane.
Captain Cindy Wright, nurse, White House Medical Unit. What's funny about that picture is I don't really remember being compassionate or ministering to him. I do remember that he came in to check on me and the team. It was amazing to me that he was walking through the plane, checking on us. It was still fairly new in the administration, so we knew each other from talking and being at the ranch, but that was the first time we hugged. I'm a big hugger, and he is too.
Ann Compton, reporter, ABC News. We were finally able to say on the record, I called my bureau and told them, that the president was heading back to Washington and would address the nation from the Oval Office.
Colonel Dr. Richard Tubb, presidential physician. The thing at that moment I was most worried about was a biologic attack. In the unlikely but high-risk scenario, I thought there was little harm to be prophylaxing the staff with antibiotics. I gave everyone on the plane a week of Cipro. I hoped by the time they ran out, we'd have figured out the fog of war and know whether we needed to continue measures.
Brian Montgomery. I noticed that Dr. Tubb was walking and talking to each person. He'd lean over and whisper to each person, pat them on the shoulder, and he'd hand over a little envelope, like what the military uses to put pills in. He got to me and said, "Monty," that was my nickname. "How do you feel?" I said, "Other than the obvious, physically, I feel fine." "You don't feel disoriented?" "Nope." Then he said, "Have you ever heard of Cipro?" "We don't know what might have been in that school, so we're being careful." I asked him, "What's it used for?" He told me, "In case it's anthrax."
Mike Morrell. It was about an hour from touching down, pretty late in the day. A lot of people were asleep, and the lights on Air Force One were turned down. The president came back into the staff compartment. I was the only one awake. One of the things that struck me, he transformed right before my eyes from a president who was struggling a bit with the direction of his administration on September 10th to a wartime president, just in a matter of hours. I could already see this new confidence and power in him.
Gordon Jandro. I don't really remember eating, but the stewards put out some sandwiches and chips. The Air Force bills you for your meals aboard Air Force One through the White House military office. I remember a couple days later getting a bill for $9.18. The bill said, for meals on September 11th between Sarasota, Barksdale, Barksdale, Offutt, Offutt, Washington.
Mike Morrell. The president's mill aide, Tom Gould, was looking out the window on the left side of the plane. He motioned me over. Look, there was a fighter jet on the wingtip. In the distance, you could see the still-burning Pentagon. Throughout the day, all this is happening and you don't really have the chance to feel the emotion. But that got me. Tears filled my eyes for the first time that day.
Andy Card. We kneeled on the benches to look outside. You could see the fighter jets coming up pretty close to Air Force One. You just don't see that on Air Force One.
Karl Rove. I realized this was no ceremonial escort. This was the last line of defense in case there was a man-pad, surface-to-air missile on the approach to Washington. They were going to put themselves between Air Force One and whatever the threat was.
Colonel Dr. Richard Tubb. As we were coming in on final approach, Dan Bartlett came into my office and said, "Thanks, I took all those pills. Anything else I need?" I said, "What? Absolutely not. That was supposed to be a week's worth." I'm flipping through the physician's desk reference, that huge book, trying to figure out what the toxic level of Cipro is.
Brian Montgomery. Dan was real worried for a moment. After all that happened that day, Dan was going to die from Cipro poisoning.
Colonel Dr. Richard Tubb. I looked into it and told him, "Listen, you're going to be fine. You might want to take an antacid."
Colonel Mark Tillman. As we were landing, I was thinking all I have to do is get him on the ground and then I can hand him off to the Marines. I was watching the fighters scream by underneath us doing suppression for us. I was trying to figure out if there was anything waiting for us on the ground. The landing itself, after everything, was entirely normal.
Major Scott Hooter Krog. We had landed right behind Air Force One, and so we saluted as the President's helicopter and Marine One took off. We knew the President was heading to the White House.
Ari Fleischer, Press Secretary, White House. There are several different routes that Marine One can take back. We took the most scenic, directly over the Capitol, down the mall. At the Washington Monument, you bank right.
Andy Card. We only flew at treetop level, zigzagging to make it harder for a missile to hit us. We were really low to the water on the Potomac.
Ari Fleischer. Out of the front left of the chopper, the president had a clear view of the Pentagon. The president said to nobody and everybody, "The mightiest building in the world is on fire. This is the face of war in the 21st century."
A spontaneous song. Evening in Washington. With the president en route to Washington, scheduled to arrive around 6 p.m. Eastern Time, the congressional leadership hidden at Mount Weather began to make their way back as well. In the early fall darkness, about 150 representatives and senators gathered at the Capitol around 7:45 p.m.
John Feary, Press Secretary to Speaker Dennis Hastert. We took a helicopter ride back from the secure location. Beautiful Virginia sunset, beautiful day, and seeing the flames still leaping up from the Pentagon. It was really quite a sight and quite emotional.
Senator Tom Daschle. Yet with that soft September light was chaos all around. Smoke still billowing from the Pentagon, fire trucks below, jets above, tanks, and all kinds of security. Just an amazing transformation of what started as one of the most tranquil and beautiful days of the year that morning.
Brian Gunderson. You knew something was very wrong with the world that day. We passed over some office buildings in Northern Virginia that had dump trucks parked at the entrance to their parking lots to prevent possible car bomb attacks.
Steve Elmendorf. It was very surreal to fly in helicopters, see the smoke coming out of the Pentagon, land on the Capitol grounds with a heightened level of security. At that time, it was very rare to see the Capitol Police with a machine gun or a shotgun or anything remotely like that. We landed, and there were all sorts of people with automatic weapons and SWAT gear surrounding us, surrounding the helicopters.
John Feary. It had really become a fortress.
Representative Martin Frost. At some point, there was a report on television that members were going to come back and meet at a certain time. So I did, along with everybody else.
Representative Dennis Hastert. We walked across the east front of the Capitol, and there were probably 200, maybe 175 or 225 members of Congress on the front stairs of the Capitol. Wow, it's pretty amazing. Members of the House, members of the Senate, Democrats, Republicans.
Senator Tom Daschle. I don't recall seeing a smile the entire evening. It was facial expressions that were somber, very, very grave.
Eve Butler G. By then, of course, we had learned about Flight 93. It was very bittersweet because our sense was that that plane was headed for the Capitol building. Had it not been for those people, it could have been much, much worse. They gave their lives to save ours.
Representative Dennis Hastert. Daschle came up and spoke for a couple 20 seconds or so. I got up and basically said, look, this country will be okay. We're going to stand up. We'll be back to work tomorrow. We'll do the people's work and get this country going again. And we'll find out who did this and protect our country.
Senator Tom Daschle. After the two speeches, there was a moment of silence that wasn't scheduled. Nobody really wanted to leave. People started holding hands. Somebody started to sing.
Representative Dennis Hastert. As I turned back to go back to the place I was standing, somebody broke out in the crowd of members of Congress and God Bless America.
John Feary. I think it was Representative Jennifer Blackburn Dunn who started breaking out in God Bless America.
Senator Tom Daschle. It didn't take long before everybody began singing along. It was probably the most beautiful part of the entire experience, totally unplanned, totally spontaneous, but probably more powerful than whatever the speaker and I said.
Representative Dennis Hastert. I remember the chills going down my spine. I remember thinking, this country will be okay. We'll stand shoulder to shoulder.
Eve Butler G. I cried. That was the moment when I really lost it, watching that happen. The feeling was, no matter what happens, nobody's going to defeat us, either psychologically or in actual fact.
Celine Haga, staff, U.S. House of Representatives. In the hours and days and weeks later, when it was replayed on TV, it felt trite and corny. But in that moment, that night, it felt like we were clinging to something, like a lifeline.
Representative Martin Frost. Then, we dispersed.
Marine One arrived at the White House shortly after 7 p.m., landing on the South Lawn.
Alberto Gonzalez, White House counsel. The rest of the afternoon, I just ran between the underground bunker, the Situation Room, and my office on the second floor of the West Wing, making sure that all the legal issues were being evaluated as policymakers were making decisions. Finally, at about 7:30, I stood outside the Oval Office with Karen Hughes, the communications director, and we watched as Marine One landed on the South Lawn. We greeted the president as he returned home. We followed him into the Oval Office and then back into his private dining room. There, with Ari Fleischer, the press secretary, Andy Card, the chief of staff, Condi Rice, the national security advisor, Karen and I and the president, we talked about what happened that morning. We talked about what we were going to do in response to the attacks, and we talked about what the president was going to say in his address to the nation that night.
Nick Callio. I stuck my head in at one point and said, "How are you doing, sir?" The president said, "I'm ready, and you need to be ready, too." He was calm. The look in his eye was intense, and then when he talked to the senior staff, he said, "We all have to be ready. We are at war. We have to let the American people know that we're going to protect them. In a month from now, we're all going to want to go back to baseball and football and not think about this, but it's going to be our job to make sure that we're always thinking about it."
Condoleezza Rice. By that night, the president was in the mood to start handing out assignments. He really was determined that Don Rumsfeld was going to be doing his work to make sure the military was ready.
Commander Anthony Barnes. Karen Hughes banged out that statement on her knees because there weren't any other chairs in there next to a computer. She kneeled down beside a computer and banged out that statement in about 20 minutes. When the president got back, he edited it for a couple of minutes, and then it was to the Oval Office for the television cameras.
Josh Bolton, Deputy Chief of Staff, White House. I was nervous for the president because I knew how important this was to the feeling in America that day.
We go forward to defend freedom. In the Oval Office. 8:30 p.m.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
After the president's Oval Office address, Vice President Cheney boarded a helicopter to fly to an undisclosed location for the night, a site that later would be revealed as Camp David. Cheney slept that night in the president's own cabin, known as Aspen, a violation of normal protocol made necessary because Aspen connected directly to the presidential retreat's own escape bunker.
Dick Cheney. As we lifted off and headed up the Potomac, you could look out and see the Pentagon, see that black hole where it had been hit. A lot of lights on the building, smoke rising from the Pentagon. It helped bring home the impact of what had happened, that we had in fact been attacked.
Louis Scooter Libby, Chief of Staff to Vice President Dick Cheney. I recall watching the Vice President, who was staring out the window at the Pentagon, and wondering what he may be thinking about, the responsibilities he would have in the future. A pretty sobering moment.
David Addington, Counsel to the Vice President. The headquarters of the U.S. military was still smoking, and we were flying over on our way to hide the Vice President. My God, we're evacuating the Vice President from Washington, D.C. because we've been attacked.
Dick Cheney. I remember sitting in the living room there, in the Aspen cabin, turning on the television, watching the reruns. I suppose that was the moment, as much as any, that it really hit home what the country had been through that day.
I spent the evening just crying. The evening of 9/11. Families across the country struggled to understand what the attacks meant for their loved ones, while those directly affected continued to scatter and make their way home, sometimes without knowing how their own families had been affected.
Charles Christoph, attorney, Broadway. I tried to reach Penn Station, and from Penn Station eventually to get the train to go to Maplewood, New Jersey. Everything was closed. We had to wait hours. I think late afternoon, finally, they let the first train go. I was not able to catch the first one, but I did get the second one. People were looking at me because I was totally covered with dust in my hair, my suit, everything. Bruno Dellinger, Principal, Quintamassus, North America, North Tower. When I arrived home, on my apartment door there was a post-it from one of my interns who left a funny note. If you're alive, I'm still alive.
Rosemary Dillard, Washington, D.C., base manager, American Airlines, and wife of Flight 77 passenger Eddie Dillard. I had to drive by the Pentagon. I wanted to stop. They wouldn't let you. I got home, went in the house, and I smoked 4 cigarettes. I figured if I smoked in the house, it would bring my husband back because he didn't smoke in the house. Then I had to call his brothers. I had to call my friends, the rest of his family, and my sister. My neighbors started coming over right away because the flight attendants lived in the area. They came and brought me dinner. After that, it's kind of a blur. Life changed.
Linda Kruner. I didn't really know what happened yet. I certainly knew we lost people. When I was at my sister's house in New York City, there was a fellow, he got my number, he knew I was in the building that morning, and he said, "I'm so-and-so, did you see my son? Did you pass him on the staircase?" This young fellow died. It was terrible. It was really one of these calls that you want to say, "I wish I saw him, I wish I could tell you something." I couldn't tell him anything.
Adrian Pierce. Kathleen, she sat behind me. We don't know where she was. Carlos, we don't know where he was in the building. Toyina, she got killed also. Jeffrey got killed. Antoinette was holding a guy. His name was Tom. She was holding his hand as we were coming out of the building, and he let her hand go and the building came down on her. We lost 5 people from Wachovia. I also lost 150 friends from Eurobrokers on the 88th floor. One friend in particular, Adam, he came out, he called his parents, and he said, "I'm okay." But he went back in the building, and he never came back out.
Charles Christoph. I was worrying about my wife, Kirsten, a vice president of risk services at Aon Corporation on the 104th floor of the South Tower. I was worrying about our daughter, Gretchen, because we didn't have close relatives to pick her up from the daycare. I was hoping maybe Kirsten was able to get on the first train, or on this train, and I will meet her there or meet her at home.
Robert Small. I was home before I normally would have been home. I still thought we were supposed to have our Pop Warner football team pictures taken that night. I still thought we were going to do that. I got a phone call from the league guy. "We're not taking pictures tonight." I said, okay, because it still hadn't hit me how dramatic and big the day was. It was still my day, as opposed to what it meant to everybody else. Within the next day or two, you started realizing how many people it affected.
Dina Burnett. I spent the evening just crying and being with friends, having neighbors come in and out, and having family call me on my cell phone to offer their condolences. Rosemary Dillard. I was still calling his cell phone, and he had a pager. I was still paging it every so often.
Charles Christoph. I got to Maplewood. We usually parked our car by the train station, but I didn't have a key, so I had to walk to the daycare. I took my daughter from the daycare, and I asked about my wife. Only my daughter was there. All the other kids were taken by their parents, and 1 or 2 people from the staff. She was a baby, 11 months old, and she didn't understand. She recognized my face, and obviously was happy to see me. One of the employees of the daycare drove me to my home. I didn't have a key. I had to break the window on the back door in the kitchen to enter. I immediately took care of my daughter. I had to feed her and change her and put her in the bath, because it was already 6, 7 o'clock. And then I was just sitting by the phone waiting for a call.
Gillian Volk. We spent the whole night going from hospital to hospital, checking the admittance lists. Then at 7 o'clock that night, we got a phone call from Bellevue Hospital saying my fiancé Kevin was admitted there. His dad got there before we did, and he found out it wasn't the right Kevin Williams, it was somebody else. We had been on this whole high, screaming. I searched the city for 3 days.
John Napolitano. It was late, and the kids wouldn't go to sleep because my son, whenever he worked nights, he would always call and talk to them and tell them a story over the phone. And then he would end with hugs and kisses, and they'd go to bed. They weren't going to bed because their father didn't call.
Charles Christoph. I was waiting for Kirsten's call, but nobody called.
Fernando Ferrer. I organized the prayer vigil on the Grand Concourse at Love Gospel Assembly. What else could you do? That place was packed. We then made the rounds of firehouses. We saw guys come back covered in white dust. People had already set up... Oh, I get emotional just talking about it. Had set up shrines and brought flowers and stuff and lit candles. It was really something.
Perry Whedon, Los Angeles. I had been dating someone for 6 months and was unsure where the relationship was heading. This normally very calm and collected man was anxious and shaken, distraught over the lives already lost and fearful that LA was in the crosshairs. We went to Santa Monica Pier, a relative ghost town for a warm September day, an attempt to be defiant in the face of fear. He made a comment I would never forget, something about how if the world was going to end today, he was glad to have spent it with me.
Richard Kolko, Special Agent, FBI. I started the day in the Atlanta FBI field office assigned to the Joint Terrorism Task Force. By midday, I was driving to Washington, D.C. A New York agent who was stuck in Atlanta jumped in the car with me. The roads were deserted. It was nighttime, and we were somewhere in North Carolina heading north on I-95, well above the speed limit. Suddenly, the rearview mirror lit up with a North Carolina trooper right behind me. I pulled over. The trooper approached my window cautiously. He got to the window and clearly, carefully, and professionally checked us out. He asked if we knew how fast we were going and what was the rush. I identified myself as an FBI agent and said we were headed to D.C. He took one step back from the window, pointed north on I-95, and said, "Go get him."
Lieutenant Joseph Torillo, Director of Fire Education Safety, FDNY. 8 hours later, I woke up and I didn't know where I was. I realized I was on the 8th floor of the hospital, in a room, but I didn't immediately know because I couldn't see. I'm like, I don't know if I'm dead or alive. That night, they found my car behind the firehouse. I was declared dead that night.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. The day had passed. I don't even know what I did. I know I walked around. I talked to some people. We did a little search. In fact, we found a police officer on West Street. He was dead. He was buried. We helped out where we could and the day passed. I hitched a ride with one of the fire engines that was going north. I think there was about 40 of us hanging off this fire engine. They dropped me off on 3rd Avenue and 29th Street, and I walked down the block. I walked into the firehouse, and I remember my girlfriend, Christine, was there. A number of the wives were there, and some of the firemen were there. That's when I found out that Ladder 7 was missing. That's our company that's quartered with us, 16 and 7. Everybody from 7 was missing. They all died.
Chris Mullen, firefighter, Ladder 1, FDNY. It was a depressed, dismal, miserable mood. Hundreds of firefighters, thousands of civilians are gone as quickly as you blow out a match. Gone.
Captain J. Jonas. I ended up walking from the World Trade Center to the firehouse on Canal Street. It was pretty quiet. I'm walking with all my gear on. I must have looked like Pigpen from the Charlie Brown cartoon, with this big cloud of dust following me. A bunch of Chinese people from the community start following me, and somebody broke off and came and talked to me. He says, "Are you okay?" I said, "Yeah. If I keep walking, I'm okay." I says, "If I stop, I'm not going to want to start up again." Then they followed me to make sure I got to the firehouse.
Tracy Donahue, transit officer, NYPD. When I went home that night, I went home to my mother and sat in the backyard. It was another beautiful day. I was sitting in the backyard saying to my mother, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I want to stay on this job. I got up the next day and went to work. I went back the day after that and the day after that, and I said, I'll take it day after day and see how I feel. Over time, I was okay.
Pasquale Bazzelli. I was basically in a stretcher at St. Vincent's, and they were moving me from room to room, taking x-rays and things. My friend Phil showed up. They gave me some clothes to wear because they had to rip the clothes off of me that I had on. It was Disney or Mickey Mouse, something that didn't fit. I put that on. There was a police officer there with a van, and he said, "Where do you want to go?" We gave him the address, our other friend's house. When I got to my friend's apartment, it was the first time I was actually able to watch it on television. I couldn't believe that I actually survived. Got in the car, we headed north and went across the Tappan Zee Bridge, and I was home at 8 o'clock that night. I pulled up at home with all my family and friends there. It was nice. It was nice to be home, to see my mother and father, my wife, Louise.
Louise Bazzelli. I remember the first thing when we finally got him inside the house. My mother-in-law, she's from Italy. Her first thing was, "You must be hungry." She said, "Sit down. I want to make you a nice sandwich."
As the evacuation of people from Lower Manhattan slowed, the boats that had been busy all day shuttling people out of New York reversed their journey for a new mission, shuttling relief supplies and rescuers to Lower Manhattan.
Lieutenant Michael Day. We started getting calls that supplies were coming into Jersey and all the bridges were shut down into Manhattan. They said, hey, can we get someone to pick up some supplies? I asked if anyone would mind going over to New Jersey and picking up some supplies, and I was inundated. Sure, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Firefighters would come up and say, we're going to need water. We don't have any water. We'd call over to someone from New Jersey. We established a dialogue with the Office of Emergency Management over there. People were going to store shelves and buying water. It was coming over. There was a lot of stuff coming over, a lot of ice. A lot of restaurants were sending meals. It was very disorganized as far as what was coming. As we started meeting those needs, we started getting more and more requests. We need acetylene for steel. We need oxygen. We need wrenches. We started making requests and things started coming. It was busy throughout that night.
At Ground Zero, firefighters and rescue personnel continued to swarm over the wreckage, looking for survivors. These efforts remained haphazard, filled by an army of volunteers, many of whom had no official rescue duties. Indeed, it was 2 U.S. Marines, Jason Thomas and Dave Carnes, who had traveled to the site on their own volition, who made the evening's sole incredible discovery.
Scott Strauss, officer, Emergency Service Unit, Truck 1, NYPD. We're all itching to get back in there and find civilians, find our friends, find somebody. Sergeant Timothy Adrat grabbed a bunch of us and we started searching because they wouldn't allow us back into the POW yet. We started searching the south side, the buildings on the south side of Liberty that were damaged by the collapses, but not completely collapsed. The pile of debris was massive.
Detective Steven Stefanakos. We went to work trying to get to any voids that we could, trying to, from that moment, start any types of rescue and recovery that we could. It was pretty well established as nightfall started. William Jimeno. It was around 8 o'clock that night when I heard 2 voices in the distance. I heard, United States Marine Corps, can anybody hear us? I couldn't believe it that I heard voices again. I started yelling as loud as I could, PAPD officers down! PAPD officers down! They kept saying, keep yelling, we hear you! They made their way over and I could hear 3 individuals. They said, who's down there? I said, Port Authority Police, Officer Jimeno, my sergeant's down. We have men down here. We have men who have died. And they said, hold on, buddy.
Scott Strauss. A firefighter comes over to us. He says, hey, I got a couple of guys that are hurt on the other side. So we started running over in that direction. We're climbing over this twisted steel. Some were very, very hot, jumping from one to the other. We're slipping on the dust. It was a very treacherous trek. Through the dust and through the smoke, I saw a guy waving a flashlight. I went over to him. I said, what do you got? He goes, you got 2 guys, 2 cops down in this hole. So I look, and there's this hole a little bit bigger than the size of a manhole. I dropped down into it, about 6 to 8 feet. It was like a very, very tiny closet. Patty McGee, an emergency service police officer with me, also jumped in the hole, as did this civilian, Chuck Soreka, a former paramedic.
William Jimeno. Truck 1 came up. They hooked up with another civilian named Chuck Soreka, a paramedic.
Patty McGee, officer, Emergency Service Unit, Truck 1, NYPD. The race was on.
Scott Strauss. We came down on an angle about 20 to 30 feet, crawling headfirst around I-beams, through these tiny crevices, pulling ourselves through. We got down to this little open area and we turned left and we came upon Dominic Pizzulo. About 10 feet back was Will Jimeno. The only thing we could see of Will was his head, his right arm, and part of his right side. The rest of it looked like he was poured out of a dump truck.
William Jimeno. He said, what's your name? And I said, Jimeno. He goes, Scott Strauss, NYPD ESU Truck 1. I said, Jimeno, bus terminal, Port Authority Police. And he said, listen, you gotta hold on. You can't give up now.
Scott Strauss. I crawled in, and I had to crawl in on my side and with my hands above my head. I was crawling in, pulling myself in, and I was literally using my hands to scratch away at the rubble. As I free up some debris, I'm pushing it down along my chest to get it back out to Patty and Chuck. And they took it and were throwing it down the elevator shafts, digging their way out.
William Jimeno.
They could barely move in there. All I could see was their bald heads.
Scott Strauss. We were dry heaving. We were choking on the smoke. The firemen were yelling from up above us, "Get out of there." Will says, "You're not leaving me, are you?" I go, "No, we're not leaving you, Will." Did I want to go? You better believe I wanted to get out of there, but I couldn't. It had nothing to do with any macho stuff. It had to do with self-preservation. I don't think I could have left him, gone home to my kids, and known I left him there to die. So the three of us, Chuck, Patty, and I, stayed.
William Jimeno. For the next 3 hours they worked on me, and it was very, very painful. They were able to free my right leg, and then it took a long time for them to try to get me from under this wall.
Scott Strauss. Chuck, Patty, and I, we were exhausted. We were incredibly tired. We were in a bad way, in a bad environment.
William Jimeno. I remember saying, "I have a partner, he's here." And they thought it was Dominic. Sergeant McLaughlin kept quiet back there. I think what happened was that when they first started on me, I yelled once really hard when they touched my leg. It was really painful. I saw that Scott backed away. I remember thinking to myself, you need to shut up and eat the pain, and that's what I did. I think Sergeant McLaughlin heard that as not to disrupt these guys. The best thing to do is to try to get us out of here faster.
Scott Strauss. All the time, Will is talking about his partner. We don't know that the only person that's talking to us in this hole is Will. Dominic Pizzulo's dead. Will's talking about his partner. You've got to get to my partner first. You got to get him out. I'm like, he doesn't know he's dead. Thinking he is Dominic.
William Jimeno. It was a nightmare that night.
Scott Strauss. He's like, hurry up, hurry. You've got to get to him. He's going to die if you don't get to him. I said, Will, we got to do our job. We got to get you out, and then we'll get him out. We're scratching away, and then we hear Sergeant McLaughlin's voice. And he goes, hey, how you guys doing? I'm like, who's that? Will's like, that's my partner. Like, you idiots. What do you think I've been talking about? So we're like, we thought he was your partner. He said, no, that's Dominic. He's dead. I'm like, oh my God. Now we have another rescue that we have to do.
Detective Steven Stephanakos. The 2 rescue sites started for the 2 Port Authority police officers that were trapped. Truck 1 guys from their team were working on that extrication. The rest of us walked around to any particular area where you might find a void that you could crawl into. Every single building in a perfect square around the Trade Center was completely demolished or damaged. The buildings were on fire still. You looked up and you said, at any given time, any one of these buildings could fall.
Scott Strauss. Will's screaming in pain, and Sergeant McLaughlin is fading in and out this whole time. We're talking to McLaughlin, and Paddy McGee can't get any more Irish than him. He was born on St. Patrick's Day. He's in the police department pipe band. And John McLaughlin, another Irishman, and Paddy's like, hey, Irish eyes, are you still with us? Sometimes he would answer, sometimes he wouldn't. When he didn't answer, Will would get worked up. John, Sarge, come on, Sarge. Hold on, Sarge. Then you'd hear him in a groggy voice say, I'm here. I'm here.
William Jimeno. They were able to put me on a gurney, and I remember telling the Sarge, hold on, Sarge.
Scott Strauss. We get him onto the Stokes basket and we send him out, up topside.
William Jimeno. As they started pulling me out on the gurney up this hole, I remember looking around and I said, where is everything? Because I could see the moon, and I could see smoke, but I couldn't see the buildings. That's when a firefighter said, it's all gone, kid. That's the first time I cried that evening.
Omar Lyon, officer, NYPD. We heard people, some excitement. Coming up the line was a basket with a body in it, one of the Port Authority officers they rescued. We pulled him out. It was exciting, a great moment. All day you've been there and there was nothing.
Scott Strauss. I crawl back down this hole. I'm physically shot. It's now like 11 o'clock at night, 11:30 at night. John, I can't do any more. They're sending a fresh team in. You'll be fine. These guys are going to get you out. He's like, thanks, Scott. I appreciate it. I'll see you up top. I said, absolutely. Another emergency cop, Steve Clifford, comes in the hole. And I don't know why I said this to him, but I stopped him and I go, Steve, personal friend, make sure you get him out.
William Jimeno. My sergeant came out the next day at 7 a.m.
Scott Strauss. The rescue workers, cops, firemen from all over the place. All of Nassau County, Connecticut, New Jersey, everywhere. Con Ed workers, construction workers are lining this path. And they're helping me get down, helping the three of us get down.
William Jimeno. I remember as we got to the hospital, I'm thinking there's going to be thousands of people in there. That's the second time I cried. As they pulled me off the ambulance, I see these doctors standing around and nurses. I said, where is everybody? They're like, you're it. They're telling me there's nobody else.
I wondered, did they get out? The day ends. As night descended on a country transformed and the calendar flipped from 9/11 to 9/12, lawmakers, first responders, government officials, and stricken families tried to make sense of the day they'd just experienced. Fear and uncertainty permeated everything, and across the country, many faced a sleepless night. In Washington, the fires at the Pentagon illuminated the night sky, an ominous sign of a nation newly at war.
Jackie McGuire, Special Agent, FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, New York. That night we started to relocate and put our command center up in an automobile and maintenance garage. It was well organized. It was amazing. They emptied all the cars out and the technical people set up the phone lines. Within the next day or two, we had a full-blown, fully operational command post. We identified the hijackers pretty quickly. Then they made the case squad. They made what was known as the Pent Bomb Team. The FBI's code name for terrorism cases usually ended with BOMB, B-O-M. The first trade center was Trade Bomb. The East Africa Embassy cases were Ken Bomb for Kenya and Tan Bomb for Tanzania. So, they formed the Pent Bomb Team.
Keith Custer, firefighter, Shanksville Volunteer Fire Company. Later on that night in Shanksville, we got called back for numerous brush fires. You couldn't put the fire out because the ground was so saturated with jet fuel. You'd put out as much as you could, and then it would burn underground for a while, and then it would spring up somewhere else.
Lawrence Kesterson, staff photographer, Philadelphia Inquirer. I felt so removed from everything else. They kept talking on the news about something happening in Shanksville or Western Pennsylvania. No one was getting the name right the first day. Clearly, everybody was focused on New York. In the evening, I stayed at a Holiday Inn in Johnstown. I watched the TV. They were all reporting from New York. We were so fearful as to what was going to happen. I really wanted to get home to my family.
Peter M. Mike Drewecki, photographer, WPXI-TV, Pittsburgh. I think I slept an hour. I turned on CNN, and I remember there was a doctor who was outside the trade centers when they went down. CNN was running the videos of people actually jumping out of the windows, and after what I saw, I couldn't sleep. Who could? It was to the point where you were so agitated, you were so strung out on what you went through, that sleep wasn't an option.
Bruno Dellinger. When I got home, the first thing I did was take my suit off, and don't ask me why. I think it may be unconsciously because I thought there might be some human remains in those ashes. I collected them, put them into a small box. I was never able to wear that suit again, or the tie or the shoes. For some reason, I was inspired to collect that dust and keep it. And I still have it, in a small box with the only thing that's left of my office, a set of keys.
Brian Pearl, resident Greenpoint, Brooklyn. That night, a bunch of our friends got together at Enid's, a popular bar in the neighborhood. It felt good to be amongst friends, if for no other reason than to remind me that I wasn't the only person who had no idea what to think, feel, or do.
Richard Grasso. I was having dinner on the Upper East Side at the only restaurant that was open. What sticks in my mind was on 2nd Avenue and 75th Street were these enormous dump trucks that were heading south. You knew where they were going. I got back in my truck about 10:30, and I'll never forget it. The city was so empty.
Rick Schoenlang, President, United New Jersey Sandy Hook Pilots Benevolent Association. Probably around 11 or 12 o'clock, myself and 7 or 8 other pilots decided to go and see it for ourselves. We got off the boat, and we walked through the dust, like 6 inches of dust, that was covering everything. There were bulldozers slapping chains on the wrecks of fire trucks, police cars, ambulances, just dragging them down the street. You couldn't even tell what they were anymore. There were searchlights centered on the pile. There were hundreds of people crawling all over it. Looking around on the perimeter of the whole site, it looked like a giant animal had taken a giant claw and taken swipes out of all the buildings. There were chunks of the buildings missing. All the windows were broken. Drapes and papers were flying around in the air. Fire and flame was coming out of some of the windows. It was a scene of total destruction.
Lieutenant Michael Day. I walked into Ground Zero, and I could remember there were body parts everywhere. I remember thinking, this is a war. I looked down and saw a foot in a shoe. I was fixating on it for a few minutes. It was like a siege, looking around and seeing National Guard guys with M16s going through the streets of Manhattan. All the power was out around the area, and a lot of other buildings were on fire. And there was this eerie, gray-like snow everywhere.
Rick Schoenlank. I was standing there, and I noticed after a while there was a very tall guy standing right next to me, and with a full particle mask on. I looked at him once, and I looked at him twice, and I said, "Governor, is that you?" It was Governor Pataki. Just happened to be standing right there.
Chuck Cake, firefighter and EMT, Arlington County Fire Department. Around 1 a.m., the fire was still burning on the Pentagon roof. You could see it glowing. It was decided to suspend operations until morning and then try again.
Sergeant Anthony Lisi, Emergency Service Unit, Truck 6, NYPD. By the end of the night, we were exhausted. It was about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and our vehicle that we had driven had been destroyed. NYPD boats picked us up to take us back to Truck 6, which is in Bay Ridge. As we were driving up with the boat, there was cars waiting for us with their lights on. A guy standing by each vehicle. It was amazing. They knew what we went through, and they were waiting for us to take us back to the truck, take us home.
Jared Coates. In the middle of the night, or maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, I was awakened by a loud clap of thunder followed by a brief rainstorm. At that moment, I realized it wasn't a dream, that I certainly have lived through an incredible day. First thing, my thoughts turned to my colleagues, and I wondered, did they get out? I didn't know.
Sonny Mindell. I came home at 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning to shower. I got into my apartment and stood at the threshold and thought, what do I do with my clothes? I don't know what's on my clothes. I got a plastic bag to put my clothes in. I had to go back to work, obviously, very shortly after. All I wanted to do was shower, lay down for a few minutes. I fell asleep, and as I did, I felt like the buildings were in my nose. There was all this cement, and I woke up screaming, having a nightmare, hearing the sounds in this dream.
Tom Brokaw, anchor, NBC News. I got home at 2 a.m., sat down, and was staring out the window. I had a big, stiff drink of scotch. I was curiously contained and controlled. I was doing this out-of-body examination and asking myself, why am I not melting down? I had a second drink. I went to sleep. I slept for 4 hours. I felt rested. Then a phone call came. A very close friend of mine died of congestive heart failure the night before. It released something in me. For half an hour, all the emotion I'd bottled up came out. I sobbed.
Mike Walter. The last interview I did on 9/11 was with a colleague of mine, Lance, the photographer who was shooting for me that day. He said, "Let me turn the camera on you as a friend, talk to you about what we saw." We did the interview, and he said, "Is there anything else you want to say?" My response was, "I'm so thankful this day is over." Lance started laughing. He's like, "Mike, this isn't over. This will never be over for you. There will always be the 6-month anniversary, the 1-year anniversary, the 5-year anniversary, the 10-year anniversary. You'll be talking about this for the rest of your life."
Beverly Eckert, wife of Sean Rooney, VP of Risk Management, Aon Corporation, South Tower, 98th floor. We met when we were only 16 at a high school dance. When he died, we were 50. I remember how I didn't want that day to end, terrible as it was. I didn't want to go to sleep because as long as I was awake, it was still a day that I shared with Sean. He kissed me goodbye before leaving for work. I could still say that was just a little while ago. That was only this morning.
Epilogue. Wednesday. As September 12th began, the entire nation tried to make sense of the previous day's attacks and the tragic losses. At the Pentagon, the fires from 9/11 had flared up and again threatened the building. All told, thousands of Pentagon workers had been displaced, and more than 2 million square feet of office space, the equivalent of the entire Empire State Building, had been damaged.
Lieutenant Colonel Ted Anderson. I slept for a couple of hours, woke up, and thought it was all a bad dream. I popped on the news, and of course I couldn't get away from the story. This was about 2 in the morning, and I decided to get up and go to work. Put on my battle dress uniform, my fatigues, and my boots. I got in a car and drove, and as soon as I turned onto 395, I could see the orange glow in the distance. I remember very distinctly at about 3:10 in the morning, parking my car, seeing this building on fire, and people going into work. 10,000 people showed up to work at the Pentagon that morning. It made me extremely proud.
Lieutenant Commander David Tarantino, physician, U.S. Navy. We all went back to work the next day in a building that was still burning to start planning our nation's response.
William Haynes, General Counsel, Department of Defense. I remember driving in at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock the next morning, seeing a soldier on a street corner in downtown D.C., and thinking, this is something.
Mike Walter. Washington, D.C. is such a beautiful, magnificent city. And here were all these people with weapons, the National Guards out there in their vehicles. It seemed like you were in a banana republic.
Admiral Edmund Gimbastiani. We started planning on the 12th of September. We knew we would get into some kind of global war on terrorism. At that time, the casualty estimates coming from New York City were that we had lost 6,000 people in the World Trade Center, more than we had lost anywhere at any time in the history of this country on any one day.
Robert Hunter. It was about 10 a.m., and they were towing cars away from South Parking. There wasn't a lot, maybe 60 of them. None of them had moved since the previous day. It dawned on me that this guy was parking next to me yesterday, and he was never going to get in that car again. He was never going to drive home.
Scott Coker, contractor, SAIC, Pentagon. The corridor smelled horrible, especially the upper levels. It wasn't too bad once we got back down into the basement. The Army Operations Center where I worked, ironically, was in danger of flooding because they were pouring so much water onto the fire.
Chuck Cake, firefighter and EMT, Arlington County Fire Department. I remember working on the roof all day. Tactic after tactic after tactic. It was a poured cement building, but it's got a wooden sheath roof on top, and the fire was under the roof. You do a trench cut to put it here, then turn around, and it had gotten under you while you were doing the trench cut. We chased it for half the day, and finally, we got it at about 2:30 in the afternoon.
Across the country, those whose lives intersected with the attacks experienced a wide mix of emotions as they came to understand the full impact, both personal and global, of what had occurred.
Lisbeth Glick. The morning after Jeremy had died, I remember looking down at our daughter Emerson. She was sleeping, and just crying, because she would never know her father. I thought she would only know a sad mom. We had trouble having her. It took us 2.5 years. And then to have everything taken away. We had dreams for our family. Then something just kind of clicked in my head, and I said, I have a choice. I'm not going to ruin her life. I'm not going to ruin my own life.
The ticket agent at Washington Dulles Airport, who had checked in the 9/11 hijackers there and made sure they made it safely aboard American Airlines Flight 77, arrived at work the following day, oblivious to his role.
Von Alex, ticket agent, Washington Dulles International Airport, Virginia. I didn't know what I had done. I came to work and people wouldn't look at me in the eye. They handed me the manifest for the flight. I stared at it for a second, then I looked up and said, I did it. I had checked in a family. It was a retiree and his wife. I had time to talk to them. There was a student group. I checked in a lot of those kids, parents, teachers. They were all gone. Once it became known, people didn't talk to me.
For Susanna Harada, whose baby Dylan had been born in Arlington on 9/11, amid the chaos and the injured from the Pentagon, the happiness of her own time in the hospital contrasted with the experience of everyone around her.
Susanna Harada. Neighbors kept on coming by, and some of them I didn't know well enough to have them see me half-naked trying to nurse a baby and in pain. They said, "Oh, we wanted to see something good." It's wonderful how this birth was able to be a blessing to so many people. But to me, it was like, get these people out of here. One neighbor came by when the nurse was trying to get me out of bed, and oh my gosh, I was sobbing. The neighbors were so excited to see Dylan and to have something great happen.
Mary Detloff, communications staff, Michigan legislature. My partner and I made an effort to patronize our favorite Middle Eastern restaurant a day after the attack because we feared people would retaliate against it. They had put a sign on their front door saying how sorry they were about the terrorist attack and that they didn't support it. I remember thinking how sad that they felt the need to do that.
Gabriela Daya Dominguez. My father is Arabic. I remember feeling a sense of dread that week. I couldn't eat at all. Food tasted like paper. It was hard to put something in my mouth. I felt that there was going to be a backlash against Arabs. I remember being terrified.
Stacy Taylor Parham, Air Traffic Control Specialist, Cleveland Air Route Traffic Control Center. I remember sitting outside with my kids and how quiet it was. You don't realize how many airplanes you hear and see. They're such a part of the landscape. Sitting outside, the weather was beautiful for those next few days too, looking up in the sky, not seeing any airplanes at all. It was so quiet.
Susanna Harada. At night, I would sit there, and Dylan would wake up. And as I'd feed him, I'd listen to the sound of the jets circling and protecting the airspace. I would lay awake and listen to that sound of the fighter planes overhead.
In New York, at what workers and rescuers called the Pile, teams searched for the dead and the living, and bucket brigades began sorting and clearing debris, a process that would ultimately encompass 1.8 million tons of wreckage and stretch until May 30th, 2002. Early on the second day, rescuers stumbled upon Pascual Buzelli's co-worker, Janelle Guzman.
Paul Soman, firefighter, Rescue 2, FDNY. That morning we came back and we were under the command of Lieutenant Larry Gray, a really senior veteran of the New York City Fire Department. Someone we would call a salty guy. We went back down to the site. The decision was made. We were going to go where Jay Jonas, his guys, and Mickey Cross survived. We said, maybe somebody else survived there.
Janelle Guzman. Everybody in my family was in mourning already. They were up all night. They didn't even entertain the thought that I had made it after the collapse. They went through a moment of thinking I was dead and they were not going to see me again. And, as the Bible says, sadness comes at night, but joy comes in the morning. That's what happened to my family. They were sad at night, and the joy waited until the morning.
Paul Soman. We started climbing up. It was a crazy climb. Everything was on fire. The steel was all hot. We got to about the 15th floor of the building, where we knew that Jonas and those guys survived, and we started to search. First, we found a couple of firemen dead. We did not take the time at that point to try to extricate them because we were looking for people who were alive. There was an elevator shaft up there, and at that point I started yelling in the elevator shaft, and I heard someone answer me back. I yelled again. I realized that we found somebody.
Janelle Guzman. They came up to that area on the heap of rubble because they saw a reflector jacket there, thinking it could be one of theirs. That's when I called out because I heard them.
Paul Soman. We got everybody quiet. We tried to pinpoint her voice. Billy Esposito and I climbed down 2 more floors and realized her voice was getting fainter. We couldn't hear it anymore. We started to climb up and up and up. Suddenly I could hear her a lot better. She said, "Don't leave me. Don't leave me." I assured her, "I'm not going to leave you." At that point I said, "Tell me your name." She said, "My name is Janelle." We were literally standing on top of her, but we couldn't find her. I said to her, "Can you stick your hand or anything out?" Out of the rubble came her hand. Immediately I grabbed it. Now we had her. Everyone was fired up. This was what we were waiting for. Everybody was exhilarated.
Janelle Guzman. Someone grabbed my hand. They called me by my name and said, "Janelle, I got you. My name is Paul." The person had my hand, and I knew I was not dreaming.
Paul Soman. I basically held her hand. We started talking back and forth. The guys went underneath her, they went over the top of her. It took about 45 minutes, and they got her out.
Janelle Guzman. I got into the ambulance with a guy, and he said, "We're going to take you to the hospital now, okay? You're going to be fine." I made it to the hospital. I asked the nurse, "Am I going to go home now?" She said, "Oh no, honey, you're going to be here for a while." Then someone said, "Do you know how long you've been there?" I said, "I don't." They said, "You've been buried for 27 hours. She said, "Do you know that you were the last survivor that they pulled out?"
Paul Soman. Away she went. In our minds, we're thinking, now we're going to start finding other people. We started to climb out onto the pile, and we started finding more dead firemen. As it would turn out, she was the last survivor of the World Trade Center.
Janelle Guzman. I was praying for 27 hours. Being the last survivor, it was a huge thing. I felt totally different. When I came out of that rubble, I felt a total conviction. From there, I knew that the Holy Spirit was working in me and had changed my life. Since that day, I've been serving the Lord. After I came out of the hospital in November, I went to the Brooklyn Tabernacle Church. I got baptized. I got married to my boyfriend. I've been living the Christian life since. I had 2 kids after that marriage, and the Lord has been good to me.
Paul Soman. I guess it was a miracle. You think about that site that she was found. It is a miracle. It's a miracle that we climbed up there.
For the families and friends of those who were lost, 9/12 began an often long, always heartsick search for word of the missing. By Wednesday's end, the official death toll at the World Trade Center would stand at 82. But officials warned the death toll from the nation's deadliest terrorism attack is expected to rise considerably. Not knowing the true number, New York City asked the federal government for 5,000 body bags.
Herb Ueda, World Trade Centers Association, North Tower, 77th floor, and father of Todd Ueda, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower, 105th floor. We took his picture. I went to the hospitals. It was so terrible, all of us putting up pictures. None of us could accept the scope of the tragedy. The next day, my wife said to me, "There's no hope." I said, "You're wrong." We went to a meeting of all the Cantor families. I remember Howard Lutnick, the head of Cantor, telling us there was no hope. People were so angry at him for saying that. He was telling the truth. We waited, we prayed. Eventually, we accepted it.
Heather Ordover. The hardest was the next day. The rumors had been flying that my principal's sister was at Cantor Fitzgerald on the 105th floor. She was missing, presumed dead. But all the children were home and accounted for.
John Napolitano. We went back to the site every day. I knew a lot of the firemen down there. They had all grown up with my son, so we had no problem getting in. He was never found. Every day I'd go home and wish I could tell my wife something good. Never happened. I had no good news for them.
Lieutenant Joseph Torillo, Director of Fire Education Safety, FDNY. Firefighters from the Jersey City Fire Department came to the Jersey City Trauma Center, where I was. And they actually took me back to Brooklyn, to my house. When they got me home, they gave me a list of all the missing firefighters. I was reading the list and I couldn't believe it. Timmy Stackpole. I was with him when the building came down, but he went to the left. I went to the right. Timmy is gone.
Dan Potter. At the end of the day, 60 friends of mine were killed. So were 3 very, very close friends. Mike Wacola, Vinny Giamona, and Brian Hickey.
Sal Casano, Assistant Chief, FDNY. We lost 343 members. That was 4,400 years of combined experience. We had to rebuild the department from the ground up. We lost our chief of department. We lost our first deputy fire commissioner. We lost 2 of our most knowledgeable staff chiefs, dozens and dozens of officers. So, how do we rebuild? We had promotions. The next day, I was the chief of operations. Other people were promoted to lieutenant much more quickly than they would have been. Captain, battalion chief, deputy chief. We had to rebuild the department really from the ground up.
Constance Labetti, accountant, Aon Corporation, South Tower, 99th floor. I had assumed that my boss, Ron Fazio, had gone down ahead of me, being that he was the one that opened the door and hollered to people to hurry. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the phone started ringing. It was my boss, Ron's son, and I immediately started to tell him how much of a hero I thought his dad was. And he was amazing, and he got us all to the staircase. And he said, Connie, where did you see my dad last? I said, he didn't come home. His son said, no, Dad hasn't come home. I felt doom at that moment. Aon lost almost 200 employees. The last that was heard of Ron was that he was out of the building. He lent somebody his cell phone as the tower came down. So they think that he might have been hit by the falling debris. He's the reason I'm here. There's no question about it. There's absolutely no question that most of us survived that day because of him.
Lisa Leffler, employee, Aon Corporation, South Tower, 103rd floor. I called the 800 number posted on the news to advise that I was okay, and so were my coworkers Han, Frank, and Karen. Aon already had information posted on the website, and someone started a message board on Yahoo for employees. As more people logged on, you started to know more people were okay, or not. There were people posting messages at all hours. I guess no one else could sleep either. That night, we received a very strange phone call at around 11:30, which I answered. The caller expressed surprise and relief to hear it was me. He said his name was Boyd Harden, and he was a rescue worker working at Ground Zero, and that he had found my briefcase. I was stunned. So was he when he asked where I dropped it, and I told him I hadn't dropped it. It was at my desk on 103. For proof that it was mine, he called the number on my resume, which was in the side pocket.
Philip Smith, Branch Chief, U.S. Army, Pentagon. On that day, in our division, we had 20 people. We had 7 killed and 3 injured. We suffered about a 50% loss rate in one day.
Gabriela Daya Dominguez. There were 11 people in our town that died. It's a commuter train town. The sad part was the cars left in the train parking lot that were never reclaimed.
Charles Christoph, attorney, Broadway. The next day, I brought Gretchen to the daycare, went into the city, and started looking for Kirsten, from hospital to hospital, because there was no centralized information where you could see the victims. I had to wait in line. The first hospital, every hospital, they gave me a list of various hospitals where she might be, and I was checking. For almost 2 weeks, every day, that was my routine.
Michael Monaco, executive chef, Windows on the World, North Tower, 106th floor. It took days and days to compile the list of the missing. They weren't gone, they were unaccounted for. Someone had to have gotten down those stairs. They were going to pull people out of the rubble, like in devastating earthquakes, how people get pulled out 5 days later. I believed that until the end of the week, until Sunday or Monday. We lost 72 people that worked at WOW.
Joe Asher, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower. I remember the day of the death certificates. People needed them to begin taking care of their spouse's estate. The city set up a system where a death certificate could be obtained with an affidavit from the next of kin and an affidavit from the employer. The employer's affidavit said essentially name, social security number, date of birth, etc., worked for Cantor Fitzgerald at One World Trade Center, and to the best of our knowledge was in the building on September 11. We did individual affidavits. The stack was a foot high. Each was 2 pages. Stephen Merkel, our general counsel, sits down to start signing, and for each one, he would look at it, and if he knew the person, he would say something about the person. This went on for hours. It was just awful.
Dr. Charles Hirsch. We were ready to start receiving the dead on 9/11. It went pretty much as we had planned. The only major difference from the standpoint of our agency is that in spite of all the planning, we had never conceived of a situation in which hundreds or thousands of people would be fragmented. We had no specific contingency plan for a mass disaster in which DNA would be the major source of identification.
Donna Pierce, resident, Manhattan. The city was plastered with missing persons flyers. No one wanted to be alone.
Katie Couric. The most emotionally searing time was the days following, with all the signs and the Xeroxed pictures affixed to the chain-link fences. There was so much desperation to find people.
On Capitol Hill, legislators and staff began to plan the nation's response and recovery efforts, even as they now realized their own offices might be a future terrorist target.
Senator Tom Daschle. I look back on September 12th as, in some ways, the best and the worst of our country. The best part was how resilient our country can be in the tragedies of this magnitude. The worst had to do with the vulnerability and loss of so many lives, and the knowledge that there was agony and so much pain.
Brian Gunderson. As we came back to work at the Capitol on the morning of the 12th, there were a lot of changes. There were new security barriers that were thrown up. There were military Humvees with 50 caliber machine guns on top, with soldiers manning them. At a glance, it looked like there had been a coup.
Tish Schwartz. It was really somber. The staff, everybody had a story. Everybody had a friend who was affected by the attack. Somebody who knew somebody that died either in New York or the Pentagon.
Brian Gunderson. During that week, there were occasional new security alarms. There was one moment, I think it was that first week, where the Capitol had to be evacuated again. It happened by surprise, no warning. All of a sudden, the alarms went off, people had to get out. It was a very jittery environment.
Steve Elmendorf. This had never been a place you had to come to work before that you had to worry.
Mary Beth Cahill, Chief of Staff for Senator Edward Kennedy. When I first came to Washington, you could walk up to the Capitol, to every monument. You could walk in to talk to your representative without having your bag searched. Now, we take for granted the way in which life has changed, and changed necessarily. It was a different world.
In Pennsylvania, on Wednesday, September 12th, investigators began sifting through the wreckage of Flight 93, looking for clues in the case that the FBI would call Pent Bomb, for Pentagon Twin Towers bombing investigation. For weeks afterward, the quiet town of Shanksville was the center of a 24/7 operation, broadcast live by hundreds of media outlets from across the globe.
Patrick McGlennon, Special Agent FBI. The 12th was the actual first operational day when the full-scale investigation began. Things started to move in the direction of bringing in our evidence response teams, overflying the area, mapping it out, determining how large the scene actually was, and how many people we were going to need in there to effectively search it, document what was being found, and coordinate the overall effort. All the same sorts of things that you would do at any crime scene.
Corporal Martin Knesevich, Special Emergency Response Team, Pennsylvania State Police. I was back out at 7 the next morning. We were given specific areas to search these areas for any type of debris, parts from the plane, or anything we could find dealing with the crash.
Sergeant Patrick Madigan, Commander, Somerset Station, Pennsylvania State Police. There were several impromptu memorials that sprung up in the days ahead. One was at the media area. PennDOT, Pennsylvania Department of Transportation, erected 2 large flagpoles, and we put the state flag and the national flag there. A number of people left some mementos there. At the Overlook, there was another memorial type of thing. There were hay bales there, and family members left a lot of personal mementos.
Lieutenant Robert Weaver, Pennsylvania State Police. Everywhere you looked, there were flags.
Thursday. On September 13th, the engine of America's economy began to chug back to life, and air traffic controllers, under strict security, began restarting air travel.
Gerald Earwood, pilot, Midwest Express, Flight 7. I was captain of the first aircraft to leave New York. I had to perform an inspection around the aircraft, a bomb inspection with local law enforcement and the FBI observing everything I did. I would open up a panel, read the checklist, look into the hole, step back, and 3 more people would do the exact same thing. It probably took about 30 minutes to do something that usually takes 5 or 10 minutes. We loaded everyone up. We started to push back. The ground controller called and said, "We hate to tell you this, but there's been a bomb threat against your aircraft. You need to evacuate." So, I picked up the PA and said, "You aren't going to believe this, but we have a bomb threat and we have to evacuate." Everyone calmly evacuated the aircraft and walked out onto the runway. At that moment, one of our military aircraft flew over, and that got our attention. When we got back on the aircraft and we were taxiing out, our friends from the military made another pass as we were leaving. I told my first officer, "I hope the military knows we are coming." I remember the missiles stuck on the bottom of the wings. I called and asked the tower, "Confirm with us that the military knows that we're about to be airborne here." He came back and said, "Yeah, they know you're coming." They sent us right over the World Trade Center. It was moving.
Jared Coates. On Thursday, I did get back to my office in Lower Manhattan, and I remember these empty desks. The telephones ringing all day long, people were calling, hoping and hoping against hope. Or maybe they wanted to hear their daughter or their loved one's voice, and that was the only way they could hear it, to listen to the phone message. I never picked up the phones. I didn't know what to tell people.
Monica Bravo, artist, North Tower, 91st floor. I tried to get in touch with everybody who was part of our Studioscape program on the 91st floor of the North Tower, the other 15 fellow artists and the curators. I remember saying, "Why don't we try to meet in 2 or 3 days so we can comfort each other?" The whole world was going crazy and everybody was coming to terms with what's going on. This first meeting happened Thursday. At one point in this meeting, I remembered I had the tape. Oh my God, I saved the tape that I made of the storm on 9/10. I had learned with practice that to process very deep emotions, you have to transform them into something. That's why I'm an artist. So I decided to transform the tape into something and give it to everybody. It's a very, very eerie video. I don't want to say it's premonitory, but if you see it from that perspective, it's like, wow. I actually named the video September 10th, 2001, Uno nunca muere la víspera. It is a saying in Spanish. It's impossible for you to die on the eve of your death. You only die when you have to die. You're never close to death. You die, or you're alive.
Friday. September 14th saw more steps back to normalcy. President Bush journeyed to New York City, to Ground Zero, where he stood atop the wreckage and spoke to rescuers using a bullhorn.
Dan Bartlett, Deputy Communications Director, White House. The real change in the president, in my opinion, didn't actually happen until that Friday when he traveled to New York. The situation on Tuesday, you really didn't have time to reflect. In New York, the range of emotions that he went through, standing on the rubble, the bullhorn moment, but just as important when he sat there in that room in private and met with those people who were still trying to learn the whereabouts of their loved ones and hugging them.
Robert Beckwood, retired firefighter, FDNY. We kept working, and all of a sudden, we heard the president was coming. I saw a couple of guys put their shovels down and go out to the street. So I went out to the street. I see this pumper that we found. It was 76 engine, and nobody was standing on it, so I jumped up. Right across the street was a command post. It was a tent with microphones all set up in front of it. The president came right in front of me. He put his arm up, and I grabbed his arm. I pulled him up. He's only got a little spot, a 12-inch by 12-inch. And I turned him around and I said, "You okay, Mr. President?" And he said, "Yeah." And then he put his arm around my shoulder. And there he was with the megaphone. And he was talking to a right side. And the guys on the other side, on the left side, were yelling, "USA, USA." Then they stopped. And they said, "We can't hear you." He turned and he said, "Well, I can hear you. The whole world hears you. And when we find these people who knocked these buildings down, they'll hear all of us soon." Everybody melted.
Lieutenant Colonel Rob Grunwald. Friday, to me, was mental anguish. Our office was having a muster formation at the AMC movie theater nearby. We were going to get together, and the senior leaders of the Army were going to come talk to us. Everyone who was physically capable was going to go. To see all the wounded and injured people, it was horrible. People with their arms bandaged, people on crutches, people in wheelchairs, people with burns to their scalps. A friend of mine, Ann Parham, the Army librarian, just had her head wrapped up, bandaged on her ears that had burned. It was a terrible, terrible thing to see. We got into the movie theater and what was left of the leadership because the plane came in and took out the senior leaders of the Army Personnel Office known as G1, including General Maude. His wife, Terry Maude, got up and gave a speech. It was remarkable. We were all blabbering and blubbering idiots, and she was strong as strong could be. That was why that day was the hardest. Because not only were you seeing all these badly burned and broken bodies, but every few minutes you would hear of another person who was unaccounted for. Another person who was confirmed deceased. Another person who was in the hospital badly burned. It was very, very difficult to get your hands around what was going on and the magnitude of this.
Linda Kruner. That Friday was my birthday. There's a woman from my firm, Carmen Rivera, who was my trust officer on many accounts, and so I spoke to her a lot. She had a young family, and she was one of these beautiful younger women. She had the most engaging smile. My daughter wanted to give me a birthday present by locating Carmen Rivera and telling me that she was alive. She looked through different websites with her friends, but they searched and searched, and they didn't find her.
Allie Millard, whose stepfather, Port Authority Executive Director Neil Levin, was killed in the attack. The Friday after September 11, there was a candlelight vigil, and a bunch of friends of mine were sitting on the sidewalk. My friend Lonnie said, "Allie, don't think of it as you losing a person. Think of it as you gaining an angel." I don't really believe in angels or the afterlife, but the way I interpreted what Lonnie said was that people are only put on Earth for a certain amount of time, and you're lucky to get to know them for as long as you do.
Saturday.
Lisa Jefferson, Verizon Airphone Supervisor. I was concerned because United Flight 93 passenger Todd Beamer wanted me to call his wife and relay the information to her. I didn't know how to call her, and how would I tell her this, being a stranger? It didn't sound right by me to call her and say, "Hello, Lisa, this is Lisa. I spoke to your husband." I talked to the FBI, and they told me not to mention anything, not to contact her until they finished their investigation. I told them I wouldn't, all the while I was thinking, how would I contact her? What would I say? The FBI got back in touch with me on Friday and told me that I could call her. We contacted the United Airlines crisis team member who was in contact with Lisa Beamer and told him that when she was ready to talk, she could call me at home or at work. We faxed the letter over to United on Friday evening. My phone rang at about 10 a.m. Saturday morning. It was Lisa. She said, "I understand you spoke to my husband." I totally froze. I didn't expect her to call. I wasn't thinking about it at that time. I said, "Yes." And I said, "Are you ready to talk?" She said, "Yes." We sat and we talked. I told her everything her husband told me to tell her.
Lisa Beamer, wife of United Flight 93 passenger Todd Beamer, As much as obviously 9/11 was traumatic for people like myself, for someone like Lisa, it was also a life-changing event. We keep in touch periodically to catch up and see how we're doing. We probably will continue to do that. The first couple of days after 9/11, not knowing the facts around what had happened on that flight, not knowing what Todd's role was difficult. Having all that concrete information from Lisa, as well as Todd's final message to us, was a great encouragement.
Mary Detloff. I remember my partner and I watched nothing but CNN for days until I couldn't take it anymore. I finally broke away on a Saturday and went for a walk in a nature area near Jackson, Michigan. I remember a plane flew overhead while I was out there, and I just stopped and watched it. I did that for a long time after 9/11. Watched the planes fly over our house.
Admiral James Loy, Commandant, U.S. Coast Guard. Maybe the fourth or fifth day, it dawned on me that the church at the end of Wall Street, Trinity Church, was within spitting distance of the tower site and was part of the rest of the city that was deluged in debris. I sat in my office for a second and said, Alexander Hamilton is buried in that cemetery. He's considered the founder of the modern-day Coast Guard because he established its predecessor, the Revenue Cutter Service. I couldn't stand the notion that he and his headstone were probably inundated with debris. I called Master Chief Vince Patton into the office, and I said, Vince, I need you to get some senior enlisted folks from the captain of the Port of New York's office. I know they're up to their ass in alligators right now, but we've got to go fix that. He got a senior chief in New York on the phone. They went and began the cleanup of the entire Trinity churchyard. The word got out to the Trade Center site, and people, after finishing their unbelievably difficult work for a 12-hour cycle, came over and joined with these Coast Guard people to finish the job. I was damned if I could go to sleep that night without doing something about it.
Sunday.
Tracy Donahue. The mayor had said for people to resume their lives, start shopping, and support New York City. The Sunday after, I remember working on Fulton Street again. People were coming down, and they said, "Oh, I want to go shopping at Century 21. I would say, "There is no Century 21 right now." They said, "Oh, but the mayor said we can go shopping." There's no Century 21 at this point. There's no Brooks Brothers. There's nothing at that area. He means go to 34th Street, shop there, and have a nice lunch.
On Sunday, September 16th, President Bush spoke to the press after a weekend War Council meeting at Camp David. He noted the resiliency of the American spirit, and that the New York Stock Exchange would reopen Monday after its first prolonged closure since the Great Depression. The coming weeks. For nearly 2 weeks, the rescue effort at Ground Zero continued around the clock as firefighters, police officers, rescue workers, other first responders, and skilled tradesmen hunted for signs of the missing. Finally, on September 24th, Mayor Giuliani announced there was no further hope of survivors.
Captain Joe Downey, Squad Company 18, FDNY, and son of Ray Downey, FDNY Head of Special Operations. Chuck Downey, my brother, and I, we didn't leave the site for the first 5 or 6 days. We stayed there. We slept on the floors. We slept wherever we could find a bunk. We wanted to be there in case we did find him.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross, Engine 16, FDNY. September 15th or something like that was my first night here. When I saw the site, it was at night. I saw the red glow, the smoke, and it was pouring rain. It felt like I was going into hell. I said, oh geez, maybe I made a big mistake coming here. After a few hours, it was a job again. We were looking for people and I was back to work. From that point, I got better. I came back to reality.
Detective David Brink, Emergency Service Unit Truck 3, NYPD. We would go down there with either steel rakes, we'd go down with shovels. We had plastic 5-gallon buckets that we were using to remove some of the debris. We'd also have little shovels and hand picks because oftentimes the only body fragments that we'd find were very, very small.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. It was very long hours. It was cold. It was very demanding. When we first got here, there was no setup for food or shelter. They didn't even have coffee. We were out in the rain all night, soaking wet. Eventually, they got it together and became better and better. The Red Cross came. They opened up the big tent and they had cots, and St. Paul's Church opened up and they had food.
Joe Esposito, If you were on the outside, you were wearing a heavy coat. If you were handling the bucket brigade, we circulated people closer and closer. As you got closer and closer and closer to this pit that you were taking pails out full of debris, it got warmer and warmer. When you were ultimately the first guy in there, you were in your t-shirt because it was on fire. It was like you were in an oven.
Sergeant Joe Allegna, aide to the chief, NYPD. You didn't even realize how dangerous it was. They would dig down, and there'd be a void, and you could see the beams glowing. They were still on fire, and we were standing on top of it. It was tedious, hard work, and nobody complained.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross. They became my new family, the people that worked there. The firefighters, the police officers, the volunteers.
Detective David Brink. The fire department would take a sector, the NYPD Emergency Service Unit would take another sector, along with Port Authority and the Corrections Emergency Service units. We also had the construction trades that were down there. Heavy equipment operators, the operating engineers, the steel guys. I was very thankful for those guys, because they had the heavy equipment that could help us do our jobs.
Norma Hardy, officer, Path Command, PAPD. It always seemed dark, even when it was daytime. You did whatever had to be done when you got there. Even though there were hundreds and hundreds of people, machines, people talking, and rescue dogs, it still seemed very quiet and very still a lot of nights that we were out there.
Bill Spade, firefighter, Rescue 5, FDNY. Then the funerals started. You would go to a wake for either 1 or 2 days, and then the funeral. Everybody had a job, whether you were a pallbearer, gave a eulogy, or just stood in formation outside the church. It was very draining. With my injuries, I could hardly stand, but I stood for every one out of respect. On days when I wasn't going for guys in my firehouse, I was going for other firemen. Whoever was on Staten Island being buried, go to their wake or funeral. I tried to do even 2 a days sometimes. That became my life, besides seeing the doctors on the other days, for 3 months. I remember looking over the list of the 343 firemen and realizing that I knew 85 of them by first name.
Kenneth Escoffrey. It was a wake one day, a funeral the next day. Every week. Just for the 14 guys that responded from my house, that was more than enough. I would say that the average fireman probably went to 25, 30 funerals, not even counting the wakes. It got to the point where a lot of guys got burnt out. After a month or two, you had to shut down.
Tracy Claus, wife of Cantor Fitzgerald's survivor, Matt Claus. There were days we went to 4 funerals and could have gone to 6. Matt didn't sleep for a long while, so I didn't sleep. I had a 2.5-year-old at the time. From the chaos that was in our house, my daughter started to stutter. She started having nightmares. She said, "Daddy works in buildings that fall down."
Anthony R. Whitaker, WTC Commander, PAPD, North Tower Lobby. 4 days a week, I used to stand in front of Banana Republic at the World Trade Center, probably for half an hour, between 8:30 a.m. and 9 a.m. I greeted people every morning, 4 days a week for 28 months. Thousands of people. One thing that really bothers me is that I don't know what happened to all those many faces that I used to wave at. In the daily news, they ran spreads of photographs. One of the things that hurt me was that I recognized almost 80% of those people.
Thomas Von Essen, Commissioner, FDNY. The emptiness from the losses that day has never left me. Not for a moment.
Similar rescue and recovery efforts continued at the Pentagon. The fire and collapse so damaged the impact zone that it took expert urban search and rescue teams days of extensive, painstaking work to shore up the area before interior searches could resume. The Arlington County Fire Department didn't turn over control of the site to the FBI until September 21st, and the FBI spent more than a week searching and securing the scene before returning it to the military's control on October 2nd.
Thomas O'Connor, Special Agent, FBI. We didn't actually get into the building for several days. Chief James Schwartz and the firefighters were in charge of the entire event. The firefighting going on inside the building went on for a lot longer than people realize. The urban search and rescue teams were the ones that were shoring up the building to a point where we could go in. And then we would do recoveries.
Jean O'Connor, Special Agent, FBI. The first time I went in, I literally had a rope tied around my waist so I would be able to find my way back out of the building, because the debris piles were so high and there was no pattern necessarily, no logical pattern.
James Schwartz. The arrangement was that you reported for duty at our training academy, and we bussed you to the incident scene. Then, at the end of your work period, you were taken back to the training academy. What we didn't account for was, in a similar vein to New York, people didn't want to go home. People would go back to the training academy, get dropped off by the bus, get in their personal vehicle, and drive back to the Pentagon. They'd get right back in and go right back to work.
Staff Sergeant Robert Walker, Special Agent, Office of Special Investigations, U.S. Air Force. That first week, we were there 14, 16-hour days. Long enough to go home, strip off the jeans and stuff we had, grab a couple hours sleep, and come back.
Thomas O'Connor. We were pretty new to our neighborhood there, maybe a year or so. It was amazing. People were bringing food over. At first, we said we don't really need anything. But when you have 3 hours to get home, shower, wash your clothes, get to sleep, get back up, get dressed, go. Then when somebody brings over a sleeve of hamburgers, it made a huge difference. Somebody took our dog for almost the whole month that we were there. Kids were coming by, walking the dog, small things like that really made a difference.
Staff Sergeant Robert Walker. The debris and such was loaded into these long dumpsters and then taken to the north parking lot, which we called the rubble pit, the rubble pile. The trucks would come and they would spread out this debris. They had cadaver dogs go over them, and if there were any remains in the rubble, they would photograph it, tag it, identify it. Evidence. And have it taken over to the makeshift morgue that we had set up at the Pentagon. From there, we led some teams to go through the pile. We were actually separating. Was it equipment like telephones, computer systems? Was it personal items, personal equipment? Was it classified information, personal books? Was it airplane parts? It was very labor-intensive.
Lieutenant Jim Daly. I remember going home and my wife coming up and asking me how things were. I said, well, I found a femur bone and found a bunch of other personal belongings. I remember my son coming up because I'd put him to bed. He was 5 and he heard the word bones, and he said, Daddy, are there bones in that plane? I said, there were chickens. Chicken bones in that plane. He looked at me with a real quizzical look and he asked, there were chickens on that plane?
John F. Irby, Director, Federal Facilities Division, Real Estate and Facilities Directorate, Washington Headquarters Services, Pentagon. It took a month before we got back to what we could call reasonably normal. That was more redefining normal than getting back to normal.
Philip Smith, Branch Chief, U.S. Army, Pentagon. For a long time in the Pentagon, the smells of the fire were there to remind you of what had occurred.
Sheila Denise Moody. It's still to this day and will forever be a miracle to me that I'm still alive. I was in the hospital up until October 4th. I had skin grafts on my hands, but the rest of my body pretty much healed fairly well. I still have pretty severe burns, scars on my arms and on my back. But amazingly enough, my face healed pretty well.
In Pennsylvania, investigators worked tirelessly, often feeling that their efforts were overlooked by the nation.
David Zacher, Special Agent, FBI. For the next 3 weeks at the crash site, they brought in excavators. They started to dig it out.
Tony James, Investigator, FAA. We found the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder somewhere around 25 or 27 feet. We stopped digging, I think, at 32 feet. We never did find what the FBI was actually looking for. The cockpit. That had disintegrated.
Andrea Damon. We'd leave the site and watch the news at night, and you'd see all these photos from all the other sites. Our colleagues would ask, well, how come we're not getting attention? It's like, because we're not at a place they can see us all the time. But we were the ones who were actually recovering things important to the investigation. People were a little hurt by the fact that we weren't getting the same attention, because we didn't have the great loss of life that you had in the World Trade Center or the Pentagon.
Even as the U.S. launched a war in Afghanistan aimed at destroying al-Qaeda, the terror group responsible for the attack, in October 2001, the victims, co-workers, and family members affected by the attack tried to bring a sense of normalcy back to their lives, though returning to normal often required a redefinition of normal.
Rosemary Dillard. Eddie loved history, and when I was offered the job here in Washington, he was so excited because of the history, the things we were going to get to see, the changing of the leaves. We moved here in February 2001. He didn't get to see the changing of the leaves.
Harry Weiser, tax counsel, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower, 104th floor, was burned over 35% of his body. It was many weeks before they were confident that I would survive. I woke up slowly. I found out about 9/11 by asking questions. The first thing I asked was, what happened that day? My wife, Karen, told me that a plane flew into the World Trade Center. I asked, was it terrorists? She said yes. I asked how many died, and she said 5,000, which was the number they thought at the time. I then started going through names, and I think that was almost as hard for her as it was for me.
Monica O'Leary, former employee, Cantor Fitzgerald, North Tower. Dave Cravette called, and I didn't know he was alive. He said, when are you coming back? We want you back. I was like, I don't know when I can come back. He said, well, as soon as you're ready to come back, you've got a space here. Oddly enough, because I was laid off in the afternoon on September 10th, and because the Human Resources Department all died, I was never taken off the payroll. I went back to work again. It's not like they had to rehire me. I was never gone.
Stephen Larrabee, Cantor Fitzgerald, L.A. office, whose son, Christopher, died in Cantor's New York office. It was hard, coming back. There are a lot of ghosts there.
Charles Christoph, attorney, Broadway. Gretchen was, at that time, 11 months old. She didn't speak very much. Her behavior changed because I was the only one picking her up, taking care of her, feeding her. Usually, Kirsten took care of her in the evening, bathing her, feeding her, putting her in the bath. She stopped talking. It was quiet most of the time. She had this sense that her mom was not there. For a couple of weeks, after an exhaustive search, I could not find her. I called Kirsten's family, and we decided to have a memorial service, even though we didn't have a body. We had the memorial service at the end of September. It was September 30th. Over 400 people came. Family members, friends, neighbors, Kirsten's college friends. So many people came, the church could not accommodate everyone. It was very sad. You have only a portrait and flowers. We did the memorial service, and a week or two thereafter, 2 policemen came to my house and told me that they found the body. I was a single father, taking care of my daughter. I missed Kirsten very much.
Months. As part of a series of new air transportation security laws passed after the attacks, the U.S. government established the September 11th Victim Compensation Fund to help families who lost loved ones in the attacks. Washington lawyer Ken Feinberg was appointed in November to oversee the process and mediate how much each victim's family would receive. As Feinberg said later, I underestimated the emotion of this at the beginning. He worked for 33 months, pro bono, to distribute over $7 billion from the U.S. Treasury. The average family received $1.8 million.
Kenneth Feinberg, Special Master, September 11th Victim Compensation Fund. I stated over and over again publicly on television and the radio, anybody who voluntarily wants to come and see me privately, I will see them. I remember my first meeting like it was yesterday. A 24-year-old woman came to see me, sobbing. Mr. Feinberg, my husband died in the World Trade Center. He was a fireman, and he left me with our 2 children, 6 and 4. Now, I've applied to the fund, and you have calculated that I'm going to get $2.8 million tax-free. I want it in 30 days. I said, why do you need the money in 30 days? She said, why 30 days? I have terminal cancer. I have 10 weeks to live. My husband was going to survive me and take care of our 2 children. Now they're going to be orphans. I've got to get this money while I still have my faculties. I've got to set up a trust. I've got to find a guardian. We never anticipated this. I ran down to the Treasury. We accelerated the processing of her claim. We got her the money, and 8 weeks later, she died. You think you're ready for anything, and you're not.
Richard Grasso, Chairman and CEO, New York Stock Exchange. For the balance of that year, no one rang either the opening or closing bell other than a first responder that we would get from Ground Zero, a firefighter or police officer, an EMS person, a Port Authority police officer, visiting firemen from around the country, visiting police officers, the ironworkers. All of the tradespeople who were there were welcomed, not to ring that bell as a symbol of what was going on, but to ring that bell again, reiterating the message of America rising. It was always an extraordinary moment because whether it was an opening bell or a closing bell, whichever of the uniformed services or the trades would first come and walk across the trading floor, and they'd get a hero's welcome.
Lieutenant Joseph Torillo. The action figure, Billy Blazes, became the biggest selling toy of the year. Because of September 11th, it became a collector's item.
Dan Potter. We moved out of Battery Park in December of 2001 because you could hear the equipment working and the recovery process going on. It was very debilitating for Jean. She was very, very upset. It was heart-wrenching to see broken buildings, people with devastated lives. People that lived around us had perished. You see the steel down the street. It was a very hard time.
Detective David Brink. There was one evening, it was a cold December evening, probably around 6:30 at night, and nobody had gotten down there yet. They were getting their assignments. We were standing there, and my partner for the day had to go and use the facilities. I was standing down there, and I felt like I was the only living soul in the entire Trade Center site, out of all the acreage there. There wasn't a sound at all. All the equipment had come to a stop. There was nobody talking. It seemed like there was nobody down there except myself, but I was there with all these people's souls. There were almost 3,000 people waiting to be found, saying, "Please, come and find me."
Vanessa Lawrence. Afterwards, I went through mixed feelings. I got to the point that I had to leave New York. I couldn't actually handle it anymore. There were too many things freaking me out. Sounds, smells, anything.
Pasquale Bazzelli, engineer, Port Authority, North Tower, 64th floor. I was almost in this trance, watching, hearing the news, waiting by the phone to hear if they found someone. I would lay there on the couch, eating and watching TV. I started to grow a little bit angry, thinking every day, wow, there are people out there that basically tried to kill me, and they succeeded in killing my friends. My daughter was born on November 18th, and that was a relief at the time. It was a break. But time went on, and I started to distance myself somehow. I remember not being able to sleep at night, getting nightmares. You would fight this battle inside of you, and you say, "Hey, asshole, you're alive. You should be happy." Then you're happy for a second, and you say to yourself, "Hey, asshole, you're happy, and someone else is dead. You're happy you're alive. What does that say about you?" Then you don't feel happy.
Louise Bazzelli. There was no escaping it. You'd say, "My God, he's so lucky. Look what he survived." But he didn't feel like he was lucky. He felt guilty. He felt like, I don't want people to look at me and think, "You're so lucky. You're the luckiest man in the world. What are you going to do now? God has a plan for you." For years, he couldn't figure out what that plan was. He said, "I don't know what the plan is, but I'm going to be the best husband, father, dad, son that I can be. That's how I'm going to live my life."
Frank Rosano. In the weeks afterwards, I tried to find out who the fireman was who had gotten me out of the building. About 9 months later, my nephew called me up and said, "Uncle Frank, I was on my way into work reading the New York Post, and there is a story in there about a fireman who won the Liberty Medal for saving the lives of 3 middle-aged men. It sounds like your story." It identified the fireman as Jeff Johnson. I wrote Jeff a letter asking, "Are you the fireman who got me out?" 3 days later, his wife, Ro, called my wife, Stephanie, and gave her the telephone number at the ladder company. I called and made contact with Jeff. The first words out of his mouth were, "I'm very sorry for that article that appeared in the Post." I said, "Well, what are you sorry about?" He said, "It made me sound like I was James Bond." I said, "Jeff, you have to understand something. To me, you're a hero. You got me out of that building. I would still be on the third floor landing, scratching my head, figuring out what to do, how to get out."
Years. The trauma, drama, and tragedy of 9/11 forever affected those it touched, altering the course of the country, launching the United States into 2 wars that continue to this day. The children of those who first invaded Afghanistan in October 2001 are now eligible to serve and be deployed to continue fighting the same war more than 17 years later. The significance of the date of September 11th, 9/11, was seared into the nation's collective memory, altering the way those affected looked at the calendar and even clocks. Even those for whom the date was meant to bear happy memories, like Susanna Harada, whose son was born in Arlington amid the injured from the Pentagon, found themselves haunted. Choosing what and how to remember the day remains a complicated challenge, as does charting a life forward day to day, especially for those who suffered from ongoing health challenges related to either the attacks themselves or the cleanup work after. The death toll of 9/11 has continued to steadily rise.
Rosemary Dillard, Washington, D.C., base manager, American Airlines, and wife of Flight 77 passenger Eddie Dillard. I grieved while other people became afraid. I still think that we all walk on eggshells. I don't think that the young people who will be listening to this will know the same freedom I knew growing up.
Susanna Harada, resident Arlington, Virginia, whose son was born on 9/11. The only other thing that we did for his first birthday is that we had all the neighbors over, and we said we want to celebrate the heroes of the day. We had a moment of silence during the party, and we said, let's remember everybody. Every year on his birthday, we take some time.
Jay Johnson, U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security, 2013 to 2017. My birthday is 9/11. I haven't celebrated on that day since 2001. The memory from 2001 overwhelms the birthday.
Mary Matlin. One of the strange things that didn't occur to me until the first anniversary was how much I didn't know was going on. I did not have the perspective seeing what the American public was seeing. When I watched the coverage on the first anniversary, I couldn't stop crying. I was shocked. We weren't watching TV. We weren't watching people jumping out of buildings. We didn't see all the chaos that the American people were seeing. It frightens me to the core to think what America must have been feeling watching that. We weren't exposed to it.
James Schwartz. I actually assumed the position of president of the PTA the following year, when the 1-year anniversary was about to take place. There were a lot of parents in the school that wanted to let the anniversary go by. They didn't want to acknowledge it. It was so horrifying, it will only traumatize the children. They don't need to see these images or be reminded of this. I said, this is a learning opportunity. There is no escaping this. We did what I thought was a very meaningful event that honored the losses, reflected on the impact to the nation, and hopefully taught the kids something about what it means to be an American, and what it means to serve others.
Ultimately, the toll of 9/11 has manifested itself in ways far beyond the initial casualty list. In New York, 9/11-related ailments bedevil the first responders, who spent days, weeks, and months cleaning up the wreckage at Ground Zero. All told, more than 7,000 firefighters and EMTs in New York were treated for 9/11-related injuries. New York estimates that 20% of those first responders also suffer from PTSD. The toll was great at the Pentagon as well. Nearly 10% of the Arlington County Fire Department resigned due to post-traumatic stress. First responders, including FBI agents, also struggled with physical illnesses linked to 9/11.
Philip Smith, Branch Chief, U.S. Army, Pentagon. We were all required to take classes at the Pentagon Health Clinic that were called Get Your Life Back. To this day, when people go through trauma, I recommend that they get mental health care. You may not think that you need care, but what you'll learn is that if you don't deal with the stress, the mental stress, professionally, within 5 years it will manifest itself in a physical ailment.
Captain Mike Smith, Arlington County Fire Department. 9/11 tore through the department like a bowling ball.
Dr. David Prezant, Chief Medical Officer, FDNY. Due to the physical nature of their jobs, these illnesses have had a tremendous impact on our membership and their families. Since 9/11/01, over 2,100 FDNY responders have been awarded service-connected disability due to WTC-related illnesses, mostly respiratory or cancer. The death toll continues to grow. In the years that followed, 203 of the first responders we have been monitoring died, and over half of them have had their deaths attributed to WTC-related illnesses.
Bill Spade, Firefighter, Rescue 5, FDNY. My lungs aren't too good. My wife took me to the hospital in January 2003. I was in the hospital again for 3 days. Basically, the doctor said I have World Trade Center lungs. Then I realized it was time. March of 2003, I retired. Everything since 9/11 I counted as one more day on Earth than I ever thought I would have.
Lieutenant Mickey Cross, Engine 16, FDNY. I just got together with the survivors. The other night we had our annual dinner. We called it the Survivors of Stairway B Annual Dinner.
Philip Smith. I truly believe it was a miracle of 9/11 that I survived. So I stayed on active duty in the Army as long as I could. Statutorily, my limit was 30 years. I was able to do almost an extra year as a retiree recall. Today, I work in the same workspace in the Pentagon as a civilian because every day that I serve, I support my soldiers that were killed, and the terrorists don't win. That means an awful lot to me.
Sharon Miller. I can never understand why I got out. How come I got out, and all these guys who had kids and kids on the way didn't? I remember they had a benefit. I think it was a hockey game or a basketball game afterwards. I had my uniform on. I had Police Academy on the collar. And this guy said to me, "Did you know my dad?" I said, "Well, who's your dad?" He said, "Steve Hushko." I said, "Oh, yes, I did." I said, "I was with your dad on 9/11. The last time I saw him, he was helping a lady who was having trouble breathing. He was really good. He was doing his job." "Oh, wow, that's good. Maybe that's why I got out, so I could tell these kids what their dads were doing, where they were, and how they were helping everybody."
Captain Robert Gray, Technical Rescue, Station 4, Arlington County Fire Department. We still have some people who are really hung up on the fact that the Pentagon is in Arlington, yet every time it's referred to, they say Washington, D.C. It's important to make sure people know that the Pentagon sits in Arlington. It's important to make sure that everybody knows about how Arlington, as a community, responded, how the region responded. I made a decision in 2002 that I wasn't going to let the whole fact that the memorial board at the Pentagon says Pentagon and Washington, D.C. under it bother me. Because I find myself, even today, when relatives come in, you know what I ask them? "When are you coming to Washington?" And they're staying at my house.
Malin Fuller. I go back to the Shanksville site on 9/11 every year. In 2003, I was sitting on one of the benches. There was a woman beside me. I could tell from the ribbon she was wearing she had lost somebody in the crash. I said, "Did you lose someone?" She said, "Yes." All I could say was, "I'm so sorry." She said, "Did you?" I told her that I was a supervisor in the Pittsburgh Control Tower, and I still can't get over this. She said, "How are you?" She asked me that. How am I? What an amazing thing.
Teresa Flynn. Years after, I talk to friends and relatives, and it always comes up. It always comes up. These are people who have been in places with tornadoes and with hurricanes. I'll talk to my Florida relatives, and we don't talk about Hurricane Wilma, but we talk about 9/11. I remember talking to one out-of-town person, and I said, I think the people in the D.C. area had a hard time getting over this. It's almost as if the entire city went into a kind of post-traumatic stress. She said, well, you're never going to get over it.
Von Alex, I had this wild thing in my mind that everything that happened on September 11th was my fault, personally. That I could have changed it. I felt there was no place for me in the world. There were all these support groups, and I didn't belong there, because how do I sit in a room with people that are mourning and crying, and they're like, what's your role in this whole thing? Well, I checked in a couple of the hijackers and made sure they got on the flight. I might go weeks or months, and everything would go along fine. Then there would be something that would trigger it, like checking in somebody who said, my husband got killed on September 11th. What I heard was, you killed my husband on September 11th. You don't really move past it.
Captain J. Jonas. I got a phone call in about 2006 from somebody from headquarters. He said, is this Chief Jonas? I said, yes. He said, are you working tonight? We have something we have to give to you. I said, can't you send it through the internal messengers? He said, no, this is something that has to be hand-delivered. The captain came to the firehouse, and he has this bag, and it was sealed and everything. And it was my face piece, the plastic face piece for my helmet. When you're issued a face piece, they etch your name into it. It was pulled off the debris field and put in this bag. It wasn't cleaned or anything. When I opened up the bag, it had the smell of the World Trade Center. It was like, oh, that's it, and closed it back up again.
Robert Small. For the first 6 anniversaries after 9/11, I was still employed with Morgan Stanley. Basically, the world would stop, and we would get together in the conference rooms and watch the ceremonies. I knew a New York fireman who had found a shard of glass from the site, and he gave it to me. I knew a construction worker who was helping clean up. He was a mechanic for the bulldozers, and he had a piece of rock that had got wedged in one of the rotation devices, so he kept it and said, here, you have it. I used to bring in my 2 little pieces on 9/11 and say, this is part of it. We would watch it as a group together. Over the years, fewer people would come to watch. Then one year, I wanted to be home, and I watched it all on television. I found out that MSNBC does a rebroadcast of the Today Show from that morning as it happened. I finally got to watch what everybody else got to watch, hearing what people thought was going on, what had hit the first tower, and then hearing them describe the jumpers and hearing them describe the aftermath. I was like, wow. I could see how hard it was for people on the outside.
In January 2011, the firefighters of Ladder 6 served as the pallbearers at the funeral of Josephine Harris, who had died at 69, nearly 10 years after all of them had been trapped together in Stairwell B. The survivors called Harris their guardian angel, believing that had they not stopped to rescue her, they would have been killed in the collapse. The interior of her coffin was custom embroidered with the image of a firefighter walking hand in hand with an angel.
Sal Casano, now Commissioner, FDNY. On a day that will always be recalled for its inconceivable devastation and unimaginable loss, the story of Josephine and the firefighters of Ladder 6 was nothing short of miraculous.
J. Jonas, now a Deputy Chief, FDNY. You cannot say that something that happened to you is a miracle, but if she was not there for us to save, we probably would not have made it.
Peter DeLuca, owner, Greenwich Village Funeral Home. The 6 firefighters made the request that they be the ones who carried her in and out of church.
J. Jonas, it was an honor to do this for her. We feel very happy that she is in God's hands.
Even as Harris was being laid to rest, the U.S. intelligence community was zeroing in on the man who launched the 9/11 plot. For nearly a decade, the CIA and U.S. government had continued to hunt for Osama bin Laden. Finally, they located a compound in Pakistan occupied by a mysterious, tall figure who never ventured outside the high walls that surrounded the building.
Senior Chief Petty Officer Rob O'Neill, SEAL Team 6, U.S. Navy. We had a few weeks to prepare for the mission targeting Osama bin Laden. I was certain he was there in Abbottabad because of how the CIA analysts had explained how they found him. I was convinced, and the other guys were convinced that he was there too. We also were pretty sure that we weren't going to come back from the mission. We had this new stealth technology, but no one really knew if it worked. We didn't know how good the air defenses for Pakistan were. We knew that we were invading, and that they could shoot us down and be justified. We also thought we might simply run out of gas in helicopters and end up on foot in a really, really bad part of the world. We thought if anyone's going to blow himself up and his entire family and martyr everybody, it's going to be bin Laden. He wasn't going to let us get him. We went in there thinking this was a one-way mission. We had our last meals with our families and our kids. I know I did. And then hand-wrote letters to our families. We had to find people and say, hey, here's an envelope. If you don't see me tomorrow, you'll know what this is, and there are directions inside, but if you do see me tomorrow, give these back to me. People were saying to each other on the mission, if we know we're going to die, why are we going to go? Then we talked about the people who jumped out of the towers on a Tuesday morning. They didn't want to. They didn't know what was happening. All they knew was that it was 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, and the better alternative than whatever hell was going on inside in Windows on the World or at Cantor Fitzgerald was to jump. They were not supposed to be in the fight. We all joined to be in the fight, and that's why we were going. We had that conversation about how the first ones to fight Al-Qaeda were the passengers on Flight 93 that crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. God knows how many lives they saved, but they killed themselves for the Western world. We had these conversations every night. That was why we went.
The terrorist leader behind the 9/11 plot was killed on May 2nd, 2011, as U.S. Navy SEALs raided the compound where he'd been hiding in Abbottabad, Pakistan. So that his gravesite would never become a shrine, the Navy buried his body at sea. Barack Obama, President of the United States, May 2nd, 2011.
Good evening. Tonight, I can report to the American people and to the world that the United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the leader of Al-Qaeda, and a terrorist who's responsible for the murder of thousands of innocent men, women, and children. It was nearly 10 years ago that a bright September day was darkened by the worst attack on the American people in our history. The images of 9/11 are seared into our national memory. Hijacked planes cutting through a cloudless September sky, the Twin Towers collapsing to the ground, black smoke billowing up from the Pentagon, the wreckage of Flight 93 in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the actions of heroic citizens saved even more heartbreak and destruction. And yet we know that the worst images are those that were unseen to the world. The empty seat at the dinner table, children who were forced to grow up without their mother or their father, parents who would never know the feeling of their child's embrace, nearly 3,000 citizens taken from us, leaving a gaping hole in our hearts. Today, at my direction, the United States launched a targeted operation against that compound in Abbottabad, Pakistan. A small team of Americans carried out the operation with extraordinary courage and capability. No Americans were harmed. They took care to avoid civilian casualties. After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body. The American people did not choose this fight. It came to our shores and started with the senseless slaughter of our citizens. After nearly 10 years of service, struggle, and sacrifice, we know well the costs of war. Yet, as a country, we will never tolerate our security being threatened, nor stand idly by when our people have been killed. We will be relentless in defense of our citizens and our friends and allies. We will be true to the values that make us who we are. And on nights like this one, we can say to those families who have lost loved ones to Al-Qaeda's terror, justice has been done.
Mike Morrell, Deputy Director, CIA. In 2011, the very first telephone call that President Obama made after we were sure we'd killed Osama bin Laden was to President Bush. President Obama knew that I'd been with him on 9/11, and so he asked me to fly down to Dallas after the raid to brief President Bush personally. I went down about 2 weeks later and walked President Bush through every aspect of the raid. I thought I could see in his face some sense of closure.
Sharon Miller. I look at the clock, and every time I look at the clock, it seems to be 9/11. I'm like, oh, 9/11 again. It just happens. Something so simple like that.
Linda Kruner. The sky in September can be particularly beautiful. When you look at a sky like it was on 9/11, you see it's that same clear blue sky. The light is very different than the light in the summer. I said, it's such a 9/11 sky.
Bruno Dellinger. If there is a beautiful day, I compare it to the morning of 9/11. Philip Smith. I actually kept my uniform. I've kept it in this bag since 9/11. You can see the stains on my shirt. That's the jet fuel from where the tank exploded and the debris in it. Army uniforms are surprisingly resilient because I was literally on fire from my head to my toe. This walked through the fires of the Pentagon and made its way out. I put it away and put it on the shelf. The Army goes rolling along, and you keep moving.
Andrew Kurtzman, reporter, New York One. Life went on. The World Trade Center attacks were a horrendous catastrophe. But it's the nature of life that the next day people get up to go to work. Government officials do their jobs. Controversies erupt and life goes on. Life went on after Pearl Harbor. It's the nature of life.
Rosemary Dillard. I never called it an anniversary, because when I think of an anniversary, I think of a happy time. I think of an observance, a time mark.
Richard Eichen, consultant, Pass Consulting Group, North Tower, 90th floor. I go down to the ceremony each year, and I go down to the ceremony for the guy who died between my legs. It sounds odd, but if it was just me, and what happened to me that day, I don't know if I'd come down. I survived. My story is ongoing.
Sheila Denise Moody. I don't think there's a day that goes by that I haven't thought about the events of September 11th.
Dan Nigro. We survive, we do our daily things, but you're always a part of 9/11.
Acknowledgements. The journey that grew into this book began in August 2016, a month before the 15th anniversary of the attacks, when I had the serendipity to sit at a Hoover Institution dinner in California next to Erin Tillman. 2 nights later, she introduced me to her husband, aka Colonel Mark Tillman, who loved my idea of reconstructing President Bush's travels on September 11th, and opened up the door to his crew on Air Force One so that I could write about being aboard the most famous plane in the world on one of its most historic flights. My friends Gordon Johnroe and Ann Compton helped reconstruct who was on board the president's plane on 9/11. Andy Card helped me track down numerous Bush alumni, and Lieutenant Colonel Martin O'Donnell and Major Matt Miller helped me explore Offutt Air Force Base, and later, Barksdale. I'd like to thank my talented one-time colleagues at Politico magazine, Steve Heuser, Elizabeth Ralph, and Bill Durier, for editing and publishing the original article on which this book is based, The Only Plane in the Sky, and to Steve, especially, for plucking the Ellen Eckert quote to become its title. From there, I want to give an extra special thanks to Politico's owner, Robert Albritton, its editor, John Harris, and its counsel, Kathy Hanna, for all believing in me and this project and letting it grow into this larger, expansive history. I'm grateful for your hard work, creativity, and friendship in helping me share this story. This project, even more than most books, which are never as solitary an exercise as many realize, has a literal cast of thousands to thank and acknowledge. Altogether, this book, while mine, stands as the collective product of 17 years of work by scores of oral historians, journalists, scholars, and officials who collected the stories of 9/11, many of whose names I know, others whose names I don't. I'm grateful to all of them, named and unnamed here. The National September 11 Memorial and Museum in New York was a deep supporter of this project throughout the 2 years it took to come to fruition. On my first day at the museum, Jess Chen led me through it and its heart-wrenching collection and exhibits. I will never forget turning around for the first time and seeing the crushed remnants of Ladder 3, nor standing in the galleries to listen to the victims' 911 calls and voicemails. Alice Greenwald, Amy Weinstein, and Jan Ramirez generously shared with me their knowledge and their archives, helping to track down stray facts, voices, and make available every research request we could muster. Amy and Jan have built an unparalleled archival monument in their collection, an enduring gift for generations ahead. Amanda Granick helped nail down research details, and I'm grateful as well to Anthony Gardner, Alexandra Drakakis, Stephanie Schmeling, Bethany Romansky, and Michael Chu, as well as my friends Allison Blaze and Joe Daniels. Moreover, this work would not exist without the hard work over the years of those who helped transcribe, edit, and publish the 9/11 Museum's oral history collection, including Anna Altman, Meredith Davidson, Yasmin DaCosta, Louisa Diaz, Anna Dudsing, Jessica Evans, Caitlin Gamba, Elizabeth Gorski, Donna Kaz, Hillary Kirkham, Josh Levine, Winona Nelson, Catherine O'Donnell, Molly Sloan, and Katrina Weiser, among others. At the 9/11 Tribute Museum, I'm deeply grateful to then-curator Mary Lobel and her colleague Connor Gaudette, who together built and assembled their oral history collection, and CEO Jennifer Adams-Webb, who saw the value of this project and supported it too, as well as the interns, volunteers, and others who worked on their collection. Even after she left the Tribute Museum, Mary helped edit drafts, correcting everything from street names to titles, and provided a thorough copy edit. At the Arlington County Public Library Oral History Project, their team included Heather Cressetto, Judith Knudsen, Joe B. Johnson, Diane Gates, and Bonnie Baldwin. At the Pentagon, the historians and interviewers involved in their effort to capture the building's story included Nancy Berlage, Rebecca Cameron, Alfred Goldberg, Richard Hunt, Diane Putney, Stuart Rochester, Roger Trask, and Rebecca Welsh. I'm thankful, too, for the work and help of Todd Harvey at the Library of Congress and Kathleen Johnson in the Historian's Office of the House of Representatives. At the Flight 93 National Memorial in Pennsylvania, I'm grateful to Bryn Bender, Barbara Black, Donna Glessner, and Kathy Schaefer, as well as their team of interns and volunteers who helped gather the stories of how their community was affected by the attack. Moreover, while many of these institutions had the good sense to capture the stories of 9/11 as soon as possible, their limited resources meant that many had never been transcribed. So Donna and Kathy spent months working with me to help transcribe dozens of oral histories that had been recorded but never put to paper. Donna read an early draft of the book deeply, providing pages and pages of thoughts, helping ensure the accuracy of the Flight 93 section, and suggesting additions to ensure the full sweep of the day was captured. Beyond the archives dedicated to these stories, I would be remiss not to recognize the massive contribution of other journalists and 9/11 historians who have researched this hallowed ground before me, above and beyond the formal citations and footnotes in the book. In the months immediately following the attacks, the husband and wife team of Mitchell Fink and Lois Mathias captured a wealth of important stories in their book Never Forget, some of which exist nowhere else. Jim Dwyer and Kevin Flynn's 102 Minutes, the unforgettable story of the fight to survive inside the Twin Towers, remains too an invaluable guide to the New York attacks, as Firefight, Inside the Battle to Save the Pentagon on 9/11 by Patrick Creed and Rick Newman does to the Pentagon. In the air, Ger Longman's Among the Heroes united Flight 93 and the passengers and crew who fought back, and Lynn Spencer's Touching History, the untold story of the drama that unfolded in the skies over America on 9/11. Both are critical guides to what transpired overhead, as are two fascinating aviation symposiums Spencer organized at the University of Texas at Dallas. Jessica Dulong's book, Dust to Deliverance, Untold Stories from the Maritime Evacuation on September 11th, mixes fascinating New York City maritime history with wrenching stories of the water evacuation from Lower Manhattan, as does Mike McGee's All Available Boats, The Evacuation of Manhattan Island on September 11, 2001. Two other books, covering catastrophe, broadcast journalists report 9/11, compiled by Allison Gilbert, Phil Hirschkorn, Melinda Murphy, Mitchell Stevens, and Robin Walensky, as well as Running Toward Danger, stories behind the breaking news of 9/11, compiled by two of my friends, Kathy Trost and Alicia Shepard, helped fill in how journalists responded to the unprecedented story. A talented team of Washington Post reporters, several of whom I've had the chance to know and all of whom I respect as writers, Monica Hess, Caitlin Gibson, Jessica Contrera, and Karen Heller, collected numerous stories of children on 9/11, which I've supplemented with my own to create the section here on being a child and at college that tragic day. The team at the Los Angeles Times collected dozens of stories on their Tumblr blog in 2011, which proved an invaluable time capsule in the depths of the internet. My then agent Will Lippincott and lawyer Jamie Wolfe both helped make this story a reality, as did my new literary agent Howard Yoon and my talented team at UTA, Andrew Lear, Katrina Escudero, and Howie Sanders before his departure. My assistant Vanessa Sauter enthusiastically sorted through mounds of footnotes, names, and tracked down increasingly obscure queries to translate the project from a draft to a manuscript to a book. Jonathan Glickman and Adam Rosenberg at MGM instantly connected with this story. Liz Hanna was my partner for 2 days retracing Air Force One's travels on 9/11, walking the corridors and tarmac that President Bush traversed at Barksdale and Offutt, an experience that underscored in a way that words could never capture the fright and fear that would have been evident that day, even far from the sites of the attacks themselves. I owe the single deepest debt of this book to Jenny Pachuki, a talented oral historian who has devoted much of her career to understanding 9/11 and whose fingerprints are on almost every single page of this book. I was lucky enough to snap Jenny up from the National September 11th Museum, where she'd actually collected many of these stories herself, working with Amy and others, and knew many of these voices personally. For 2 years, Jenny was my guide through 9/11, helping me understand its nuances, the stories that needed to be captured, the voices, families, facts, legends, myths, and fictions that surround the day. She worked full-time for nearly a year, just gathering, reading, and sorting the oral histories collected in this book, as well as many more that ultimately didn't make it. Jenny was my intellectual partner on the project at every step. I'm indubitably indebted to her in ways big and small for parrying hundreds of my questions by phone, email, and text at all hours and days of the week, her travel up and down the East Coast to access archives large and small, and her work organizing more than 10,000 pages of research through countless memos and spreadsheets, as well as her work tracking down numerous photos. This book would literally not exist without her help and the decade of hard work and knowledge she brought to the project. Jenny, I never could have navigated this without you, and I'm thankful for your ongoing, lasting friendship. I hope I've done your life's work proud. As I've been writing this book, I've said it was surely the most interesting and challenging puzzle I'll ever tackle. Assembling the myriad pieces and voices from that day into the portrait here was unquestionably the hardest and most emotional writing endeavor I've ever undertaken. This was my second book painstakingly edited by Jofi Ferrari Adler and Juliana Hodner, and I hope never to write another book without them. As long as the book is now, the first draft started at literally twice the length, and Jenny, Jofi, and Juliana worked for months to help shape, organize, and narrow it across ultimately 7 drafts, some of which Juliana devotedly diagrammed like Carrie Matheson pursuing a new plot. The 4 of us had deep, thoughtful, and challenging conversations about the level of editing we could do to the voices here. We tried at every turn to balance personal style and authenticity with recognizing that spoken speech is often arduous to translate into written speech, and ensuring that we captured people saying what they meant to say as they recalled high-stress, traumatic experiences. Jonathan Evans and Judith Hoover did yeoman's work helping to scrub the manuscript and copy editing. Ultimately, of course, all the editorial decisions and remaining mistakes are mine alone. More broadly, there's a long list of people who have been critical to me being who and where I am today. Among them, Charlotte Stochek, Mary Creedon, Mike Baginski, Rome Asia, Karen McCadden, and Charlie Phillips. John Rosenberg, Richard Medeiros, Brian DeLay, Peter J. Gomes, Stephen Shoemaker, and Jennifer Axum. Kit Seeley, Pat Leahy, Rusty Greif, Tim Seldis, Jessica Salke, Paul Eli, Tom Friedman, Jack Limpert, Jeff Chandler, Susan Glasser, and not least of all, Cousin Connie, to whom I owe a debt that I strive to repay every day. My parents, Chris and Nancy Price Graff, have encouraged me to write since an early age, instilling in me a love of history and research and an intellectual curiosity that benefits me daily. And my sister Lindsay has always been my biggest fan, and I hers. At home, I had the good-natured help of Sam Hubachek, the second best addition to our family of the last year. My wife Catherine provided bottomless support and listened, as all writer spouses are doomed to do, as I talked in wonder about this project and worked obsessively on it at odd hours during a particularly busy and transformative time. Thank you, KB. Most of all, though, I'm grateful to each and every survivor and participant of 9/11 who shared their stories with me, other historians or journalists, or simply wrote down their memories for posterity, including those featured here, those whose stories I didn't have the opportunity to include, and those stories I've never even heard. There are millions of memories of that day, each unique, trying, and historic in its own way. I was surprised and heartened by the collective willingness to share and relive that trauma. Everyone I sought to interview over 2 years jumped to participate, even as a stranger contacted them out of the blue and asked them to discuss, in depth and at length, the worst day of their lives. Even reading the stories recorded by others often felt at times overwhelmingly heartrending and intimate. I cannot fathom the pain, physical or emotional, many of you experienced that day and after. I cried almost every single day as I compiled the first draft of this book and read or listened as you all recounted living through America's most dread-filled day. Together, your strength is a testament and inspiration to the resiliency of the human spirit, and I'm appreciative of your desire to help ensure that future generations understand what happened on September 11th. We must never forget. Garrett Graff, Burlington, Vermont, May 2019.
The Only Plane in the Sky, An Oral History of 9/11, was written by Garrett M. Graff. It was narrated by Holter Graham, with the introduction and acknowledgments read by the author. The full cast included Fajer Alkazi, Fred Berman, Jeremy Bobb, Will Brill, Teddy Cañez, Jeremy Davidson, Ari Fliakos, James Foey, Adam Grouper, January Lavoie, Jennifer Lim, Therese Blummer, Jacques Roy, David Sadson, Suzanne Torin, Neela Vaswani, and Ben Williams. With Andy Card, Ann Compton, and Colonel Mark Tillman. Additional voices: Juan Ayala, Mike Beato, Arthur Bishop, Fausto Boza, Steve Breslin, Anna Chan, John Crow, John Evans, Terry Hogan, John Paul Jones, Sean Kerwin, Allison Light, Ben Lunan, Chris Lynch, Al Maddox, Michael Noble, Paul O'Halloran, Brian Ramcharan, Frank Schaefer, and Kevin Wakely. This program includes archival audio from United States presidential addresses, in-flight communications, and air traffic control. The Only Plane in the Sky was recorded by Kathleen Conti and Catherine Cook at CDM Sound Studios in New York City, Joseph Egan at Egan Media in Vermont, Nick Feinbarg at Costa Mesa Recording Studios in California, John St. Dennis at Magic Lantern in Atlanta, Corey Marcello at Clean Cuts in Washington, D.C., Daniel Jameson at Endless Recording Studios in Mason, New Hampshire, and Terry Hogan and Brian Ramcharan at Simon & Schuster in New York City. Post-production, mix, and master by Danny Meltzer. Additional editing by Jake Nomura Weingrow and Wesley Swinnon. The associate producers were Allison Light and Claire Tadakoro. Tara Thomas was the script supervisor. Brian Ramcharan was the managing producer. Special thanks to Donna Glesner, Allison Koch, Miriam Lobel, and Jenny Pachuki. The Only Plane in the Sky, An Oral History of 9/11, was produced and directed by Scott Sherritt. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Only Plane in the Sky, An Oral History of 9/11, is available in print from Avid Reader Press. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, Raven Rock, written by Garrett M. Graff and read by Jacques Roy.
Hi, I'm Garrett Graff, author of The Only Plane in the Sky, and I'm here with one of the narrators of the audiobook, Holter Graham. Holter, it's great to talk with you.
Thank you very much, Garrett. Hello, yes, my name is Holter Graham, and I've narrated predominantly the interstitial, the information pieces between what people said to each other. It was an honor to do so, and I appreciate the opportunity. I don't know if inspiration is the right word. I mean, this to me is my generation's either Kennedy or the Space Shuttle Challenger, so it obviously is an important thing. But what drew you to the project?
Great question, and I think that for me, I had written a piece in 2016 for the 15th anniversary of 9/11 that was actually entitled We're the Only Plane in the Sky, which was an oral history of being aboard Air Force One with President Bush on 9/11. And I went out and spoke to about 28 of the people who were in Air Force One, around Air Force One that day, from the fighter pilot who was following him to the pilot of Air Force One to White House Chief of Staff Andy Card and a whole bunch of others. And that piece published in Politico magazine September of 2016, and I was just overwhelmed by the reaction to the story. Just within a couple of days, it became the most read story in the history of Politico. And I got first dozens, then scores, then ultimately hundreds of letters and emails and tweets from readers about their own 9/11 experience and what that story meant to them. And there were two responses that really stood out for me. The first was a letter from a woman veteran who had served in the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, who had said that she had two young children, I think they were 7 and 9 at the time, and that she had printed out the article about Air Force One as a way to someday, when her children were old enough to read it, to help explain to them why Mommy went off to war. And the second was also a reaction from another veteran. This was a younger guy, Army veteran, who had done 3 tours, 2 in Afghanistan, 1 in Iraq. And he had just been in middle school when 9/11 happened. And he wrote in to say that the piece for him was the first time that he had ever really understood the trauma that the nation went through on 9/11. And those sort of two reactions really just stuck with me as I sort of thought through, what must it be like to have fought in Iraq and Afghanistan without really understanding 9/11, without really having strong memories of what it meant for the country. And now we're seeing, obviously, this new generation come in. This fall marks the first college class born after 9/11. You're seeing the first soldiers and sailors and Marines and airmen born after 9/11 beginning to deploy to the wars that day launched. And you're seeing actually this year the first firefighters in New York City start to apply to the department who have no memory of the day that 343 of their firefighter colleagues died in the World Trade Center. So that sort of shift of the country as 9/11 moves from memory into history was what inspired me to turn that original piece into a full book and to think about trying to capture the whole national experience of that day. And the goal with the book really is not necessarily to tell the facts of 9/11, because many of us sort of know the facts, and you have seen organizations like the 9/11 Commission spend millions of dollars and years of effort sort of gathering the precise tick-tock of the day. And I think what we're losing as a country is what it was like to experience that day. And so that was the goal for the book. And Holter, sort of in that vein, I was curious because one of the reasons that I know you ended up as part of this project was because of your own experience on 9/11 and the days and weeks after. And I'd love for you to just tell that story and to share your own memories of 9/11.
Yeah, I'll try to make it brief. As I said, it's sort of the where were you when for my generation, especially for people who lived in New York. There's a shorthand, were you there? Yeah. Did you go to the pile? Yeah. Or no, or, I couldn't make it. So my wife, who also narrates some of the voices in the book, we lived on 16th Street between 7th and 8th, just 2 blocks above what they eventually, shut down as the danger zone at 14th Street. I was walking my dog, Lugnut, that morning down 7th Avenue when the first plane went over. And I distinctly remember thinking that, oh, look, there's some rich jerk with a Learjet showing off to some girl by buzzing the city. And so I had my regular New York, cynical, angsty response. Turned the corner, went home, heard workmen on our roof yelling. Again, who would have thought they were yelling at something like what actually happened? So what are they arguing about at this early in the morning? Got upstairs and, as a news junkie, turned on the local news station, New York 1, and then saw what happened. My wife was in the back of the apartment when I said, you have to, oh my God. And because she is half Indian, half American, and traveled the world with her teacher mother and doctor father when she was younger, spent time traveling to Israel. When she came out, the second she looked at the TV, she said to herself, that's a terrorist attack. And I thought, wow, a plane crashed into a building, that's insane. And I didn't have it solidify in my gut until while Pat Kiernan, the newscaster, was speaking and not apparently looking at his monitor, during a sentence he said, the second plane hooked that deadly left, went into the second tower, and at that point, all of a sudden, the lead weight in your soul says, no, this was on purpose. So that was our first moment, and then, like I think a lot of New Yorkers, we basically watched TV for hours and hours, and we unrolled our hide-a-bed, which was in the television room, and just lay there and watched TV until I think we fell asleep. My wife, who has kind of generous soul that would knock people over, couldn't really not do anything, and so got up the next morning. Chelsea Piers is straight further west of us, and that had become sort of a de facto triage site because it has a lot of open spaces, and that's where all of the ambulances that were flooding in from really all over the right half of the country were parked in a long line. So she went there, and she was wrangled by someone from FEMA, and so she took missing persons information for FEMA for the entirety of that day. She took hundreds and hundreds of names, and for the years that every 9/11 they said all the names at the ceremony, she always would sort of murmur, oh, I remember her husband was so worried. That person brought in a hairbrush, hoping that maybe the DNA in the hair would be helpful. She was very traumatized by it and remembered it with excruciating clarity. And I went over a little later and was sort of going back and forth doing grunt work. I was on rollerblades, and I went to get a couple of reams of copy paper because everything was just so thrown together back, in Chelsea, and then came back and was doing sort of whatever work I could. Later that night, we hitched a ride because at that point, everything was ad hoc, completely it wasn't even really a volunteer or not. If you had to do something, you did it. We got in a Vanagon, an old hippie van, quote unquote, that was almost full with sheets of raspberry tart to take down there with 2 people who had the Vanagon, and we just kind of piled in the back, got dropped off at the corner of Trinity, the southwestern corner of Trinity Church's graveyard. And that's when I looked down at my boots and saw that they were covered in this ashy white silty paste. And there were, paper strewn everywhere up against the headstones and up against the wrought iron of the fence. And so we went down to see what we could do, and everything was sort of muddled. And here you can help these people or not. And we hung around for a while. We didn't hand anything out because there wasn't anyone to receive the food yet. There wasn't enough organization. So we dropped it all off in, I think, part of Trinity Church in a room that was already piled high with food that I now realize no one ever ate. I remember distinctly with my wife looking up at the Marriott and thinking it really looked like it was tilted. Apparently it wasn't because it's still there. But the way everything was so broken down there, the way that everything visually was so wrong, it was easy to look up at this tall black building and think, this thing's leaning toward me. It could go at any moment. So that was our first night. And then we came back either the next day or the day after. It's a little bit hard in looking back. And this time with the Red Cross. The Red Cross was doing a much more organized job of handing out water and water bottles and food and like small edible packets to the, at the time, still rescue workers. And we did that on and off for that day. And then Friday, a very good friend of ours who went to college with us, who is Iranian American, was reached out to by a group of Iranian businessmen in Los Angeles. And they said to him, is there anything we can do to help you? And he said, well, my friend Holder has a pickup truck, so why don't you guys just somehow get us some money and we're going to get supplies and we'll go help. And we went back to Chelsea Piers and found people who had been doing it and official people, Red Cross people, and said, what do you guys actually need on site? Because we knew food wasn't really helping. It was already way too much food. It was beginning to rot. And they said, water's taken care of too. And they gave us a very specific list of tarps, work gloves, and most importantly, the respirator replacements for face masks, so that people had been breathing in whatever they were breathing in, and they had fouled their original respirators on the front of the face masks. So we went to the Home Depot in Brooklyn, and we bought a little over $6,000 worth of stuff on an Iranian-American gold card number, and bought some red duct tape and taped red crosses on either side of my white pickup truck, and drove back. And the fastest way to get where we were going from Brooklyn to the pile was to go through the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel, which had been closed. And by this time, it's Friday, the military had taken over. It's now a military site. So we get to the toll booth, and there's a nice young man with probably, I don't know, an M14, full-blown machine gun. He's in full garb, black jacket, helmet, the whole thing, and he puts his hand up. And as we slow down, I'd start to sort of say, we were just sent by some lovely people in Los Angeles to buy this stuff. He didn't let me get any further than that because he saw what was filling the back of the truck, and he just waved us through. And so we had the extremely surreal experience of flooring it through a completely empty Brooklyn Battery Tunnel and then popping out basically at ground zero on the other end. And there were checkpoints of other nice people, men and women with guns, about every block, and they just kept looking at the truck and saying, go forward, look at the truck, go forward. And that happened about 4 times. And then somebody said, okay, park, you're close enough. You can unload your stuff and go give it to people. And it wasn't until a few weeks ago when I was back downtown for a completely different reason, and I realized that we had parked in Zuccotti Park, the whole Occupy Wall Street place, which is right there. And then we got out and we just started doing runs from the back of the truck over toward the pile. We were on the south end of the pile at that point and just handing things out. We each had like a cardboard box, and it had some respirators in it and some gloves, and I think we got eye wash, whatever they had at the Home Depot. And I remember how good people had become at recognizing the respirators for their masks. They would start sifting through our box and just tossing things aside and decide, oh, there's mine, and then they'd walk off. And we did that until the truck was empty, and then we went home and didn't go back to the pile at that point. So that was the actual 9/11 event. And to this day and forevermore, we will not know if it caused it, but in 2010, in April, I was diagnosed with acute lymphoblastic leukemia. And in the intake interview with our doctors at New York Presbyterian, my wife said, could it possibly have a 9/11 connection? The Mount Sinai medical system was already up taking care of people, and so that was in the air. We knew to ask. And my oncologist, Dr. Feldman, said, there's no way to ever tell you. There is no way to ever be sure. However, the gestation for this particular kind of leukemia is 8 to 9 years. And this was early 2010. So who knows? We did get put on the Mount Sinai list. My wife did too. She had very bad GERD from breathing all those months in Chelsea as the pile smoldered for however many months it did. And I'm a union member, Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, the short version is SAG-AFTRA, and I was very active in union leadership, and I stood next to Kirsten Gillibrand at a couple of different rallies to get what became the Zadroga Act first created and then enacted, and then a couple of years later, made more long-term. So I saw it from sort of that side, too, that the people who went down there with utter disregard for their own health to try and help, and even when it became clear that this was recovery, not rescue, and even when it became clear that it wasn't even recovery anymore, it was just a job, the place was flooded with people always like, what can I do? Where do I go? Many of them, FDNY, Port Authority, and police. It's important that those people, that their thank you not just be a thank you, it'd be a we'll take care of you for sticking your neck out. So it's an enormous part of my life.
That's an incredible story, and I have to say sort of one of the most unexpected, to me, bits of working on this book over these last, what's now been about 3 years, has been the stories that I have heard from friends and colleagues and people that I've known for a long time that I just had no idea the way that 9/11 had impacted or changed or affected their lives. It's really amazing to me how, and I talk about this in the book's introduction really, how we all just have such a need, viscerally almost, to tell our own story and to share our experiences that day. And you and your wife obviously have a much more intensely personal one than many, and it's incredible how many lives that the events of that day touched and, like yours, really fundamentally reshaped in major ways for years or, at this point, even decades ahead.
Absolutely. If you don't mind, where were you?
I have what is ultimately a relatively boring 9/11 story, certainly
That's
in
kind of a
comparison.
blessing.
Yeah, and certainly in comparison to you. I was in college. I was in my dining hall eating breakfast. Even sort of as basic and quotidian as that is, I have such a strong memory of that first moment. I remember my friend coming in saying that 2 planes had hit the World Trade Center. I could walk back into that dining room today and walk directly to the seat that I was sitting in. I could tell you everyone who was seated around that table that day. You know, I could tell you exactly how my friend rested her hand on the table at the moment that she was talking about it. Then just over the course of the rest of the day, you know, I went back to my dorm and then ran down to the college newspaper where I worked. I remember exactly where I was standing when I realized that the first tower had fallen. I remember exactly where I was standing when I saw Osama bin Laden's picture on the TV for the first time that day. And I just remember sort of being so puzzled about how could everyone who was on TV be so sure that this was the person who had attacked us?
Right.
Because I had never heard of him. I had never heard of this Al-Qaeda group. Yet sort of everyone on TV was talking about it as if this was the only obvious answer. And of course, I've spent almost the entire time of my professional career since then writing about the after effects of 9/11, you know, covering the FBI and the intelligence community and the rise of DHS and the Department of Homeland Security. And almost all of my writing in some ways is the unintentional outgrowth of the questions of sort of what 9/11 has wrought in our modern world ever since. Tell me a little bit about what it was like recording the audiobook and being involved in the project, and your wife, and given the background that you two brought to this, what did that mean in terms of the recording?
The director sort of mentioned something to me in passing as we saw each other, you know, at a different day on a different job, but we were basically approached at the same time. The first thing you do is you both look at each other and heave a really heavy sigh. I'm just kind of like, right, that, you know, it's not the elephant in the room, it's the burning building that's killing people in the room. And, you know, we're never that far from it. But at the same time, if you're given the opportunity to memorialize or to honor that event and the people who lost their lives and the people whose lives began in a completely different way that day, you want to be involved. My wife and I had slightly different experiences because I was doing predominantly narrating, which is not to say that there's not incredibly powerful sections of narration and that I did not go through, you know, almost every emotion in the book working. But she had, you know, actual sort of human voices. This woman said this woman said that. And so we were kind of in different places of the same importantly unpleasant experience. And she's got a work ethic and so do I. So underneath all of that, you want to do your job well, both because you want to honor the process and the book and what the book's about, but just because it's your job, you want to do it well. So it was very multifaceted. And of course, you did all the research. You laid out this, as you refer to, sort of the TikTok of the whole thing, but through the humanist version. So there's all these moments that I didn't know about, or maybe some of the recordings I hadn't heard or known existed, if it's specific. The two things that stand out to me most, the first firefighter to lose his life, correct me if I'm wrong, lost it because someone who was falling out of the tower landed on it.
Yeah.
That's insane, and at the same time, it's perfect for what happened that day. That level of surreality is exactly what happened to the world that day. And the second was, I think it's Flight 175, it might have been Flight 93, that a 2.5-year-old girl named Christine was the youngest victim. And so those two nuggets that I didn't know, in one sense, were perfect. Were exactly just more of that story, that level of horror. But they sort of tacked it down for me in a new way that was outside of my experience of what happened.
So Christine, who was 2.5 on 9/11, you mentioned her as the youngest victim, and she was killed with her parents on Flight 175, Peter Hansen and Sue Kim. They were on their way to Disney, actually, that day for vacation. She would be 20 years old now. She would be a college student if she hadn't been on that plane that day. It's sort of incredible to think of the passage of time and sort of how what it has meant for all of those families that have been impacted. And then as we remember it, as you sort of think about and these moments where these things that had so much meaning at the time, now you have sort of generations walking by who don't really necessarily understand the import.
Do you have a moment from your research that stands out?
This sounds like an incredibly dumb, naive comment, but I was really unprepared for how emotional this book would be to research and write. When I was doing particularly the first draft, I was reading maybe a half dozen or a dozen oral histories a day, and there was probably not a day in the drafting that I didn't end up crying at some point. And there's sort of still parts of the book that I can't talk about without getting choked up. But sort of a couple of points really do stand out for me and sort of stories in it. Charles Christoph, who was in an office near the World Trade Center, and his wife ended up dying in the towers that day. He had a new daughter. Boy, I still can't talk about this part. And he, sort of picked her up from daycare at the end of the day after escaping Manhattan himself. Brand new baby, had no idea that something was amiss. Sort of the story that he had, beginning to think about raising his daughter as a single parent that day really took me back over the course of that, in part because my wife and I had actually had a daughter in the midst of writing this book, and I drafted a lot of the book early on with her sleeping on the floor next to me. That's ultimately who I dedicated the book to, and all of the children affected by 9/11. But just sort of thinking about that human relationship, parent to child, and you see it in The Only Plane in the Sky in both directions. We follow parents who lost children, children who lost parents, and then parents who lost spouses, as well as the myriad other ways that day unfolded, of spouses being concerned for each other, siblings rescuing each other or losing siblings. It's just sort of all of that human emotion that gets overlaid in this book to what we have lived for the last 20 years as really a geopolitical story. That to me was sort of part of the importance of doing this book, was to remember where all of this began and why this began. Because you now have, as I said, people going off to fight in these wars who were not even born on that day of 9/11. It's just incredible to me to sort of think through just how far removed we are today, and yet how much of our whole world is still shaped by the events of 9/11.
Yeah, absolutely.
Holter, it's been great talking with you, and thank you for volunteering after 9/11, and thank you for being part of what I hope is a very special project to turn this book into audio voices.
I believe it will, and thank you very much for doing the work and taking the time and putting yourself through what you had to go through to do the job right. It's been an honor to work on it, and it's been good to talk to you about it today.